well. Due to some visual issues and, of course, using the abilities for Victor, they already said it in Analyst Desk, or rather on, that Victor is disabled until further notice. So there is no Victor, which, I mean, this is not just a champion that was like a niche kind of counter pick.
Oh, he was
this
in the
was
meta.
First pick, game one, pretty much a lot of our games. So this is a big window that is now kind of opened as a response into the Orianna lane, Dagda. A response into bot lane. It was a flex, remember. That's now off the board until further notice.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the big difference maker is now, like, some of those picks that even, like, say, hey, does Silas start to rise up priority? Because we saw the Victor kind of happily being taken into it a lot of times and that kind of stuff.
Hello. Dobar dan. I dobrodošli. Evo nas, ljudi moji. Još jedan dan laganog leca. A ovaj put gledamo Fanatikov put na Worlds i gledamo G2 koji bi trebao da izdominira. Verovatno.
Has just been that top tier jungler alongside the Java now in this patch. Pantheon remains open. Vi is also going to be joined by Vayne on the other side. Getting my V's mixed up as Akali goes as well. I think Fnatic want an Orianna if Na'Vi are going to take it first.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Vayne ban early kind of says, hey, we want to try and lock in like an early Mbessa or something like that.
Ja mislim da samo Orianna lokaš ovdje, pogotovo sa Akali banom.
But the Akali, as you say, like very much is setting up for the Orianna pick over across for Fnatic. So do you prioritize the Nocturne like we saw? Who was it yesterday that we had?
Yesterday's a blur, Dag. Are you going to ask me?
Yeah, sorry, my
Isma?
brain.
Was it Isma?
It was
Isma. There was also...
Yeah, it was Isma who's talking about. Isma was
Verujte u Fnatic, ne skivine.
Or maybe it was actually Giant X. But either way, it was like, hey, if you're going to leave that open, it's not going to go well for you. So they're going to take the Orianna side of the matchup, and then you get the Nocturne trade with Locke on the opposite side. So Locke kind of as an answer consistently that we've seen into this Orianna, just looking to try and hard bully out in the matchup.
I sad šta Jarvan je banovan, Va je banovana, treba ti ball delivery. Vidit ćemo na koju će stranu.
Looking at a tank right now, but Relech is going to go to the old faithful early. This was like his game 3 response, brought out against the Nocturne,
Okay,
dueling with skirmishing as the top side is now complete for Na'Vi.
Yeah, especially when you got the Orianna there, it does actually work out quite well. It can help you get to that passive as well, which means you can revive in the middle of fights. I am looking though to see that Paris is definitely going to need something that's a bit more of that setup though for the team, like the Rel, like the Leona, to try and set up for that engage for the squad. The Olaf though would be a pretty nice pick into the top lane. Sobro actually going to swap over to the Invest at the last second. But either way, I think Sobro going to be happy in the matchup. And he's been the person that a lot of Fnatic fans have been looking at to go, hang on a second, he's really uplifted this squad.
Yeah.
Sobro baš lepo igra, iskreno. Sobro baš lepo igra.
So having him comfortable on the Mbessa does lean into a lot of those skirmishes that Sobro has been finding success in.
2 for 2 so far here on the champion this split. As we now got to see how do you
Rumble Orianna za Hen. Fali im nešto da ih uhvati i da ih grupišu zajedno. To je jedina stvar.
Na'Vi on the side of Sam D and Paris. How are they going to survive some of this all in this full-on
Nisi
dive
različio.
Fnatic's already drafted?
Yeah, I think if I'm Fnatic, I'm getting rid of the Rel after this. Just banning that out because I think it's so strong, especially against a lot of this dive. That lockdown that comes from the ultimate being instant, the Shattering Strike getting a lot of value in those instances as well. And then you can kind of be like, okay, maybe they go for Alistair or Leona, certain along these lines. Na'Vi, looks like they're going to try and focus on the AD carry pool though, because a lot of those champions like Lucian, Caitlyn, not going to bode well alongside some of those more engage-orientated picks. So we'll have to see if that's going to be the plan here.
Lucian first to go. Will they again get rid of the Rel that suggested before? Good follow-up engage, good kind of disengage and halt steadfast with that ulti as well. For the time being, what are we
Lucian ban.
big thinking?
I dalje mogu da igraju mage'eve na botu, tako da mislim da to nije nešto preterano limitirano da kažeš.
Ezreal is still up and available, right? So you can still go for the Ezreals, be very comfortable in this bottom side of the map, and then you can have flexibility with your support as well. So you're not really losing out too much. The only thing maybe Fnatic are thinking, hey, they're going to lock in support in this next rotation, which I think would be a little surprising, and then they can take the Ezreal for themselves, but we'll see what happens here.
Maybe Fnatic snipe that first. Final ban is going to be that Bard for long-range engage that Fnatic could leverage here with the dive. If they pick up Ezreal, remember things like Jhin are also available that compare well with the Rumble. There are good options here. Upset loves an Ezreal.
Yes, Karma.
I'll take it instead. But this might just
I ovi uzmu šta Jhina i...
Yeah, curious to see now. So
ne znam, ja bi uzao neku Leonu, nekog tanka, iskreno mislim da im malo fali frontline, ali...
Kai'Sa, also an option, like we've seen into Ezreal several times, it's kind of that counter pick. Sam D hovering it. I don't know without much dive on the rest of the team if you really want to go for the Kai'Sa though. Yeah, so I think Jhin, makes a lot more sense here, and then you can still pair it with the Leona.
It makes sense, but are they going to do it? Sam D, okay, just says, I'm going to pick Kai'Sa. As you said, it's not like you're on Fnatic's comp where you can follow Kai'Sa and engage, surely. If you go Karma for the lane, it's a takeaway, but...
I hate Karma for the lane. Because it's... Like, you just have no setup for the rest of the team, right? Like, Rumble and Orianna are like, for the love of God, please give me some engage from the support role. So yeah, it looks like they're going to move over.
Dobro Syndra.
Where's the plasma stacks with a Karma?
Kai'Sa Shen dobro. Mislim, treba im neki tank, mislim da Shen okej.
And yeah, I think Shen makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I think I still would have liked something like the Rel that's a little bit easier to pilot. Like, the Shen sure has the Shadow Dash, but it's kind of single target unless you want to get fancy with like the flashes. You can try and hit multiple targets, but it's still less than ideal for, you know, trying to enable like a Rumble and an Orianna. This comp to me feels heavily built around now this Sehen with like the Stand United to try and protect them, the Orianna shields and stuff like that as well. So for now,
iskreno više mi se malo sviđa draft Navija, osim ako Log baš ne pop-offuje, ali mislim da neće draft odlučiti nužno pobednik ove serije.
Seraphine going to get a lot of value through that encore later on in the game, thanks to the dive buddies that are there and being able to follow up. So, yeah, I think Fnatic, they have a decent time here. Lacking a bit of front line, because everything kind of wants to flank and jump in from multiple different angles, but at least you are all jumping in onto the back line.
Aren't we always just sending it? I mean, Na'Vi and Fnatic here, game one draft to me just says, we're going to find different ways to send it. You said it's about Relech. Keeping him alive is important, but if he dies, then it's like, it's not like they run out of damage, Dagda, but then maybe they run out of a lot of leverage in this fight. You have a dive comp, you have Fnatic full sending it with Lock, Ambessa, Nocturne, and they've also got an Enchanter on their side. They might not have a tank, but they have ways to sustain the fight. It is interesting here. We've kind of just sent a Hail Mary for game one to test the waters, to see who comes out of lane, who snowballs this game, who runs the skirmishes between Na'Vi and Fnatic. There's a lot on the line for this as well, and one game has a lot of meat and veg to it here in the best of three between Na'Vi.
To ni klasična sezona Leca, ovo je finalni Summer Split. Ovo su ti kvalifikacije manje više ka Worldsu i ka svemu ostalom, tako da da.
Week by week, series by series. And this is the one that we might crest over to next week with that middle of the pack fighting it out. That might actually just lock them in before they have to lift a finger again.
Little evade coming through for Na'Vi here, or sorry, for Fnatic here, just to try and spot it exactly where Na'Vi are going to be starting. But at the moment, I think a lot of this game is going to come down to how active Paris can be as well. If you're able to start to move around the map, like getting main tier leads, trying to play around Poby, I think you can have relatively good success here. And I think that's where Paris has really shown on Na'Vi, is being able to move around the map and covering for plays against the oppositions. Like we got to see it a lot against Team Heretics. He's on the Shen, has the opportunity to do so, but when you're up against an Ezreal and a Seraphine that have so much push and so much poke, it can get difficult.
It really can. How's the lane going to play out? As Relech right now pathing towards the bottom side of the map. On the side of your screen, you're also just seeing how the journey looks at both these teams. Fnatic right now, almost a 90% rate of getting in the top 6, which is playoffs, which is mad. It's mental with how the season started, that they're in the strongest position out of teams not yet qualified. As we just mentioned, Sam, they just took a heavy chunk. I mean, this again, running into the Seraphine lane. And right behind them is also Na'Vi, just outside of the bubble of Giant X. So, yeah, both these teams have a really good chance of playoffs. But again, this series would help it conclude, or at least get so damn close to being above 95%.
Interesting to see Relech's path, because he's gone kind of back and forth, but now moving up towards his top side. A little slower compared to the Razor, but it won't be too much. Both of them should be able to pick up both sides of their own Scuttle Crabs and then reset. But that's a heavy trade against Paris on the bottom side.
Oh, it is indeed. Here was the only thing burned. Paris on the other side as well with the health bar advantage here.
Mislim, u suštini ovdje je čitava poenta što obe ove ekipe sad se faktički bore za Worlds, što mislim da je jako cool u stvari. I konačno smo došli do dijela partije u Lecu gdje su mečevi bitni. Ne znači će biti išta haos kvalitetniji, ali da će biti kao bitni, da je bitniji ko vina, naravno, mislim. Jer postoji u suštini ugao gdje i Na'Vi i Fnatic odu na Worlds. To jest, Na'Vi ili Fnatic idu na Worlds. Ali naravno moraju da igraju dobro i clean.
There's so much potency in the Orianna double attacks. So you can see there, Vladdy more than likely just going to try and finish out this wave and then look for the reset.
There's not any help from Razork because he's fighting his own battle, but mid will have Na'Vi into a 2v1 first with the push out from Poby. Spotting out Scuttle a little bit too late. Razork gets here first, and topside Scuttle is going to be the trade as Roulette has to cut his losses and go bot.
Yeah, but look at Razork. He's moved in towards the bottom side, then regrouped towards the top half to make sure that he was able to contest that Scuttle Crab. I thought he might have been trying to look for something with Sober on this top side. Mainter, though, still fairly healthy, so instead, just going to back away. But definitely unusual from Razork to try and move topside to contest there. Like, may actually... Yeah, it'll keep Roulette on the map a little bit longer, as he now realizes, hang on, my camps are spawning on the bottom side. So unless Razork is basically trying to set up for like an invade on the Raptor respawn, as he's hoping Roulette will be in base, that could be an option here, but still a bit of an awkward timing, and a good ward from Roulette to spot out that possibility.
One put in return as well. Phalight's going to spot it out that it is warded as well. Sobro getting flame spitted to holy hell as he's at half HP already. No backs completed by either of these top laners for now, and into the flame spitter. Sobro just says, I'll tank it up. Level 6 is the rush here. They're only just gotten level 5, so that'll be a while away, but obviously top laners playing for that as Ashen Pursuit starts off. Ritual Nails gets a good little hit for the passive auto from Vladdy against Poby. And Poby gets a trade back. Quite even here. Flame spitter almost cancelling the back. And Sobro gets away in time.
Nice trade, but it does mean that like Poby still healthy, and we were talking about like Razork maybe looking for an invade, but I don't think it's really possible at this stage. Just Roulette coming back out, he's got the better buy because he cleared out his bottom side jungle, and he's just going to be able to go in and collect his top side. So at the moment, it's kind of just all even Steven. I don't really feel like Razork is in a position to go for Dragon as it spawns either, just with the lack of control that he has over mid lane, and the fact, as we said, Roulette has that better buy. But we'll see what Razork's thinking.
Razork's thinking, I'm almost 6, baby. And he's backing now for the bottom side. Just hovering around. We're keeping our eyes on top lane because Sobro is hitting the worst of these trades. Obviously with Tarbi's picked up, Mainter in a very good position here. Now level 6.
Što je jako čudna meta, moram da priznam, situacija gdje prvih tipa 5-10 minuta ne vidimo ni jedan kill i onda tek krenu da igraju, što je dosta interesantno.
And Mainter just backs off, looking for a push here once again. With this jungle also hovering topside, there's a public execution used. Mainter might have to use the equalizer down as well. Sobro is hitting everything. Flash out from Mainter. Sobro holds onto his own. And yeah, that Ambassador just rolled a circle around Mainter.
I mean, Sobro's been absolutely fantastic in this top side, and on the Ambassador he's looked more than comfortable. So already putting a stamp on this top lane, making sure that Mainter's uncomfortable. And Razork now, with that upgraded smite, going to move it to botside river, where the next crab is spawning. Should hit 6 off it, and maybe have access to start making some plays around the map.
Roulette very interested in it. Vladdy moving first as well. A little bit of health missing, but as he gets spotted out, Roulette will know he won't have his mid laner first. Paris is in harm's way. Shadow Dash comes through. Flash from Roulette, looking for the knock-up. Razor gets paranoia off the Scuttle Crab, though, an advantage. Shockwave is flushed away from, and Vladdy comes up to snipe the kill. Now Poby in trouble with no mana to proceed. Fnatic have already taken what they want. The crab, the blood, it's perfectly executed by the mid-jungle.
Sobro kida. Sobro igra jako lepo.
But isn't able to do so. Razork secures it, and it's disaster for Na'Vi after the immediate turnaround with the paranoia, and it's Roulette who ends up falling.
Vladdy getting the kill as well on this lock that needs resources. And it's a good way to start the game. Poby was out of mana. I'm sure we'll see a replay shortly, but even with Paris's commitment there, Fnatic on the board first, 1,000 gold lead. But look at the replay now, because as you said, Roulette has to flash.
Yeah, I think they got baited a little bit here by Na'Vi, because you see the early spell shield and they think, oh, maybe we can make it happen. But Roulette couldn't smite the objective. Level 6 is hit for Razork, happy to turn. And already Vladdy was in...
igra, stvarno igra jako lepo. Sobro baš lepo igra.
And Roulette was just completely caught there with no way to escape.
Razork's flash timing on the Shockwave was very clean as well. Once again, looks like he's having a good start to his day. Recently, has kind of been the theme. Now, we take one game out that was played only this weekend, but outside of that, I mean, the leveling up of Razork this split has been pretty nice. Getting more involved, early games kicking off stronger. Once again here, 300 gold lead as Razork Tunneler Longsword in the inventory, nice and early.
Dragon going to be started here by Na'Vi, but you do have Razork in the area if they really want to try and commit. There is no ultimate for the Nocturne, and Vladdy's is just about to tick off, so Na'Vi looks like they found a little window where Fnatic don't want to overextend without their ultimates available.
And they're not going to kick it in, so Relech get first dragon of the game. It's nice where Na'Vi want to be. Dagda, we talked a little bit about Relech being in control of this game. So far, hasn't been the case as Fnatic are getting a deep vision at the cost of that dragon take. Losper decides, I'm going to start up Razor Beaks. That's because Razor K is coming in to take it away before Relech gets a smite down. And smite just secures, so Razok takes camp. 13 CS up right now. Relech going to be spotted out on his own red buff, and this is dangerous going in unless he manages to find some uptime.
Paris is one minion off of
Mislim, ovo je konačno split gdje Fnatic u stvari ima ono krštenog top lanera, što je stvarno jako lepo. Ogi, znam da je 3 ekipe, ali ne znam u koju fazu iskreno. Mislim, obično bude da tipa najbolja ekipa bude direktno u Swiss, a ovi druge dve da budu u play-inu. Obično bude tako. Ili budu dve u Swissu, jedna u play-inu. Ali za to nisam 100%. Znam da je 3 ekipe sigurno. Sad samo ne znam, kažem. Ne znam tačno koja je faza.
Natural transition for Razork. Relech found out, sent away. He won't even get a steal despite all this deep vision on your screen. So early game for Fnatic right now is looking squeaky clean. Paranoia is going to be the choke out. Public execution follow-up from Sobro. Razork's on the head of Mainta, who's going to get the stand united now. Paris has transported up towards the top lane. Saves his top laner, but Fnatic, 2 grubs already taken down as the slow burn came through mid-play. Razork's now going to take number 3, uncontested.
I love the idea of the play, though. Get that wards, try and go for the all-in on main turn. Even if you don't get the kill, having that stand united down gives you so much freedom on the map. It is such a long cooldown at these early levels. And the fact now that you're kind of able to look for these plays with the paranoia without having that ultimate makes the map so much more vulnerable for Nav.
It's also the fact that Sobro and Razork just pulled off immediately. They didn't overstay. They didn't play egregiously as Raptors almost taken away with the dreaded return. Relech shows his face, but it's not going to be a steal. And Razork's going to clear these Krugs, Dagda. Yeah. What has Relech got up to do right now? Maybe kill Vladdy, try to, as Lost was here to defend.
But this is the point we've been making, right? I think Razork has been exceptional in his early games for Fnatic, but it's also been tempered. He hasn't overextended. He hasn't tried to go too far, and a lot of the times. And it's worked out fantastically for Fnatic. And I think, again, we're seeing that on this Nocturne, he looks very comfortable. And it's also the way Fnatic are defending the bot side jungle, enabling him to try and continue putting the pressure down. Like we saw that 3-man invade on the top half. Fnatic are really rallying around Razork in the early stages, and it's just been beautiful to see.
Jedino što je novi game specifično za ekipu Fnatica jeste činjenica da Vlad igra Loka, ne zbog Vladija, nego zbog Loka kao heroja. Jer je Lok baš kritičan kao heroj generalno. Či možda odigraš najbolju partiju života, jedna greška i samo si doomed. Jer fora je što Lok stvarno mora uvek, svaki put mora da ima savršenu egzekuciju.
We've also got an Eclipse for Sobro, so...
We've also got a potential dive in the top lane. Lost was moving up, Razork was also there, and you still don't have that stand united. So I think Mainter might have to be a bit careful up here. He is still very healthy, though.
Shockwave's going to be used. That W already ticking away from Vladdy. Heals back up. Poby's tool now down. Is that Paranoia going to be burnt out? I think on a ward right now is Razork, or at least they're just pinging saying, hey, this guy must be up here. Krug's going to be stolen away again. Paris is walking up as the final little Kruglet dies. Paris will be on vision.
Ne, sve to stoji, znaš, nego samo kažem generalno, ono, Lok kao heroj je često preveliki flip.
Early pressure that Na'Vi were trying to play towards Relech on that first Scuttle Crab has opened up a gold lead for upset in the bottom half as well. Sobro still with a little bit of an advantage, but not a huge amount, which is the, like, one point where they would like to try and open up a bit more.
But I think, Dagdas, we're in a pause. We'll find out what that is. I think the one point we've realized so far, early days still, is that Na'Vi's comp without that engage we talked about. I mean, there is obviously, like, limited tools from Fnatic as well that also rely on the ulti, but, like, from that support position as well, Paris is starting to roam. He's on the Shen, but, like, Relech needs tools to help him get in to chase up. And there haven't been those tools this game, this ease of execution for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and I think that's there is a call to say, hey, we want Shen to answer Nocturne, right? Oftentimes that's kind of the way that we've seen it. We've even seen people trying to bring Shen jungle to counter Nocturne, but it's just, I think with this composition, you just needed a little bit more oomph. Now, there is an issue with Razork's mouse, which has quickly been resolved, which is why we're back in, we will be getting back into game.
As per yesterday's discussion, either not enough grease, or we have gone wireless again, and we need to stop doing that. Go wired. It's faster. There's something about the lightning cables they have in mice these days that apparently you get faster reaction time from wired mouse now as well.
Damn.
And some people will be like, oh, it doesn't really make a difference. You tell that to Faker. Like, you tell that to that guy.
I was going to say, I don't think I'm fast enough to make use of that, personally.
True. The top tier pros, I mean, they are. You know, so that's resolved now. Must have been a quick stick as Dragon's up in 26 seconds.
And that's what I was going to say. A lot of vision already down on this bottom side for Na'Vi. Zapara sitting in mid, trying to help make sure that SamD can get a reset in it. But it means that both AD carries going to be slightly late to the objective. Actually, SamD a little bit later again. But you have good control of Na'Vi in River, which they kind of need if they want to make sure they can use this comp. Like trying to have choke points, like the one we're looking at just there for Poby's, ultimate, making it easier for Paris to try and get some big taunts. Will make things a little bit simpler.
So then that'll ease my concern about the engaged discussion I kind of brought up before then. How control is there as Equalize goes down on the Sobro main turret.
Interesantno, Sobro ne ide ništa je mara u ovom matchupu, moram priznam. To mi je baš interesantno.
Sobro needs some autos down to get some energy back. Looking for main to trying to get that shield. Finally finds Eclipse there. The ulti flashed away from the turnaround from Sobro. You think he's losing out, and then main to overheats, and it was almost lights out.
Na'Vi holding position here though. Poby, yeah, there you go. Position the ball right in the middle of that choke point. So Fnatic have to walk over it if they want to try and make it happen. But Razor can't cheat over the wall. Same with Upset. So Na'Vi kind of need to pull this quickly as Fnatic group up.
Upset has good damage, trying to poke out, but Na'Vi seem to be on top of this. Drake at 3k, Paranoia flies in. It's a flash from Razor. He gets exhausted. True shot with an encore, and Razor doesn't care about sacrificing his
Dobar, dobar. I on ima kill, još jedan. Lepo odvadio. Kažem, ovo je svaki log game ikada.
And Fnatic playing with fire near the Drake pit.
The lock is popping off. Vladdy immediately runs through Na'Vi and now has so much gold to play with. The only times I've seen Lock do well is when he gets an immense amount of gold in the early stages. I think that is understating what just happened. But this is what I'm saying. Razor can cheat over the wall, so immediately you lose the control of that choke point. And he's in the back line. You've already got the rest of Fnatic running through them as well. And Vladdy flashing forward to get the last dregs of damage that he needs off. This lock with the resets, and this was insane.
Yeah, okay. We're feeling it. We're happy. Fnatic camp, don't cheer yet, but it is looking pretty good here for the 3-3 squad. Losper was cheering, and I mean, why not after that Dragon play? Dragon wasn't taken, but Fnatic moved and crest upon 3,000 gold just about. As you said, Dagda, Ninsley Large comes off the back of that play alone for Vladdy. And even though Dragon has been started for round 2, it does feel like Fnatic...
Jeste. Mislim, generalno cijela ekipa Fnatica je step upovala lepo. Tako da nema šta. Ja vam kažem, znači, ovo postoji ugod da bude da Fnatic ode na Worlds. Verujte mi, nije toliko... Mislim, krenuli su užasno, ali ja vidim šta se događa sad, pogotovo sa Soborom, i stvarno mislim da Fnatic ide na Worlds ove godine. Jer kad pogledam kako igraju sve ostale ekipe, ja ne vidim... Mislim, eventualno Vitality mislim da je jedini challenger koji je u raspadu. Ovi svi ostali, Shifters i SK, šta god, ništa spec. Tako da stvarno ne znam, to mi je jedino što mi pada na pamet.
And it's not just for that, I'm talking about our league generally, but it is really nice to see the setup, the due diligence being done. Obviously, right now, this is a Fnatic glazing session because of how they've played this early game.
Naravno, mislim da ne može da ispadne tako da igraju Evropa protiv Evrope, ali...
TP finally going to be channeled through. It's Poby bringing the ball in. Sandy flies on in. It needs to be a shockwave, but Sobro flashes out before it can be executed. Poby holds on as Sobro gets out, if only just Mainta coming in, holding the equalizer as well. Razork uses ulting from afar to safeguard the escape of Fnatic, but they lose Dragon for the commitment.
Yeah, Razork just going to move top, try and take that tower instead. So will still be 2 Dragons. At least Sobro didn't fall. But the TP's, I think, a little bit too deep, especially on Vladdy's side. Immediately, Na'Vi were aware that he was there and were able to turn onto him. But Na'Vi get Dragon. Actually, Will that tower on the top side go down? It's low, but Razork didn't stick around to auto-attack it, which I thought he would. Maybe just making sure the main tier loses the wave. Just
gone.
about.
It's gone?
Yeah.
It's gone. It's gone. Yeah. Okay, so second turret. Fnatic picked up the first one before. But yeah, you're right. You know, Vladdy went deep, and Na'Vi still very much in this game despite the gold lead. 2 dragons stacking. They get to choose those choke points even more when they control that dragon territory, Dagda.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like what you got to see there was Fnatic, first time around, were kind of slow on the setup, immediately pulled the ult with Razork and then jump onto the back line. So Na'Vi just are scrambling the whole fight to make things work in their favor. This time around, Na'Vi were able to kind of pick off members from Fnatic as they were coming in, and that's where this comp can be a little weak for Fnatic if you give that time to Na'Vi.
Look at Upset playing up. He knows it's Shen or it's full hard commitment from carries into an Encore Seraphine. Like, these are one of the Ezreal games where you just feel free because you can, without maybe the Shen in the way Arcane Shift. You can send yourself up as a body.
But even if he does his cleanse.
Yeah, that's
like
right.
The one time you mess up, it's like, oh, I'm still fine.
That's right. And so, I mean, again, it's a great...
Bije, bije, Vladi. Kažem vam ja, samo da ne izinta, samo da ne napravi grešku i to je to, to je sve. Pa koji će nešto menjati 100%.
Maybe with all the tension from Na'Vi, they're going to stop it from taking a little bit more. Thor goes to half HP only.
Yeah, I think this is just the first hit, right? You can see Sobro's now set up the push on top side. They're going to go for the quick reset. They kind of push out the lanes again and then have multiple members collapse on mid to take it down. So I still like this again from Fnatic. Like, they're slowly growing the gold lead, 3.5k. There hasn't really been any like full sends. They're just slowly and incrementally growing the lead, knowing that they win in sides, they win in slow fights, so don't need to overforce anywhere.
So that's what's keeping the game patient for now. Minute 10 till Baron, ignore that for the time being. We've got Dragon in 3. Na'Vi will be on 3 if they manage to secure that one as well. And speaking of how they fight, I mean, Poby went Rod of Ages, scaling build here as Sobro is about to ulti Sam D. He's in trouble. He's got 2 items, but this Kai'Sa mid with only an exhaust flashes away preemptively from the Purgatory. Sobro doesn't have to, or rather he did. I missed that off screen, ladies and gentlemen. It was an ult from each soul owner, actually. And Sobro threw his out here.
But this is the play we're talking about, right? You push it sides after the reset and meet your group on mid. Like, this is what you want to see from Fnatic. And, like, for Fnatic, these are now the team that I'm keeping my eyes on to see if they can make it to Worlds, right? Like, they have this game against Na'Vi, they have Vitality, and then they have Giant X to finish.
Yep.
Like, with the way that Fnatic have been playing recently, like, I expect them to do very well over the next couple of series, and I'm really hoping that this continues, because Fnatic have massively impressed me over the last little while.
And also, as a confirmation, Fnatic winning this series is what I was saying earlier. It does feel like the Thor is going to be the boundary, and it's with the craziness of yesterday and the day before, this whole weekend, that now Fnatic have a chance to make playoffs with a win in this series. That is crazy to me, by the way. I mean, that's just so wild because, again, the start of this split was crap. Yep. And then now Fnatic were like, hang on a minute, this is a top 16. Maybe they could go even further. What a world we live in.
It's crazy to see, though, because as you say, like, some of the series this split have been a bit wonky. So it's nice to be able to hold on to Fnatic and go, hang on, like, we're seeing you really start to rise. And honestly, like, as an analyst, it's great to see. Like, I just love watching good League of Legends, and a lot of that is starting to come from Fnatic in these times. Still, obviously, things to improve on, don't get me wrong, but I'd much rather see a team raising up than falling down.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's what our whole job's about, building these teams up. You know.
Ne si rago, taguj me, čoveče. Dovoljno si ovdje da znaš kako tagovanje radi.
Criticism and the mistakes of teams. That's why, again, this early game, it has been calling out Fnatic's success. 45 seconds to see if they can stop the small pit of success that's been built up slowly by Na'Vi. Third Dragon on the way, 40 seconds stag to 2 items across the board, really. Shadow Flame for the fed Vladdy, who needs a big Purgatory, with Stride Breaker for Razork, who's going to fly in. I see a Kai'Sa with 2. I see Poby cresting upon Shadow Flame as well.
But even look at the way that Fnatic have set up the map, right? Vladdy pushes out top, he moves mid to then cover on the mid wave. As Upset, Razork, and Lospa actually start to attack Poby in that bottom side, if you're Navi, you have no idea now where the hell Fnatic are because they've swept out all vision on the bottom side. You haven't seen Sobro in a little while as well, so you're kind of a little bit cautious. And Poby even backing all the way out means that now again 3 seconds until.
LFL sam video, da, video sam pirate. Mislim i Spooky i Stefan. I jedna i druga ekipa mislim su jako lepo igrali LFL što je dosta dobro.
Roulette going to be backed off. They have full information now. As you said, this is a solo Drake. This stops the stacking. And all they'll get in return is that push in of the wave as Na'Vi is 4 back off this top side.
I love that Vladdy stopped his reset there. No members of Na'Vi showing on the map or any of the waves, so he was like...
Rago, da. Mislim, kad god radim led sam za kompom, tako da slobodno što god vam treba dok radim led, Discord je otvoren. Imam 3 monitora, na jednom je chat i YouTube, na drugom je led i na trećem imam Discord, tako da...
No, he used it for a Dragon Eye suit. Oh, but maybe not.
I mean, it's up now. Maybe the timing wasn't right, but regardless, Gromp was stolen back, so...
Yeah, but also, Nature TP'd in. So now Vladdy's alone with his top tower, and Losp is there to cover. So even though Razork was a little overextended, he gets out, doesn't really have to invest much, and it's Na'Vi who actually blow the bigger timer on the play.
Getting some damage on his sneaky production. Yeah, Upset has just been chilling away, hasn't he? While Poby has been the poke machine. Has been trying to find out Razork as we saw in the previous play. Now, Dragon is in 4 more minutes. We are on a slow...
A nemam donacije na lecu. Toga nemam. Nešto ide na TV direktno.
I mean, I use the word bazooka for these comps, and honestly, with all this dive, I mean, you could say it about both sides to a degree. How the hell do we get to late game with these comps? Because they're just
Bro, ovi monitori su stariji mnogo, ali na neku foru i dalje se drže. Samo imaju oni burn-in ponekada, ne znam koji je najbolji način to da čistim. Kad pustim nešto jako tamno na ekranu, tipa neki crni window ili nešto, onda ima malo, nije burn, ne znam kako se to zove. Kad onako ostane slika na monitoru. Dobro, nemaju za Hena. Pa Nocturne toliko malo radi bez Orijane, baš je bolesno. A to je Sobar od oca. Šta me treba da ide na World? Nebitno je, ne, ovaj sad split je najbitniji. Ovaj sad split je najbitniji.
The paranoia fly in. Razork has done that a couple of times, and he takes a while to die or just doesn't hit the floor. Baron goes down. Again, impressing as this game is walking away from Na'Vi. Look at the replay. Razork just sends it after a good bit of poke.
But this is the thing, Roulette tries to look for the all-in, because he's like, oh, Lost, but maybe he's overextended. The Encore comes down, Roulette takes a ton of damage from Upset, and immediately Na'Vi are like, hang on, actually, we don't want this anymore. Sober with the TP on the flank, and even though he doesn't connect with the public execution, he just flashes in, knows he's got the damage, knows there's no lock-up there for him, so it's free to run around as he pleases. Same with Vladdy, just finishing off main tier there.
Ja chillam, znate mene. Znate mene, uvek chillam. Malo peckam leca, večeras malo peckam u Solokiju, polako se popunjava turnir. Imam i s tim neke posliće, nešto malo moram da rešavam, ali nije ništa strašno ovih dana, tako da...
So far, so good. I'll comment on what I see.
Ajmo lagani chill.
Are actually just kind of out-handsing and out-moving Na'Vi through these 25 minutes.
Out-handsing?
I still think it will take a little bit for Fnatic to close it out, just because like this Baron, you should get the outer turrets. Right. Then you've got to go and get another Baron, because like this is the downside of like a triple melee topside is you just don't siege particularly well. So it's going to be this taking this tower, fall back for Dragon.
Koga inače u Srbiji nema. Tako da ako si u Sloveniji ili Hrvatskoj, mislim da je sad tamo.
Yeah, unfortunately the downside of the comp that Fnatic has.
Vladdy hovering in between here with his Baron buff. He already got bot pushed up, using that soul ignition maybe to go between lanes. Main to defending, getting the push out himself while mid continues to be sieged. Na'Vi have given up this turret. They know they can't. Paranoia is going to be used on top of the head. Grim deliverance from Roulette. Razork already sent, and then the public execution follow-up.
Ne, nije ni u Srbiji, nema.
Well executed as Dragon in 45.
Ići kod nas valjda u nekom trenutku sam, ne? Nešto. Trebalo bi. Što način gledam ove game i u fazonu sam ja sam ovu skriptu čitao. Ko ne Squid Game, I've played these games before. Fnatic ide na Worlds, pa što sam rekao. Samo će Fnatic duđu u top 4 i otići na Worlds.
Not quite the numbers advantage they would like.
Bit of poke that is sending them away on the side of Na'Vi. Scared of this Ezreal as well as there goes Inner. Ashen Pursuit used to clear the rest of the wave. As I said, Dragon's coming up in 15. Inner's down.
And look at the Red Bull Baron power play. A 3.6k gold lead off of it. Now you just get to spend all that. 3.5 items coming across for upset. Vladdy just finished off the Zhonya's. Like, you have so much gold that you've just gotten that you should just be able to turn and burn onto this dragon. If I'm Na'Vi, I don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole. I'm just...
Ne. Znači, 3 ekipe iz Evrope idu na Worlds. Jedna ekipa je G2, jedna ekipa je KC i treća ekipa će biti Fnatic. Jer ko im je konkurencija? Na'Vi, Vitality i to je to. Šta Na'Vi i Vitality? A evo, gledajte šta se ovdje događa. Znači, realno nema šta.
They still want to contest though. Sobro is teleporting into this. Na'Vi have position on the dragon. How heavily do you think he can fight this Fnatic?
Public execution, maybe some kills.
Pavle ugašeno je, odavno je ugašeno. U Hrvatsku ima, da, u Hrvatsku ima. U Srbiji su ugasili sam. Mislim u Srbiji...
Alright, it turns out if Razork full sends this, that's actually the play, so... They don't connect with either Vladdy's ult, and then Razork ends up incredibly deep here. The equalizer preventing the rest of Fnatic from really following up, but you end up completely isolated here with Lostman upset on one side, and then the rest of Fnatic not really in a position to defend them.
Događa se Fnatic Grief, zašto mora da postoji neki plotist, ali Fnatic će vinati seriju, lagano. Sve je chill, ništa se ne brinite. Malo upsi, razumete, Fnatike, nisam rekao da će pobjediti na Worlds, samo sam rekao da će da odu. To što će poslije neki NRG iz Amerike da nas nalupa, to je druga stvar, to nije bitno. Ajde se brinite ništa. To su sve sitni detalji, što bi se reklo.
A Baron flip would be a way to come back into this game, first of all. Ocean Soul also for Xin Zhao's brother. I don't know who Zahan is. Is he brother?
No, he's
Killer?
the darker form of him.
Really?
Yeah.
So Xin Zhao 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Xin Zhao sacrificed himself so the Kinku could survive and then became Zahen.
The who?
The Kinku.
The Kinku.
Kinku? Zahen? Lore?
The order that Shen.
What?
Sorry, I just thought that sounds like a fun monastery, to be quite honest. So, yeah, Xin Zhao's brother. Sorry, Xin Zhao Part 2. As I'm now learning. Sorry, guys. Look, honestly, I can't.
There's a whole comic in
I can't
you know?
read Dagda. I choose to read other. I'm stuck on the OSRS wiki, mate. That's the only reading I'm doing these days.
That's just mostly numbers.
Bro, that's a lot of reading in there. A lot of numbers. We're setting up for Baron.
Jedan Ocean Drake je okej, Ocean Soul je dosta druga priča.
Hitting the mark there with his Zhonya's. Eternal Hunger makes 4 for upset. He's got the Shojin on top of that as well with a bell. So there's a lot of saving grace that comes out of Losper for upset 2 to stack on with the bell I just mentioned. But Dagda, there is a team fighting Kai'Sa. Sam D went for the Renan's third. There looks to be an IE coming 4th with that build so far. So Sam D going down the path of more aggressive AD. As Na'Vi do have the damage here to contest, even though they're behind.
Yeah, I don't know if they have position though. Mainter is still in bot side, no vision. Walking into this blind is dangerous, especially this separated. Paris will at least get a ward, but I think it'll be gone before Relech can even get there. Yeah, they're just going to back away.
Paranoia just in case as well. That's not used for a target, that's used to keep Na'Vi away. Baron number 2 goes to Fnatic. They still hold control in this game as Paris tries to get an angle over the wall. True Shot Barrage dodged away from. Red buff is the defense that Relech manages quite easily. Na'Vi still looking for an angle, but Fnatic are not willing to give it to them this time.
Yeah, they just want Na'Vi to have to work for these, because you can already see the push coming in on top side for Vladdy. They're having Sobro push in mid as well. So as long as they can keep all members of Na'Vi in vision, at least Fnatic have a bit more of an idea of how...
Ne znam, ne. Samo vam kažem da će NH nas dobiti na brzo sigurno, aj što sam rekao. To se događa, to se garantovano događa. Samo je pitanje koja je ne ekipa. A gledajte, u suštini će kad pogledate sve Navi bolje skelovati, jer imaju manju marginu greške. Jer Ezreal možda promaši skillshot, Lok može jednom greškom napravi i samo da bude useless. Tako da Navi će skelovati bolje, ali... Znaš, 32. minut, 7000 golda, koliko je to u stvari sad faktor, nisam baš 100% siguran.
I don't really think you got much in the tank left to save it. Big shockwave from Poby is all you're really hoping for if you're a Navi fan.
Well, a 3-item Orianna, maybe with the Crypt Bloom can do it, but that turret's almost dead, so it might be at another structure that Poby has to defend their might. And here it goes. Next push coming in. Baron still has a minute 40 here. And Inhibitor turret dies. Inhibitor up next. Poby still on the safeguard edge of dropping that ball down and finding the return. Remarkable ulti. Onto Vladdy, he won't be there. Roulette tried to dive in, but how does he get on out now? Upsets poke imminent. Half HP for the enemy Zahen that Fnatic have to deal with. As top turret is going to be up next as they continue the siege.
They still have another 2 waves of this at least as Fnatic to try and deal with, so it feels like all these towers on the top side should fall as well. There is a wave that's starting to conga line its way down to that bot lane inhibitor, but Fnatic, I thought they'd keep it up with 30 seconds until Dragon, but looks like Soul they are way...
Pizil guma, ma nebitno je. Brate, kad je carry-a support, ne postoji tuga.
Triple Soul Nails, auto attack, lovely. Vladdy gonna have his 4th item. We're gonna have a Void stuff here from the... Yeah, there it is. So, Void now picked up from the lock.
Sorry, that chicken was never gonna die upset.
I mean, look. That's the strongest bit of KFC I've ever seen. Dragon gonna go down. Fnatic have no contest here. So, I mean, I've got to give props to Na'Vi on their defense. They're not overcommitting for these objectives. They're like, yo, Baron, what are they gonna do? Get an inhibitor, but they can't end the game. You know, like we still have Shen, we still have Shockwave, they hold on to their tools. Mainta drops the ult in the previous play, but it wasn't followed up, it wasn't over egregiously sent with all ultis just trying to fish.
And that's why I think actually cracking that top inhibitor was probably a little bit more valuable for Fnatic. But here we go.
But what are they going to do with it? They turn the lights off to dive in. Encore is going to fly in from Lost, but True Shot Rush hits Mainta. He's low. Sobro targeted out. It's a one-man shockwave, but it's enough. Grim Deliverance flies in. Relax flashes in. Ori at Rush. He's about to get into revive as well.
Fnatic, please. Fnatic, još 2 ovakva fajta, izgubili ste game. Još 2 ovakva fajta i gotovo je. Pa naskilovali su oni već samo. Mislim, sad zavisi koliko Fnatic inta. Čak možda ne i 2 fajta, možda još jedan ovakav fajt i Fnatic je odskelovan. Nisam najsigurniji.
And then as the speed ups coming through from Poby to turn it on to upset as well. Navi, as you say, will get 2 towers off of this and decent amount of gold, but we'll see it here. So Razor turns out the lights, but under the tower, like, you're never really going to dive this. So Relech sees his moment, jumps onto Sobro, gets the pullback, Shockwave immediately to help follow up. And then he gets the speed up as well with the flash forward to just chase down onto upset. Sam D repositioning to help finish off the Fnatic AD carry.
And Dagny, you said it in draft, I'm going to bring it up again. Like, if Relech is able to carry, if Relech is able to get set up, well, he wasn't like set up in terms of resources this game. But Poby has items. Oh, let's Dissonance. We're going to give him Command Protect. We've also got a Shen shield there as well. Like, let's make sure he can go fast. And Relech says, aye, Captain. There's the gold graph. It is becoming a classic mountainous range that seems to be on the descent here again. 2,000, the only lead for Fnatic. Soul point still there for Na'Vi. 3 minutes to find that decider, as Na'Vi are actually out on the map this time.
But that's the thing, I prefer this for Fnatic when Na'Vi are out on the map. When you're in your own base, it's much more difficult to get those multiple flank angles we're talking about and have that dive really be effective. And that's basically what Na'Vi were playing about as they huddled underneath their tower. Now when they're out on the map, it becomes a little bit easier for Fnatic to try and find them. And that's why we're seeing Na'Vi sticking as these core units, not wanting to let one person get isolated because of how quickly a level 18 Nocturne can jump on top of you. Same when you look at Vladdy, there's so much burst damage if someone is left on their own.
Još jedan fight i to je to. Kajsa je problem veliki. To ono što sam rekao da može da Kajsa pivoti u full AD build. Meni se ovaj build mnogo sviđa na Kajsi. U teoriji mogu je da igra full AP ovaj build, jer nema puno sustina s druge strane svakako. Mislim ima ok heal, nije... Mislim da je full AP build radio posao, ali Samdi Bukvalno sam može da iznese ovu partiju.
Yeah, Navi just kind of have the safety on at the moment, though. The fact that you don't have that flash for Relech makes it very difficult for him to try and do the same play that we just saw, right? So, again, I think it has to be misposition mistakes from Fnatic that Navi punish. Paris does have that flash. That could be one. Poby with the shockwave could be two.
Don't get poked out by upset. Has to be a hidden third as well, because while the poke does land from Sam D, that is not an AP Kai'Sa. He is all about dueling in these team fights. As Fnatic hold left side of the vision core right now. True Shot Barrage tags Paris and Mainta. Relech looks for an angle. He sees Razork, but Razork has a GA. He can buy time as Poke still does a little bit here from Sam D, but Na'Vi now group up.
The minion waves are about to hit on both side lanes. That's why. As soon as they hit, you've got low towers that Na'Vi will have to go and defend. Mainta already backing off to go for that top side. So that's the call as Paris takes a good chunk of damage with Fnatic on Baron.
Is it enough for them to pull off? Poby walks into river with Relech. Baron is being twirled around for the time being. Paranoid turns off the lights. Swemby is still encore. Lands on two as well. Public execution from Sobro. It flies on.
Ujoj! Ojoj, izgubili su game. Bro, kakav equalizer, Oriana ih je prekrstila sa shockwaveom. Mogu završi game, Vladi nije bacio zoniju. Hvala Casteru, brate, shockwave sam dobio fight. Koliko je Shockwave sam pobedio game ovdje. Bukvalno je sam pobedio game s jednim Shockwaveom.
You can see the top lane's already got inhibitor turrets. Top lane's already gone down. Probably use the bottom one as well. But we'll see here. So Fnatic don't decide to pull off. I think they could have let the minions do the work. There goes the tower. But you see, Lostba gets the charm. Everyone jumps in on top of this. But watch the shockwave. 4 members. Then the equalizer. The damage rips through them as, hang on a second, Poby.
Poby's in the middle of no man's land, but Sandy's
Što Poby, šta radi Razork?
Razork's gonna die as well.
Brata, mogu da radilo na solo queue, Razork chill. Oj, šta rade? I daje mu stakove međaja. Mislim, Fnatic izgubio ovaj game. Da, Fnatic izgubio ovaj game. To je taj jedan fight, gotovo je.
Poby hits an insane shockwave. Mainta layers it down. We come back to live. Samdy's that confident. He just striked a pose. And that's Ocean Soul for Na'Vi. You know what? Never glaze the early game. Early game doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, look, Fnatic had a fantastic early game, and they should have been able to close this one out, but it's the lack of patience that came back to bite them. We'll see here is, yeah, Razork thought he had a moment.
It's a rod of ages, Oriana, though.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough to get through this. Sam D in the wings, the exhaust as well being clutch alongside that heal for Paris. But Fnatic didn't have to immediately do the Baron. If they just pulled away from that, they were in a great spot. Again, very difficult for Na'Vi to engage, so that's your benefit, is being able to pull back. But by committing to the Baron, they end up losing the fight. And if they just left, they would have got, you know, your top inhibitor went down to minions. Okay. The bot inhibitor tower fell as well. That was your goal. Like, Fnatic, that was what you needed Baron to do anyway.
And now Fnatic are in the losing position. They're on the defensive path. These outers are being taken out. And it was bot, then mid, now top. Inner was under threat. They're being taken out in other lanes.
A postoji razlog što je Oriana uvek first pick. I zašto je toliko contested. Mislim, Oriana je prejaka, samo iz druge strane Fnatic ne smije tu da stane, pa igraš protiv Oriane. Samo nemoj se drži za ruke u fajtu.
All that gold steaming into their base has now given them breath of light as well.
Yeah, Na'Vi just don't really have a lot of pressure on the map right now, though, because that inhibitor topside went down. Like, they were trying to push through that top lane and keep the super creeps out of their base. But it's very hard to get a tower into super creeps. Yeah. Especially when you don't have Baron. So I think this is, again, basically back to stalemate, right? And this game all relies on, can Na'Vi once again find that big engage? Or is it just going to be Fnatic who can kind of, again, play out through moving around the lackluster engage that Na'Vi has and find those big access to the backline? But at this stage, like, your full build for Sam D, like, he's in a very good spot. Now, obviously, the 4K gold lead not meaning a huge amount at this stage because he's hit full build, upset very close to it as well. But still, like, you have firepower on this Na'Vi side at this stage.
Definitely do. And so, I want to state out there, we need to see something from Vladdy first of all, because this lock, I think, has either been invisible or we've seen Fnatic's front line die a little bit quicker. Sobro and Razork obviously have to make the play with Losper, who accelerates from the heels with something like that encore. But Fnatic had the tools, they had the weapons, they had the damage. And it's been stagnated by Na'Vi. 4,000 gold lead. As we said, gold is getting less and less relevant, but still at this point in the game, it is completing item builds. We have 145 for Baron. Elder is not in the same vein category right now, where Baron, number 4, by the way, is spawning with about a 2-minute buffer zone.
Yeah, Bloody is very far away from that, the Rabadon's death cap as well.
Yeah.
Gde smo bestili? Evo, chillamo ga.
Until he finishes it,
Chillamo malo uz lec. Danas nešto sa Lujem rešavao. Otišli do veterinara, nije ništa strašno, ali samo čisto da se malo prekontroliše. Otišli do perionice za pse koja se zatvorila pre 10 dana, mi nismo ni znali, tako da su malo prepešačili. Pola Karabur me ničem izazvano. Ali nema veze, malo bar na vazduhu otišli, tako da evo što čovjek se žali.
Maybe? I don't know. I'm not gonna...
Mage's eyes? Yeah. Whoa. That's kind of cool.
Kasteri su najjači.
I don't know but that's I'm just sat with that for a little bit. So, yeah, those Mage's eyes, they're 15 stacks.
Mage's eyes.
Poby's got so much AP right now, despite, again, going for a more scaling, a more, let's call it supportive build for lack of a better word right now, but, you know, we are not blasting someone out of the waters with Shockwave, but you scale to that point where it doesn't matter anyway. Where
I think at this stage you're doing so much damage.
Yeah.
Like the Shadow Flame versus Rabadons, maybe there was an argument to get Rabadons and then you kind of have at least a little bit more burst damage, but it's a fairly squishy comp from Fnatic, so if you are hitting people, you are blowing people up, and we saw in that last engagement that once you got that
teško, možda, ne znam.
So I'm like, it is Poby, Ultimate, Paris, Flash Engage, or Relech Flash Engage that will win Na'Vi this game.
Now they don't have TP from an Ambassador as well. So as Mainta comes to the play, this will be a 5 versus 4 until Home Guards bring Soboro
Gdje si, Marenci?
to the forefront of the battle. Baron's now up, a minute 30.
Taman posla. Ja normalno streamujem, Marenci. Kako subota bio game night, u petak sam igrao solo queue, nedelju off koji svake nedelje. Ništa se nije, sve ostaje po istom. Ponedeljak je solo queue stream. Ništa se menjalo nije što se toga tiče. Ne, moram solo queue, nisam igrao 3 dana solo queue. Morao se klikće to.
SMD's going to deal with the mid one, but you said it, Poby's going to go towards top. Na'Vi are pinging towards Baron. They're looking to leech off the vision now and take some of their own. They clear out, they maintain control ward supremacy. And Na'Vi have to walk back in, so the push and pull right now of the game, Fnatic use.
But the Fnatic didn't use their timer there. Poby just got to walk top, immediately clear out the wave, and then move back to the rest of the team. So there's no point of pressure for Fnatic on the nap anymore. I think they needed to kind of look for a way to pull the trigger there, or use the fact that Poby was drawn to the top side to try and look for...
Miloše, u subotu u 4. Mislim da čak i piše na challenge modu, ako se ne varam. Ja mislim da piše, ako odeš na challenge mod tamo kad prijavljuješ ekipu, mislim, možda i ne piše, nemam pojem, ali znam da je u 4. A došli su ove sezone renameovali na EULCS, tako da nije lec. Kajsa radi previše. Kajsa s ovim buildom samo radi previše. Baš radi previše. Da, zato što je fora, zašto se ranije, Led se ranije zvao EULCS, sad zbog onog classic launcha i svega toga, mislim su ga malo na nostalgiju odradili. Mislim, ovaj game Na'Vi je samo outscalovao, nema šta. Fnatic je imao 2 greške, napravili su 2 greške i to je to. Mislim, Fnatic je kriv, ovo je bio njihov game. Ovo je 300% njihov game bio, samo su bacili 2 fajta za redom i vidi u tom trenutku, mislim... Ono, unlucky šta da radiš, ali ne smeš da bacaš... Mislim, ne smeš sa 6-7k gold ide da baciš toliko fajtova. Ne, sad sve manje bitno sad.
it has to deal with themselves for Fnatic. Relech turns around though, and you called it in the fight. Like the burst damage just wasn't quite coming through quick enough. The healing from the Ocean Soul doing a lot of work, and then Navi able to pull back. They find the fight, and Fnatic kind of left head scratching at this stage.
We start fight, cannot lose.
We start fight, cannot lose. True that.
Start fight cannot lose je legitimna priča. Ali da, večeras ću igrati Solokija sigurno, poslije ćemo da vidimo ako budem išta nakon, ali mislim da ću igrati Solokija vjerovatno cijeli stream. Jer sam provalio da streamujem Solokiju, mislim da mi je sad raspored postao donekle učestal, da kažeš. Streamujem Solokiju 4 puta nedeljno, jedan dan nedelje mi obično bude off, subota Patreon Game Night, nedelja Movie Night. To je otprilike sad neka da kažeš rutina što tiče streamova.
But Relech will keep the buffed up minions so they don't die, so they can translate this push into a mid-inner turret as well. Or rather inhib, excuse me. And Na'Vi, look, they're going to break open the base. But will they take a little bit more? Elder Dagger, I think it's got about a minute, maybe 30 seconds left. One more wave. Relech decides to send it in. Grim Deliverance. He's got nothing to lose. Trying to get into his GA. He disengages. Sandy already sends it in. But Shockwave helps seal the deal as well. I don't think that one landed. As Paris gets poked on out, but now onto the Nexus turrets. Na'Vi have 4 members.
Sam dio odigrao lepo. Ili build. Ali ovo je, kažem, ovo je 300% Fnaticov lose. I dalje mislim da Fnatic može se vratiti u ovu seriju. Iskreno. I dalje mislim da Fnatic može se vratiti u ovu seriju.
An insane turnaround from Na'Vi. Fnatic looked like they had this in the bag, but Desk break down that comeback.
Honestly, gentlemen, I'm not even sure where to begin. But let's begin where it ended, actually. Let's talk about once the comeback was brought to fruition, the final moments where it really looked like Fnatic might be able to find a good fight, but it did not happen. That Elder Dragon fight was a backbreaker.
It really was, because it really felt like Na'Vi just missed their engage. It felt like nothing was hitting. The moment the Shen ult misses, the Rumble ult misses, and the Orianna ult just only catches Razor.
Ne znam, jako mi je nevjerovatno da je Fnatic ovo uspio da izgubi, ali svako, imamo 10 minuta pauze pa ćemo se družimo, ljudi moji. Tu smo odmah nakon pauze, tako da ostanite s nama, 10 minuta pauze i onda se možda Fnatic vraća u ovu seriju, valjda.
And combine that with the healing from the Ocean Soul, combine that with the block from the Spirit's Refuge of Shen, and just the shielding out from Orianna, Fnatic just didn't have the damage
and there was
to finish it.
There was no lockdown either. Once you got that one kill, usually it's reset city for Log. You would think that the Log, especially with how much AP he had at that point, that he would be able to clean up, but the fact that there's just no lockdown available on the side of Fnatic just made that comeback fight that it really felt like it was going to go Fnatic, not go their way.
How did Na'Vi do this, though? Oof. They were certainly assisted by Fnatic. We can't mince words there. But it's just fight after fight after fight. And while you consider it, let's just watch some of these fights back. I don't need you to break them down for me, but I do need to understand how did this happen? How did this comeback happen?
It really felt like at this point, Fnatic thinks they're winning. You're at a point in the fight where you're saying, oh, they're all dead, let's just overextend, let's just fight them. But it felt like this was the first time where Na'Vi are showing their teeth and showing what they got, because this following one, the ball on the floor, again, you got the Nasher, you killed Rilich. You can just choose to back off now, but you get the wombo combo over there, and at this point Fnatic knows, oh, we are screwed.
I mean, the Pober Shockwave found them all completely, and it felt like when you play League of Legends, you have I think, because we sat backstage and we were talking about, wow, Fnatic is playing super clean, super nice League of Legends, as we watch the Shockwave. But in the end, when you play good League of Legends, you still have to play good League of Legends to finish the game out. You can't just take your feet off the pedals and assume the game is going to finish. Look at that absolute damage share. In the middle of that game, he had like a 50% damage share, the highest I've ever seen from AD carry on Ezreal. But it wasn't enough. The damage from the Ambessa, the Nocturne, while they were trying to dive as a three-man unit, they just never reached the carries of Na'Vi.
My big takeaway from this showcases a great, how to say, imbalance when it comes to the way these teams have adapted, because you have on one hand Fnatic, they had the gold, they had small amount of tools, but they didn't really adapt as the game went on to, oh, we need to approach this situation differently, we need to poke a little bit more, we need to be there first. While on the side of Na'Vi, as time went on, more and more fight, they were getting more and more confidence, and they were saying, oh, well, this sort of engage works. We can have Village, even with low amounts of engage, do this little wombo combo where he catches someone, he becomes our main point of engage. But that was the big differentiating factor for me between these two teams.
Yeah, and when we look at the draft, I think there were question marks on both sides as to what we were actually going to see here. Some questions around the Seraphine, if it was really the right call here. Nocturne obviously can be tricky without that conventional CC pairing like the Orianna. And Na'Vi, look, when you're a team that has struggled sometimes to close out games, you're not drafting a bunch of hard CC. I, at the very least, get quite nervous.
Yeah, I mean, neither team had an easy to execute draft. The burden of execution was on both teams this game, and it kind of came down to me, comfort. Like, I think Na'Vi was very comfortable knowing that Reledge needs to get his third item. We can team fight with this Zahen, even though we don't find the perfect engage. As long as Fnatic doesn't one-shot this Zahen, he will eventually stack up that passive, get the reset, not the reset, but like the respawn when it dies, if needed. And it felt like Reledge just became this demon in these later team fights because Fnatic's damage just at one point just ran out.
Exactly. You saw as the game went on, the way Fnatic was getting those leads in the early game, it didn't really matter what champions you had because it was just, oh, you're punishing mistakes and stuff like this. But when the game slows down, when the nerves get there and you feel the pressure that any mistake can lead to the end of the game, that's when the game slows down, and that's where you saw the Lock, who was 1 million kills, did almost the lowest amount of damage in the game.
Look, it is tough, right? Because it does feel like in a game of League of Legends, if you're up 7k gold, every fight is a good fight. Doesn't matter how you play it. But really, the testament to if you can play a champion in a composition is can you do it from a close to even game state, and also it's like really early snowball focused, right? But it didn't feel like Fnatic understood, and to the point you made earlier, Odo, it doesn't really feel like they adapted. Now, I want to throw a little bit of shade here,
okay?
For the Lock mains out there, because I know that they were angry. Because the greatest player in EU West solo queue by a gajillion LP or whatever did some oopsies in this game. And I'm not going to break down the individual mechanics. I'm going to keep it really simple for you. Production, I think we need to roll the clip. It's a very simple thing to remember. Remind me, boys, how does Lock get stacks?
I mean, he left the car keys at home right now. He just forgot to pick them up. They were lying there on the counter. When you kill someone with the Lock ults, it drops on the floor. You can walk over the little relic, and you get increased execution from your ult, and it reduces the cooldown. It's a lot of good things, and yeah, Vlad forgot to do it.
And remind me, Finn, in that last team fight when Shen survived, I think he was missing the execution threshold by pretty much 1 or 2%.
Not a lot.
Which is probably the best cue for you to have picked up those car keys beforehand.
All I'm saying is, you got to pick it up. It's not even like Eye of the Herald. It's like 60 seconds, 90 seconds. It's not 20.
Until the ult comes back up.
Yeah,
So
until he refreshes.
You have a year, my guy.
Yeah.
It's a little thing. You're not going to get to play Lock again, but come on. Just walk over the ult and pick it up. That said, probably not the #1 point of feedback coming out in the review. Maybe we'll get more insight from Odo as we head to a quick break. In the meantime, we'll see you soon for Game 2 as our casters get ready.
Bloody, but you're beautiful, don't worry, okay?
Thank you, my love.
Oh, you're beautiful.
Thank you, my love, yeah. My dear.
Look, guys, go. Look at Ori. Oriana.
Guys, my ult is defensive. Look here.
Anyone? Oriana no flash.
Double campaign, keep it
That's it, boys, that's it.
Yeah. Seraphine ult. I'm fine. Yeah, CCJ. He's dead. Go more. I am ulti kayısı can jump in. He's in no flash. He's spinning. Towers.
Just the tower. Came in there. Hit tower.
Oh, good job, guys. Bad guys.
Brother, let me try.
Wait.
Brother, let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna. It's very hard.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown sits on. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together with
Welcome back to the LEC, where negativity is not on. Anyone who talks about throwing games or that LEC teams can't close out with a lead, they're going to get banned. Twitch chat, broadcast, anyone, no one's allowed to talk about it anymore. We are happy people, and god damn do we love comebacks in our league.
That is the most terrifying smile I've ever seen on his face. Yeah, Navi, I mean, bringing it back. And look, for Navi, they're going to be happy with that. The fact that you're sitting at 3 or 4, again, the battle to get to top 4 is still available for both these sides. So having that come back there could be pretty crucial to seeing them make that top 4.
And if they make top 4 off this, if this is a 2-0 now, not only would I lol, but I would just be Ruffle LeMayo.
especially because Navi have like Fnatic and Giant X left, right? So like, they really want to start picking up the pace with these. Like, it is a tough one for Navi to get up into the top 4 spot, but I mean, taking a game off Fnatic, then trying to take a game off of their opponents later on as well is going to be super important here.
Vladdy didn't know what Lock did, and he got an early lead, and he didn't do much with it. I just don't remember seeing that guy in fights. Oriana's now down though, and that thing did do a lot in fights on the side of Navi. So with Jace and Jarvan gone, we're just getting rid of the core champions that cause problem and ruckus on Summoner's Rift.
Evo nas nazad. Game broj 2. Da vidimo da li ekipa Fnatica može da se vrati nazad, ili ćemo pak da vidimo kako Navi završava ovu seriju. Iskren da budem, nisam siguran. I ne znam stvarno šta da očekujem.
Maybe you're looking at things like the Pantheon as well if you really want to try and get that early pressure, but we'll see what the answer is here for Ledge.
Nekako, kažem, mislim da bi ovo stvarno trebala bude Fnatic, ova cijela ova serija, mislim su oni favorit, ali kako su odigrali prvi game, koliko mogu njima da verujem. Ne znam da li Jax radi u to.
We've even seen if you really want to get spicy. People playing Camille into it as well. Zeus bringing that out. So seems to be a few more options there. So I like the Lucian Milio in an isolated position here, right? Like, it's pretty strong. The problem is you can kind of opt in towards like the Yunara Lulu as an answer if you want to, and then you've got Olaf with a Lulu. You potential for a Zinzao here as well. I assumed it would end up being banned away in the next rotation, but I do like that you can kind of like play for this style if you really want to, because Lulu plus
ne znam, iskreno ne znam.
seems very strong.
They're listening.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And you
Mislim da ako Fnatic izgubi ove, onda će im biti baš teško to na Worlds. Mislim da mi je ovo kao turbo bitna serija.
And then what? Oh, Olaf gets free reign anyway, and they're on our Yunara. I can just switch targets. Lulu value already quite big as Vladdy's going to go back to a firm favorite in the Rise.
Taking the Rise, though, does mean, as you can see already, they're going to focus the mid lane bans, so that Zinzao may sneak through, or maybe go with Nivea Zinzao as the ban here for Fnatic. I don't think you want to give the Zinzao across with this already. It seems like a very potent combo in the early stage, or sorry, in those skirmishes in the early stages.
But then, let's just come back quickly to mid. If they're going to focus on Nivea, they've also got Syndra to ban, and then they've got Poby, who also plays a little bit of Talia.
Yeah.
And so there are options into the Rise. Syndra is going to go naturally, of course, but Talia with one of those skirmishing junglers.
Oh, Navi bans it out. Interesting.
Oh yeah, I just noticed that. Okay, throw a spanner into the works.
Yeah, I suppose they are second rotation here, so maybe they just thought Fnatic would immediately lock that in.
Lulu Yunara, Lucia Milija mi se sviđa isto.
Yeah.
Skarner, dobro. Neće u tanka da igraju, to je fine.
Maybe very high priority here. That's actually probably why the Zinzao ban. Basically very worried of the Trundle in response. Trundle does well into the Zinzao. Steal the resistances from the Olaf as well. So, okay, Pantheon gonna come through. I actually wouldn't have hated leaving the jungle counter pick and potentially taking the Trundle in the next rotation, because it is just super high value into probably some of these tankier picks, or even some of these team fighting picks that are coming through. But the Wukong going to come through, and Annie to round it out. So at least Wukong, Annie, a pretty staple pick, and something that does very well in engaging these team fights for the rest of them.
He plays it. He plays the Jax. Okay, stop.
Annie će bude vesela.
This is what we want to see.
Ne znam Jaxu Olafa, čovječe. Mislim, ne igram top nešto pretrno pa da mogu da pričam. Nemam pojma.
You know what? There could be blood. There will. And if there is, please go down. But let's look at top. Because realistically, Dagda, every other lane is like, I'm going to try and burst trade you and move. I'm going to use Realm Warp. I'm going to just run as Annie. The 2v2, I'm going to scale. I'm going to duel. But Olaf versus Jax, that is where the money making comes from in this game, no?
Yeah, it's a very exciting matchup. The fact that you have to trade so effectively with this is super interesting. Especially for Jax, it's a lot of like, hey, trying to take the exhaust into the matchup so you can...
Nije fan za Jax. Zato mi je čudno što govore kao, pa da, Soboro pike Jaxa. A razmišljam, rekao, da li to... Mislim, ne zvuči mi da sam Jax da bi se toliko zabavio u Olafa. Kao, okej, imaš Counter Strike u redu, ali Olaf je CC immune, sekira i emu prolaze kroz tvoj Counter Strike, tako da ne zvuči mi kao neki matchup koji kao baš mnogo želiš. Nemam pojma.
And with Sobro taking the Ignite into the matchup too, I think this says they want to try and look for an early play into the top lane.
Ignite versus Exhaust. Okay. By the way, Sobro's also starting D-Blade on Jax, so this is going to be a lot of fun up in top lane as Na'Vi on match point. 4-4 where they would sit is unreal after the way the game one started. We were saying like, oh my god, maybe Fnatic's back. They don't win this series. They're not in playoffs yet.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, early gold lead, it doesn't matter. By the way, I got updated from production as Poby's going to go for a small invade down bot, but Fnatic are just going to stay near the turret. This week, the positive gold difference at 14 is currently 6 wins, 9 losses.
Oh my god.
So the team with an early game gold lead as we get a pause is more likely to lose. 6 to 9. Nice.
That's not the way that stat is supposed to work.
No.
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 Like usually, like I remember looking at the stat a lot when we were in the LPL.
Yeah.
Because we had that massive stats database, and like the bad teams would lose like 60% of their games.
Yeah.
When they had a lead.
Yeah.
This is a negative win rate. That is insane.
That's so crazy. I mean, what's the math? 15 games in total.
Yeah.
And yeah, 6 of them are. Sorry, 9 of them are losses. Okay, well, with that out of the way, Dagger, we are in junglers starting opposite sides of the map this time around. There is a Raptor ward, as you would expect. So Sobro will be pleased with that information. As you see, Wukong probably do a 3-camp clear. Krugs into Raptors after that, maybe back for a longsword, and then go towards his bot side. Samdi and Paris already winning out. Power of Lulu trading.
Sad ćemo da vidimo.
It's kind of weird, like the level 1 for Lulu incredibly strong. Same with Yunara. A huge amount of this matchup is essentially as Upset trying to take quick trades, proc pre-TA, and then get out, but specifically make those trades around when SamD doesn't have that queue up and available. And then obviously with SamD having the lethal tempo, wants to try and extend those trades, use the Lulu slow to make sure you can do just that, and try and find those early advantages. But the level 1 from Lucio Emilio not incredibly strong. In fact, Upset actually missing out on a creep as well, so he doesn't actually have the level 2 quite yet, which is quite handy for Paris and SamD, I will say, but there we go.
First trade in, Upset takes his opportunity, cozy campfire for the sustain. Meanwhile, we look towards Poby and Vladdy in the mid lane, electrocute down Poby, quick burst trades himself, making sure Vladdy doesn't get up timers. This is a great angle, Razork's coming in the nick of time, on top of Samdi's head who might have to flash, but he gets stunned.
Sam nije mrtav sam. Ne flasha, ne. Nema razloga flash. Pametnije je samo da rikneš i da ostaviš flash nego da flashaš, umreš i onda sljedećih 5 minuta free kill. I ovo je kad ja igram bot. Uvek ista priča. 3 kampa u gang bot. Zašto? Zašto da ne?
Fnatic kind of flipping the script there. Razork going bot, getting that lead and opening up for Upset and Lospit to control this lane matchup now.
Nice from Paris though. He interrupted the base from Upset, but the wave is kind of pushing towards Upset now. 2 extra range minions, and now none. Upset's just going to have to clear it out as Paris is just holding the fort. This will be a pushback towards SamD if he chooses, and Upset will try and base again. Maybe if he can.
Yeah, SamD though going to just let this slow crash into him, so then you're going to lose a ton of creeps as Upset off the play, so nicely done by Paris.
G2 je, ako se ne varam, na pamet sad ne izlačim statove, mislim da je 6-1. G2 je izgubio od KC-a kad su igrali u Parizu. Što i ima smisla da kažeš.
Already setting up some vision to make sure that he can spot out when these camps are going to respawn. So I think you got options here as Verlech. If you want to try and punish Razork a bit more with trying to steal away some of these camps, as you're going to be very late on the reset as Razork.
He's just clearing up his wolves, and then there will be the base. Relech opening up on top, double longsword. Sobro so far has been aggressive with his trades. Leap strike into undertow. Mainta trying to lure him in, because Sobro obviously wants this wave, and then the next one that's pushing in.
Lepa igra G2. G2 i KC nabadaju, svi ostali su klimavi. Taka je trenutna situacija, što je okej.
Give him a bit of information, and it's hard to gank a Jax pre-6 Wukong Dagda. He can use Leap Strike, and he's out.
Razork's mid, though. Poby hovering towards this bottom side.
He's going to get movement speed first. Flash for flash. Poby's out for now, and the Molten Shield gives him move speed. Over the wall, Razork trying to cut the angle, but Vladdy does it instead. Double Incinerate, but Poby's still stunned by Razork. This Pantheon making magic happen for Fnatic's early game.
Razork is doing wonders in this early stage. Even Vladdy being able to flash over the wall to just follow up there. Nicely done. And this game now, very firmly in Fnatic's favor, right? Winning mid now with Vladdy picking up that kill. You've got Razork now on the bottom side, can try and like clear out these camps, reset and move into that top side of the map once again, especially as Mainter is coming off of cooldown and that level 6 is about to tick over. Trying to deny that window for Mainter being able to play out the advantage in the matchup is going to be pretty crucial.
I mean, Razork, he had a good...
Kažem ja, mislim, G2 i KC 99% idu na...
The first 3 ults, I remember, were either impactful or used very strategically.
Idu na vrlo, samo je pitanje ko će biti treća ekipa. Fnatic je počeo čak, ja bih rekao, možda i malo bolje. Iskreno, možda i malo bolje.
Some around another early game gold lead, 1000 at the 5-minute mark is exactly what you'd love to see. I've just been told, by the way, that in comparison to my stat before, 6 and 9 is the win-loss for gold difference at 14 for this week. Before that, it's 50 to 20 for week 1 to 4. A normal stat.
Yeah.
As Tibbers comes out. Dagda, that's normal. 50 wins, 20 losses if you had a gold difference at 14. Thank you, Molecule. So yeah, it's been a topsy-turvy week, I think, for the old League of Legends in EU.
Razork is shadowing topside.
Fnatic je prošli game vodio 7000 golda pre nego što su izgubili. 7000 golda su bili ahead. Mislim, kom koji je outscalovan, ali opet sa 7k ne bi trebalo da bude bitno.
So kind of realizing, hang on, I've got a second where I can try and play off of this. Again, though, Razork was just hovering top to make sure that Sobro was going to be able to successfully crash this wave, and there wasn't the timer, because this is where this matchup goes in favor of Mainter. The fact that he has the exhaust, he has the ultimate to bypass the counter-strike, like, it makes this so much more difficult for Sobro, so he has to be very careful he plays this one out.
Hobbies as well is going to help quite a lot. Relech cresting upon level 6, and he is in the top side of the map, but again, Tribrush warded, still warded. I think that leftover ward will expire shortly, as all in the bottom lane, and meanwhile, just Upset trying to test the limit of what he can get burst damage-wise. And First Dragon did go to Na'Vi again. I mean, I think it is just worth mentioning that Na'Vi kind of built that bridge last game, and despite the fact that they were losing, they lent on it, and it was a big factor in them coming back in the game with the Ocean Soul. This time, speaking of objectives, we're going to see Flatty, before going towards Grubs, he's going to use his Realm Warp towards bot. He's polymorph first, and here's the fly from Grand Starfall.
Malo mi je žao botlane Na'Vija, iskreno, ovo ko ja da gledam moj solo queue. I ti, i onda ti kažu, guys, play safe. Play safe. To ti kažu. Pa ti vidiš šta da radiš. Jer oni su ti rekli, play safe. I ti gledaš i u fazonu si... Znaš, nema tu, šta ti tu lepo možeš reći na play safe? Ne, sve okej, just play safe. Ryze ult, Pantheon ult, dobro je što Shen nije bio na topu od ulta bot također. Ali ovo je, mislim, nema šta, Navi, kad se ovo dogodi na botu, samo moraš da napraviš nešto s druge strane mape, mislim, tu nema šta. To je samo kako bi moralo da bude, mislim, nema šta.
And SamD just can't do anything. He has held onto his flash in both these ganks though as well. I don't know about that one, but obviously the first time bit of criticism as Relech baiting in with the clone, now level 6. Cyclone held onto for the time being. Razork is here with a level advantage, and Tunneler with double longsword. Grubs now in focus here as Fnatic want a piece of the pie.
Yunara doesn't have control over top though, and they kind of like the Jax in this fight. If he's able to get there, is Polymorph keeps Razork off of powers for the moment.
Building up the Mortal Will. Wants the enhanced Aegis Assault once again. Grub's going to be dragged over. Sobro sitting on a ward. Fnatic are in a warded brush. Poby's here with no flash, but still with stun up and available. Smite first.
Dobro, duše sam ti igrao dobar prošli game, pa se odluči da mu ne daju da igra ovaj. Ja guess da je to legitimna priča skroz. Ne možeš ništa im kažeš. Realno je dobar strat.
As Relech regains control.
Mainter dipped into Fog of War, so Fnatic didn't want a full contest when they didn't know where the Olaf was. He's just walking back to bot lane now to catch this wave. We should just get push in top for Na'Vi now, and then the reset to your more standard lanes.
But is this greedy staying for the crab? Relech is going to need some help. Loffer gets a kick, rather doesn't hit it. Smite comes through now. Flash Cyclone. It's Vladdy who's greedy. Has to flash away. Second part of the Cyclone incoming as Razor's already found the sun, but Paris is just the lure. He puts a shield on himself as Vladdy re-engages. Flash away from Paris so he doesn't spread the disease of the Rise Q. But Relech match the flash with an ulti from Paris. Relax will survive. Razork comes in for the steal, but Na'Vi using all tools to get out.
The wild growth interrupted Razork's stun. It was perfectly timed by Paris. And it was kind of lucky, honestly, that Na'Vi managed to step away from that one with no one going down. They had push. In top lane, Sober was starting to move over, so Fnatic felt very confident in taking that engagement, but couldn't quite get that last bit of CC to finish it off.
2 flashes for 2, a couple of ultis burned. Top laner's going to fight undertow there. You know, observers, you know better than me. I said at the start we were going to look at top, and you were like, yo, hysterics, we see the future. And it hasn't been that exciting. I don't know why it hasn't been that exciting, but there's all this little, you know, aggression. Now with a TP, okay, hold. Mainta doesn't see this is not a control ward. He will once that ward is there. Vladdy on top, counter-strike, Ragnarok instead, and looking for the 1v2. Exhaust is down, he has to fight it out. Undertow there, the flash! Ragnarok from Mainta will take the 1-for-1.
That's why you take Exhaust, Sobero. Olaf does so much, but honestly with the Ragnarok, the Exhaust isn't going to do a huge amount either. So
Da bukvalno neće, zato mi nije jasno. Bukvalno neće.
Now Sobero does get the wave pushed in, which means reset, which also means Mainta loses a bit of gold. But it is about standing your ground as a Viking. Do you think they run? No.
Jer kao okej, mislim, on pokupi ovo, Egzosta da produži fight i on 1 na 2 dobije kill, a oni su govorili kao da samo pike Jacksa u... To jest pika i Jacksa u Olafa. Kao okej, ali... Ne znam baš.
No, but it is a bit of a statement piece. At least for now, we come back to life. Fnatic are starting off this Drake. Upset and lost, but had the wave pushed up, and Na'Vi nowhere to be seen. This Dragon's just going to be gone. Maybe a handshake deal, but what is going to be the deal from the side of Roulette right now as Dragon does go down? Nothing. This is not the best deal, but it was, I guess, a reset timing for Roulette, for Trinity.
Yeah, they're still kind of putting pressure onto the bottom side, though. But the wave isn't exactly there. Looks like, yeah, just trying to steal away camps.
Smart's going to come down. Razork's going to see this in action. Fnatic are moving in, but Clone just going to pop out. And Big Krug taken away by Roulette. So small little invade, but remember, Razork is up individually, despite being down in CS, because of those earlier kills. So junglers right now, you'd say that Razork's in a pretty comfortable position. Send Roulette out. Vladdy, this pathing with no... What is Vladdy doing here? Maybe thinking he's confident. I don't know why. He's dead. You know, he doesn't... you know, I can't explain it. I can't. You're done.
You do have a sizable gold lead in the mid jungle for Fnatic. And I think that was what Vladdy's thought was. It's just like, I can survive this immediate damage. And then Mainter's here, though.
He's found Razork. He has Ragnarok again. Will he need to use it? It comes out. Undertow connects as well. Picks up the axe. Back on up. The Aegis assault down. With the mortal will, he got the movement speed to get away. Razork thinking about maybe in, but he doesn't have that available.
Sad namišljamo skill. A ne bi trebalo toliko da odluči, iskreno. Ne bi trebalo toliko da odluči ovaj put, iskreno.
I think he was just, look, I've got my jungler right beside me. This can't go wrong. But it does. Razork just not really able to follow in the fight thanks to both the ultimate from Roulette and Poby.
It's just against an Annie and a Wukong, I would think, I'm worried about getting layered CC. You know, anyway. Vladdy gives a kill back over to Na'Vi.
Oh, here comes the Razork, though.
And now going to get one back, as you said. Grand Starfall, perfectly placed. I have to say, you know, Razork right where he needs to be every damn time.
It does help when you're on the Pantheon.
It does
Makes
help.
it a little bit easier to get to the place you need to
when you have an ult that says, I'll be there.
Yeah.
You know, and he was there.
Yeah.
Roulette, will he be here?
Mainter doesn't have ult, though.
He does not. Ulti used by Sobero. Is this going to be his 1v2? But Smite comes down. Roulette in without his ulti. Bonks him, and Olaf loves the low HP trades. He'll withstand it. Sandy finds Upset. Clone's going to be used in the mid lane. And Flash was burned by Upset in the interim here as well.
So nicely done by Sam D and Paris to find that window to try and play aggressive on. Lost but just gone for the reset. So didn't have the support there for Upset. It kind of comes back to bite him there. Minute now until Rift Herald. And that's Grandmaster's might down in the top lane. Should be back up just in time. But yeah, a lot of like key summoner spells like Upset's Flash now being taken away.
And I have to give it to Sam D. That trade was nice because they just saw Razork ulti bot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a kill onto Poby, and Sam D thought, you know what, I can kind of commit here.
Oh, TP to the bot lane.
And Poby might be caught again, even without the Pantheon ult. Poby trying to push out the wave, and He's going to use the Molten Shield, but is it enough movement speed? It is for now. Sobro brings out the counter-strike, leap strike away as well. Paris on the way in. As you said, the TP is Poby, stun, nails down Razork. They're deep in the wave, and Mainta's going to run him down. Relect the swing, not even needed as Cyclone comes back up. Such a low cooldown as Polymorph onto Sobro. He needs a way out. He wants to find a way out, but he will not be given a way out. Na'Vi is starting to punish, and Fnatic send it down bot to be only caught out.
2 kills going across to Na'Vi. Sam D should be able to clear out this wave and prevent Upset from getting much more. So they're going to be happy. I think it's
Da, jeste. Izgleda nevjerovatno sad, izgleda ne toliko dobro. Ne toliko dobro. Slažem se skroz.
I've just confirmed with production, Dagda. This is me having an inner working. Fnatic were actually ahead at 14 minutes.
So they lose the game.
So they're going to lose the game. That's why Na'Vi started winning, because the 14-minute gold lead was in Fnatic's favor. And then Na'Vi actually picked up the ball as soon as it crested over that. So the math works out, the script works out. Herald's going to start though, and Fnatic still, rightfully so, memes aside, in this game somehow.
Yeah, Na'Vi didn't look for the reset to contest this. They're just like, look, we'll just take the gold from that first tower on the bottom side and run through that instead. We get to see the play here. So TP from Sobro thinking, oh, we can catch Poby on the overextension, but is not realizing that Relech was
Mislim i delom jeste, ali mislim da je to nešto što ne bi smelo ovako brzo se dogodi. Znaš, mislim da što je duže u jednoj regiji, to gore igra. To je ovaj moj nekako take. Znaš, nisu dovoljno dugo u regiji još, to jest on nije dovoljno dugo u regiji.
Regardless, yeah, there's the swing. Thank you very much. Just at 14.5 before the 15-minute mark. Dragon's up in 3 seconds. There's Na'Vi on the board now pinging down. Cyclone is up in 7 seconds again. Really not much of a cooldown as Relech almost towards that second item. He's caught back up in gold.
Fnatic members for a flank though.
Yeah, it is. And there's a Pantheon ult as well. That went in deep, maybe preemptively. Poby just kept on running.
Razor gave up the good position he had there.
Yep, and now he's going to use the Herald. Combat begins. To get in the Herald, who's it going to be? Razork waits. He wants the smite still with Q, and he might find it, but in the way, Relech starts up the Cyclone. Relech sends it back a bit, now flushes out. Meanwhile, Poby deals with Lospa, and the Olaf is angry again. Sobro can't do anything as Na'Vi...
Da, dumcu. To je otprilike to što se tiče Fnatica, mislim. Čim skilluju dobro, ali...
Every single game thus far. And Fnatic just are crumbling again. I don't know why Razork went for the ultimate there. Poby nowhere to be seen. He'd already reconnected with the team, but also Lospa is playing this very dangerously. Like, he's playing so far up here. It makes it very easy for Poby to jump in on top of him with Mainter. Razork has to flash away.
Ne znam, iskreno ja kad je počeo današnji dan, ja sam full verovao u Fnatic.
Poby's been caught out a couple of times this game, but like, it still had some influential plays. Last game, a couple of whiffs on the shockwave, but then that insane one that was in this choke that Lost was walking over right now with Mainta too. I think the biggest thing for me was always about Na'Vi, like, can their benchmark, their threshold, their foundation of players step up? Maybe towards Poby and Mainta. I think they are doing exactly that. Mainta's got a 1.6k gold lead on this Olaf as well, and Sobro's jacks his response into this Olaf. So far, he has been ganked, he's been camped, he died in a 1v2. It's definitely not been looking balanced here for the old Sobro this game.
No, it's a little unfortunate, but Fnatic still want to try and be the aggressors here. Stepping up in mid, you got both Razork and Bloody trying to hunt down on this mid wave, but you can see, like, it's not really gaining anything here. And he's still going to push out top, like, slowly be able to get the tower if you want. I think they could look for potential, like, Realm Warp. The Vladdy move into lane and then get the Grand Starfall into that top side to try and make a play towards Poby, but they just haven't been able to fully coordinate it as much as they were hoping.
Not at all. Dagda got a minute till Baron, but 3 minutes till Dragon, which is going to be important. If we want to talk about coordination, we need to see this play and this plan come together for Fnatic. Because I think we kind of talked about in draft, like, the Lulu pick here was genius. It's already had a lot of value. I think their triggers are very easy, Dagda. They've got Annie, they've got Wukong. If they have Flash and Ulti, They can send it in, set it up, and Sam D can have a field day. I mean, actually, no, Mainta's the one who's crossing the field. He is the one who's going to Lila.
Sobro's on towards Poby here, though. Hiding in the bush.
He's caught out again. Counter-strike down. Tibbers is a panic. Razork going to ulti in anyway, but it's a shutdown to Sobro. Razork just wants to be there. He just wants to be part of it.
Yeah, may give an opportunity for Navi, though, to try and push in mid and get a bit of pressure here, but don't want to full commit. They're sending Mainter instead up towards the match, that top lane. So it's a nice pick, at least. And it's getting something back, especially for Sobro, who has drifted very far behind in the match.
And that was a shutdown. I don't know how that was a shutdown, but that was a shutdown. Poby was only 2-2. And the kill went over to Sobro. Culling going to come through. Upset just trying to get within range to threaten Sam D. Baron's up, but that's not going to be taken, as Mainta's going to take top lane turret instead. Shutdowns are a weird thing. I don't think anyone understands them.
Nah.
Like, Poby was a shutdown, okay. Sobro just got like 600 gold or something for that, I think. But he also did take down top turret from what my blind eyes, I think, saw.
No, they're mage eyes.
My mage eyes, sorry. Yeah, what did they see? I would, you know what? In real life, if I had a choice, I'd be a warrior, bro. I'm just telling you right now, I'd be a warrior. I'd love to tank. I'd love to be in the thick of it. Anyway, Sobro's caught out. Poby has a stun. This Jax is going to be stunned up.
On je samo dumt.
Sam D, the follow-up imminent. The ignite on his head, a counter-strike.
Ma da.
Poby runs in to give him...
Možda i Sobora sam bio u fazonu vraćao.
Brave of Sobro.
Ajvana, go home.
Very brave. But Navi somehow managed to come out with a win in that one. Push those though for Fnatic as Vladdy going to threaten onto the tier 2. Reset coming through from Poby to match. But with 50 seconds onto Dragon, like, you just push this wave out. You've got TP for Poby to try and join in. And Sobro off the map for a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, there's 15 seconds left on that time. He has Sundered Sky now. And he has his TP in his quest slot, so we'll be able to join him for this Dragon if they need to make a quick play. Upset's going to try and add mid-pressure to that. But Na'Vi now back out on the map. They're moving as a group. And Fnatic have to be careful. If this Dragon goes over to Na'Vi, another winning position for this team.
They're just not really in a position to match it though, right? This is what I was saying. Sobro only now moving in to try and catch that bot wave. Na'Vi are fully set up around River. And if you ever misstep as upset, like, you just get chased down by the Angry Viking.
True. But that guy worry as Na'Vi step on up, almost getting mid-turret themselves. Razork sending a spear, Comet Spear into Relech's back. If this Dragon goes over, it is Cloud Soul up next. Na'Vi going to start it.
Vladdy top lane. Na'Vi, I think, should just get this. Yeah, Fnatic don't want to try and contest. They're just going to look for the mid-tower. And then a little bit of pressure on towards that tier 2 in the top. I think Poby, though, can just reset, TP to the tower, and keep that pressure up.
Culling into Sam D, a little bit of shielding to leverage that for the time being. Because he can't fire onto Upset, that'll sustain him, waiting for the next wave. As you said, Vladdy continues pushing top. He will get some gold for that, but Poby's now out on the wave to stop as much of it as he can. Razork going in deep, Ward's going to spot him out. Mainta found out, Ragnarok not used yet. Stridebreaker to get on out. Another Comet Spear, but Razork doesn't pull the ulti like his intentions wanted.
Still decent damage onto Mainter, which at least makes Sobro a little bit better at pushing in this bottom side, and Fnatic should be able to steal away some of this jungle as Relech.
Yeah, he tried to steal it himself. Is he going to be able to get out? Clone over the wall. Yeah, and so Fnatic are stealing away resources. A good counterplay for what just happened with Dragon, because Fnatic needs something dagged up. I mean, Cloud Soul on this comp, by the way, is disgusting. Olaf, Wukong, Yunara.
Svi mi dobro. Čak i na Lulu i Neni je giga dobar Cloud Soul. U najgori slučaju šukneš ti brzo, počeš da sprintaš i pobegneš. I to je okej.
It's also like the Infinity Edge spike for Sam D on this Yunara is going to be absolutely insane. So even as you're getting Mainter threatening the backline, I think Sam D going to be a real threat in these fights. I'm sure like Upset should be able to match it as well, but the Yunara I think is just stronger unless she gets caught.
Sending it in, Razork commits flash as well. The Lulu ult forced the flash out of Sam D too. Realm Warp in from Vladdy.
Dobro, Vladdy. A nema follow-upa po obi. Vladdy je živ. Vladdy je živ i dalje. Da, nemaš gubije. Upset. Koliko igraju desynced, ali dobar je fight i dalje, zašto je Vladdy unkillable.
Sam D caught out in River. The amount of vision that Fnatic had on that top side was part of that trade around the Dragon. And Navi end up blundering into it and give Fnatic a Baron. Can Relech steal though?
Mainta at 5k,
There's no
4k,
vision.
Relech is trying, the monkey over the wall, but still! Relech from under the nose of Razork still gets the Baron.
There was no vision on the opposite side to spot out if Relech was coming in, and he manages to get the steal, but we'll see it here. Actually, I thought there was a bit more vision on this top side for to spot Sam D, but just a good call from Fnatic. And they managed to punish. They try to go all in on Vladdy, but you can see here as Olaf goes into the backline, doesn't really get on towards too many of the key targets. They're able to keep their distance. And it's a turnaround play from Fnatic as Sam D gets caught by that mega fire kick alongside with Razor.
I mean, Sam D walking back in. He felt confident there, but Paris used up a bit of the juice from the Lulu.
Nema, mora Klara. Znaš ako kad se završi game, zvaću Klaru pa ću naručiti. Ti znaš ko kad naručuješ NES, tako od Klare naručiš ban. To je, tako to radi. Daćeš mi jedan produženi ban. I onda ona da produženi ban.
It's on me, by the way, my cue. Another one.
Another one. Yeah, very nice steal from Relech. Because that was a winning fight from Fnatic.
Iskreno nemam ideje šta radi, ali...
Shout out to Sobro, who's like 2 and 6.
Stvari baš nemam pojma šta radi, što ne vidim.
Backline play probably enabled the rest of that fight.
Izda rešava neke stvari za Patreon merch.
Yeah, Poby sent in the Baron pit. Sam D died to a stun. But Na'Vi still have the Baron, and it is on Paris. It is not on Relech. I think it's on Mainta as well, Dagda. There's 2 Barons for 2 lanes.
Inače, mislim malo side note dok čekamo da Navi vine ovaj game, ali danas sam postovao, vjerovatno ste vidjeli na Instagramu i na Twitteru i na YouTubeu ovu najavu za turnir. I rekao sam prvo hoću vama da dam šansu sa streama da se prijavite svakako. Tako da sad su se malo ubrzale prijave, čisto da znate. I dalje nije ništa ono strašno i nije da morate da žurite sa ekipama, ali sad polako dolazi sve više i više igrača i ekipa. I to dosta solo igrača isto ima koji traže timove.
As Fnatic running for their lives. Mainta didn't hold on to the ulti, but for now, Vladdy's going to face check. Or they're going to face check him, but a cyclone. Perfect angle from Relech. Sends it up. Sobro gets in the backline, but Sandy cannot be crushed with the Lulu by his side. He tries, but this time, Na'Vi are aware.
Hvala Ivane, hvala. Nisam video sudija, do duše danas je puno. Dosta ekipa je došlo danas, a ja... Mislim, vidim samo nerimena na istu, što, znaš... Ko zna ko igra na kom akauntu, ako me razumeš. Tako da je sve moguće. Sve je moguće.
Is in this sideline pressure. Upset thinks maybe we can make a play with the culling, but it's the dive in from Relech that forces Upset out of the fight realistically and takes a while for Vladdy to go down, but he does in the end alongside Sobro.
Big shout out to Vladdy. He had to hold his ground. He knew it, but now Cloudsalt's going to go over. That fight tipped the balance again. And even though things looked a little bit...
Ali ima nekih nabadača, to mogu reći. Ima nekih nabadača. U stvari ima mnogo više high-elo igrača nego što mislio će biti, iskreno. Ja sam iskreno mislio će biti ono 2-3 high-elo ekipe i onda ostalo će biti ono lower-elo igrači. Međutim, dosta Grandmastera, ima solidnih igrača, iskreno. Hvala Mato, hvala, taman posla. Svaki jedan se računa, ljudi. Svaki jedan. Nemojte nikad misliti kao, ja nemam puno, ne znam ja šta follower ono, pa... Pa znaš, na challenge modu ima 15 timova. Super, pa mislim to je ono što moramo da iskomuniciramo svima, imaš dosta timova koji se nisu prijavili na challenge modu. Ali kažem, sutra i u petak bi trebao mail da stigne svima koji su se prijavili, da se prijave i na challenge modu. Jer ima i dalje dosta ekipa koji su samo prijavljeni preko prijava. Ali kažem, poslaćemo i mailove, pa će dobiti mailove, pa će vidjeti da trebaju se prijavi na challenge modu. I sad je Razork odlučio da izinta. Mislim, to je okej, to je okej, ja to podržavam.
Relech going to spin for that extra movement speed, and Sobro now going to be found out here as well. Mainta, he's just going to whittle him down with an axe. And Sobro pops the ulti, but he's just dead. Relentless swing, easy, true damage, and 2 dead again. The map is yours, Na'Vi.
I don't know why Razor keeps trying to hard force these plays.
He was playing good this game until he wasn't.
Yeah. Like, just take it slow. Like, you know that, like, once the map ends up a little bit more split, like, even if it's 2 people at one stage, like, if you see the Olaf in the bottom side, you don't see the Annie, just wait a second. Like, at this stage, there is no way that you can try and make these plays when you don't know where Navi's on the map.
Even if he goes the right side around the blast cone, Losper now caught out. Great wild growth. You see, Relech doesn't have ult, he doesn't need it. We said Fnatic were back. Now, that was the start of this weekend or last weekend, I don't know. Fnatic, I don't think are back yet.
Yeah.
Na'Vi are looking maybe like the team that is the gate again around that, because they're going to move to 4 and 4. From my understanding and what I've been told, they're not confirmed for playoffs. But this all but helps get them to that position.
I don't know where we're at anymore.
Dagger, we're going to rename to the LE Let's See, okay? That's what we're going to recall ourselves.
The NFLEC, because there's so many throws and Hail Marys, you never know what you're going to get.
I like that one too. I like that one too.
Yeah, I'm just... Like, for Na'Vi, this is great. They go to, if they win this game, they go to 4 and 4. They have to go up against Giant X. Still a tough competition for them, but at least
Nosite.
much better spot.
Nema šta. Gde si, Gogo?
But for Fnatic, like, they then drift to 3 and 4. Like, how do they then look against, like...
Ne znam, moja neka prognoza je da se vremenski uklapa... Da se vremenski uklapa, okej.
I'd argue one of the easier ones between Giant X...
Mato, jedan od te dvojice je već prijavljen.
Certainly against Vitality, that's going to be a struggle. So you're only going to end up maybe cresting into... well, hang on.
Lech runs in head first. Flighty gets some good damage down. The Mega Fire Kick disengages from Fnatic, but Baron is up. Sobro was on top wave. He's now recalling. As Sam D is going to be opening up towards mid. Razork's found out he's too deep in the wave. The Aegis Salt gives room for Relech, gets Mega Fire kicked again. Ulti burned down by Sam D. Na'Vi committing deep into the mid lane wave as TP burned by Sobro, but it is back to Baron. It is back to their terrain, as Na'Vi will continue to try and lure Fnatic in.
Vladdy's Rune Prison saved his jungler there. That would have been Razork dead to rights if Relech hadn't been stopped in his tracks. But still, Na'Vi basically playing between 2 points here. Fnatic have 0 vision in this area, no blue wards, so they're going to try and rush down mid to draw Na'Vi out of the position.
Zaroma being used by Vladdy. I think it's a bait for now. Undertow trying to clear the wave. Vladdy can't get a Rune Prison. The Comet Spear not doing much either, but Inotar going to go down for Fnatic. That's a bit of gold to them. Baron will still find its end. Fnatic getting little off of what should be a one-sided play. We'll still call it as worth as they can in this position.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, getting the Baron is significantly more important.
Of course.
Big wave in bot lane, which will be cleared out by Vladdy. Will help him at least try and get towards that Rabadon's death cap, and like late game Rise, definitely nothing to sniff at. But now with Baron buff pushing in for Na'Vi, it is very hard for Fnatic to hold on.
Well, Actualizer with Rabadons, that would be a way, wouldn't it?
Mi internet malo zalago, mislim da jeste, ali nema veze. Ne znam, znaš da nemam pojma. Mislim, kažem, ovdje bi svakako Na'Vi trebao da dobije bilo kako bilo, mislim, nema šta.
See Major trying to set up a mid is being matched by multiple members of Fnatic, which is just letting Na'Vi get position on towards top side. Razork might have to send...
Ne znam da li Fnatic gubi šanse za top 4, ali to ću morati da vidim. Mislim da je puno rano pričam o tome. Pošto su izgubili 0-2 ovdje. Ne znam da li to znači su lokovani van top 4.
You didn't think there'd be 2-0, did you? But in the LEC, let's see, we never know. As Na'Vi at 15 minutes took this game, grasped it by the horns, and never let go. Sam D clears the ace, and Na'Vi moves to 4.
Na'Vi bori se za Worlds.
2-0 for Na'Vi.
Sim, pogotovo nakon onog prvog gema, stvarno nisam mislio da će moći Na'Vi da uradi bilo šta, ali...
Continuously able to find success in that late game.
It did indeed, and once again, Relech, first win on Wukong, by the way, in his LEC career so far, so it's a big...
Vidjet ćemo šta i kako, bilo kako bilo, pauzica, 15 minuta, i onda se vraćamo nazad na drugu seriju, druga serija Giants i G2, Oskarinin protiv Broken Blade, to će biti zanimljivo, svakako tu smo nakon pauze u seriji broj 2.
against Mater, Lech and Poby, as they can do whatever they want at this stage. They won the game, they won the series, and they may have just taken one firm big L step towards a good L spot in playoffs.
You'd think so. I mean, again, it's how high they can go. We're in the discussion for top 4 because right now it's a middling bag. Mater standing by with Finn, though, after a successful game 2 and 1.
Thank you very much. I'm standing now with Mater after a huge win versus Fnatic, and this almost locks you guys in playoffs. 96% chance of making it. How does that feel being so close to playoffs already?
I mean, it feels good. It was would be a bit scary if we lose today, because next match is Giant X, not a bad team, right? So yeah, now it's give us more confident. We can be more confident on next week as well. Play without shaking, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good. Feels good.
It's definitely a super important win for you guys.
Yeah.
And now in the second game, you guys first picked Olaf, which you had a fantastic game on. And you guys seem to have quite a different read on a champion. I think in the LCK, there's a lot of first pick Olafs, early picks Olaf. But in the LEC, he often drops the 4-5. Why do you think that other teams don't really pry Olaf as much?
I think Champ is really OP.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of people scared about getting, you know, Vayne or Trundle in their face, especially Trundle, from like players like BB can pull out it. So yeah, like they're afraid of Fiesta, so they're waiting for second bans like some matchups, and just then blind pick Olaf.
And you just think it's so strong, you don't really
I
care
think
about
it's
the
just
bad
too
matchups.
OP, so I can just blind pick it.
All right. I mean, I liked it. Looked very good this game with the Cloud Soldiers running havoc. And now we are approaching the end of our regular season, and teams are beginning to lock playoffs. Excluding you, there are 2 more playoff spots available. Which are the other 2 teams that you think are going to claim those spots? I can give you the team names if you want that are contesting for it.
Which team? What is the choice?
Yeah, it's like MKOI, Team Heretics, Giant X, SK, and Fnatic.
I think MKOI should make it. And probably Fnatic.
Probably Fnatic and MKOI.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're playing against GX. That's your next game, right? Coming up.
Yeah, see confidence because I will play against them, so I don't mind to win them.
All right.
So they will be out.
How do you think that series is gonna go? Do you guys think you're gonna win?
Yeah, it depends. Like a lot of scrim days forward, like 5 or 4. We will practice. I think we will win. Yeah. I will blind pick my Olaf and be happy again, I hope.
So they're better ready for the Olaf.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mater. Congratulations on your win. We're now going to toss it to a quick break, but when we'll be back, it's going to be GX versus G2.
Counter-strike, Ragnarok instead, and looking for the 1v2. Exhaust is down, he has to fight it out. Undertow there, the flash! Ragnarok from Mater will take the 1-for-1.
Nice, really good.
I cannot die.
I die. Kill him, yeah.
Nice, guys.
Mater at 5k, 4k, Roulette is trying the monkey over the wall, but still! Roulette from under the nose of Razog!
Another one.
An incredible play there from that was incredible. You love to see it. Right, yeah, let's really get into... a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the largest Superlight on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. I got you covered. Blast off! Now we're cooking. Keep 'em coming. Yes, I am a weapon. Bring on the bad guys. Light 'em up. Surprise! Hi there. Yeah. See ya. Winners don't duck. Yeah. Wanna see the fireworks? Up and over. Easy peasy. Who wants some? You want some? We've got this. Yeah!
Welcome back to LECs. We just got our first look at the Caps Hall of Legends skin line featuring Tristana and Orianna, of course, available in store from the 10th of September. There's a lot of stuff happening here. I think similar to years past, it's a ton of content. It includes the Hall of Legends Pass, 3 tiers of bundle. That is the Risen Legend Collection, the Immortalized Legend Collection, and the Signature Immortalized Legend Collection. Risen Legend Orianna will be available via the Pass, and the Tristana variants available via the respective collections. Look, it's kind of crazy. Because like we've gone from like we saw the Faker ones, we see the Uzi ones. It's so weird to see all these Caps moments celebrated as in-game icons. It feels strange to me. I'm still not ready for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy actually that it's happening. In a way, I can't believe it. But I do like the fact that it went pink Tristana, because all I'm saying is that people are not always, people were complaining a little bit, but when Forbidden solo killed Faker, people remember it for like 15 years on said at MSI. When Cap solo killed Faker on the Tristana on the mid-wave, it's just another day for Caps. It seems like people have forgotten about that play, because that was really hype, you know, flashing behind the Azir into the mid-wave.
When I think of Caps and Tristana, I think about all of his animation cancels, because that's what people criticize. They're like, wait, why did he pick Tristana? But his highest dopamine and like peak moments of Caps' career happened on the Tristana, because he revolutionized when he brought it back into mid lane, the animation cancel to cancel the Vi. He got that consistently. It wasn't just a skill move anymore. It was just pure peak Caps move.
And back then people weren't consistent in doing the Vi ult. I remember that as well.
Also, we have the Hexakill versus BDS. Obviously a domestic incident, a domestic moment, but still a hype one. Hexakill, look, it's not a game mode. It's not a game mode. No. It's not a common occurrence, but when you're this clean with it, like, it kind of just comes together. He's just a Caps champion.
He's just dabbing in LEC right now.
It's also a really strong statement to Perks. It's like, bro, you kind of now you have to let him play the Tristana. We've really only seen Nuke play it. I feel like we're due for some Caps Tristana now.
It's also pretty messed up to show that when Labrov is also playing today, as he was getting hexa killed by Caps in that very moment.
But you know, supporting G2 even beforehand. We love to see it. Of course, win rates, very important. Fakers, Ahri skin win rate in LEC, 60%. Most played Ahri skin in LEC since the release 2 years ago, patch 14.12. So
now imagine what Tristana will do. When you get that skin, oh baby, your win rate is going to go to the moon.
I hope it doesn't go bad. That would be sad. But if we check the Uzi skin rate, is it bad? Is the Uzi one bad? Like, we only got the Faker one, so I'm not sure. We'll have to
I just
find
hope
out.
he plays the skin, not like Faker.
That's true. I mean, Faker can kind of do whatever he wants. I feel like 50% of the skins in the game belong to Faker, so it's kind of like...
it's fair.
You know?
I think someone did the comparison. How many skins does Faker compared to other champions? Like, more than half the champions in the game, he has more skins than.
The biggest skin line in the game, I think, is the T1 skin line after his most recent Worlds. Don't quote me on that, but we're pretty close. I mean, it's impressive stuff. Really excited to see what the rest of the pass looks like, those little emotes, those little details. But before we get into the game, Caps also got a greeting from the LCP. Let's take a look.
恭喜 Caps 入选了名人堂。
Chúc mừng Cap đã được vào Hall of Flame.
Chúc mừng Cap đã vào Hall of Fame của Liên minh huyền thoại.
이번에 G2 캡스 선수가 명예전당에 헌정됐다는 소식을 들었는데 되게 많이 축하드리고요. 어떻게 보면 G2의 심장이라고 생각을 하는데 꾸준히 좋은 모습을 보여주는 게 정말 대단하고 생각하고 멋있다고 생각하는 것 같습니다. 명예전당 정말 축하드립니다.
キャップス選手が他のプレイヤーと違う分言うと本番の大舞台でものすごく強いっていうのがあるんじゃないかなと思いますね。やっぱり彼ほどの逆境に強いプレイヤーっていうのはなかなかいないんじゃないかなと思います。キャップス選手、改めてオールオーバーレンドおめでとうございます。
我最欣赏 Caps 的点就是永不放弃吧，然后每一年都在为自己的未来打拼。
因为我之前在欧洲也打过一段时间吧，然后那时候也跟他做过对手，所以我觉得他很努力，然后我觉得他这名人堂记得没毛病哈。
Mình xin chúc mừng Cap đã ghi danh vào đại sảnh huyền thoại.
恭喜 Caps 入选名人堂。
캡스 선수 명예전당에 입성하신 것을 정말 축하드립니다.
恭喜 Caps 入选英雄联盟名人堂。
我认为新生代选手，尤其是 LEC 赛区的，应该都会算是把它当成重要的标榜，有点像是 Faker 的感觉了。恭喜 Caps 入选名人堂，又达成了一个里程碑。
Mình xin chúc mừng Cap đã bước vào đại sảnh danh vọng nhé.
Yeah, Caps will be returning to the Rift alongside the rest of G2, who are already locked into playoffs and are comfortably at the top of the scoreboard. They're locked into top 4, which means they have a single best of 5 to make Worlds. So they're just rounding out the split here with their very last best of 3 versus GIANTX, who are not secure yet. And even more uneasy with Na'Vi taking a win over Fnatic in the last series.
Yeah, GIANTX still sitting at 3-3. Still have a lot of those games still to play though, so we'll have to see where GIANTX do end up landing. For G2 though, I think they'd like to have a bit of a better time. Since the last series you saw from them was them getting an absolute shellacking from Fnatic. So I think they would very much like to turn the tides and go back to their winning ways.
But, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen, Dagda, because, again, LEC has been topsy-turvy. It has been a crazy week of League of Legends here, and, you know, that G2 series was last weekend, so it's a very different world right now. G2 Fnatic was last Sunday on the 16th of August, and now here we are. 6 days later, no 8 if I could count properly. And GIANTX, I mean, we saw them yesterday versus Heretics, but it wasn't like they won the early games in those games. Heretics actually threw both games very handedly, similar to Fnatic just then. And I'm running out of content. I think none of it, it doesn't matter. Just don't win early games, G2, and I think you win, honestly. I'm convinced it's either a
I do
curse.
think that G2 are one of the teams that you can't trust to take an early game and close it out. So
okay, really?
We'll have to see, yeah, as we get into the draft, exactly what the game plan is. Cassiopeia has still been a very high priority alongside the Jace, the Bai, the Nocturnes, the all regulars showing up in those ban lists at the moment.
Yeah, just the usual bees as Orianna is up and available for now. Now, if Orianna gets picked, usually it has been that trade-off of jungle. I mean, Jarvan usually appears in this phase. We get an Aurus ban from G2.
Akali also has a tendency to show up just so that you can try and go for the Orianna pick. But Lucian going to be the focus instead. I mean, it has been very strong for Ansem and LeBron, but does mean, you know, Akali's still there, Orianna's still there, and yeah, even the Vayne still available, though that tends to go in the second rotation.
Jarvan is also up. Jarvan, Orianna. Jarvan gets slammed. Now, do you take away the Rumble is the biggest question, because I think Jarvan Rumble still remains to be an easy setup with something like the Syndra as well as options if we do talk about Orianna, or the Orianna as a 2-3 here for G2. GX cannot give away at least one of those picks.
Yeah, I don't mind taking away things like the Rumble Wukong that we've seen a little bit. It's less prevalent, but I still think Wukong can do decent into the Jarvan with the knockups and then the ability to get out of the Cataclysm with the W and these kind of things. But Ezreal, also very, very strong at the moment, and the ability to play around that Cataclysm is going to be key.
Zhao, it is indeed. So taking the challenge here is Isma, but that's Rumble, that's Orianna, right?
Yeah, I think Rumble Orianna, and then...
Ljudi moji, evo nas nazad game broj 1 druge serije. Gledamo ekipu G2 protiv Giantsa. Ja sam upalio traku koju je radio od sobi da malo šetkam dok gledamo Let's. Jako mi je interesantno da nisu... Ne, ali neće G2 da igra Orianu. Mislim da G2 ne igrao. Da su htjeli Orianu, pikali bi je ranije. Mislim da Ashe i Seraphine nisu toliki prio. Mislim, uzet će Rambla i Ori ako ostane otvoreno, ali mislim da ne rade oni to, nisu ta ekipa.
Unless GINX are basically saying, hang on, actually, if we ban away things like the Akali and the Galio, we could take the Orianna for ourselves on this next rotation, unless G2 end up banning away. So maybe the option here as well. But I think G2 could end up just banning it, honestly. I don't think they're too worried about top lane matchups. Like, you've got Broken Blade that has a bunch of picks that he's happy to take, and you've got answers for an Orianna.
You know what my concern is? If, I mean, G2 could probably leave the Ori open, get quality for top lane here, and then if GINX pick Orianna, you just slam Syndra Rumble, don't you?
Yeah.
You have mega range, easy setup.
Ovo je Rumble ban. Mislim, kada je Galio banovan, to je znak da ekipa hoće Rumble da igra, to sam teo da kažem.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. I mean,
to je ideja.
For AD mids as well, if you go for the Rumble on the top side, we'll just see if that's what G2 are angling for here. Akali or Syndra could be banned here by GINX and basically set up for the Orianna. Going to be the Rise, though.
Okay.
So way more worried about side lane pressure this game, coming through from Broken Blade and Caps. But yeah, I still think you can slam the Orianna. Akali then becomes very prevalent, though, for Caps. Good side lane pressure, which is kind of what GINX are worried about. And the Rumble can still do a lot of work here for G2 as well. And you don't really have terrible matchups.
It'd be funny if Caps locked in Tristana instead. Just to be symbolic of this occasion.
Možda loka zbog ovog...
Keeping top lane safety for Broken Blade.
Zbog Hall of Legendsa.
We get back around the Caps' pick as GINX need to show us, is that Orianna really where they wanted to sit, or are they going to change things up?
Vladimir, Blajne.
We will see.
Plekt malo to Lucka.
The other...
Voli
I
preferira.
don't think there's anything in the top lane that you really want to take. Like, I think you're happy to just leave counter pick for Oscar in. Like, he's got Renekton's, he's got Nars, he's got plenty that he can try and bring. But they are going to go and take away the Rumble, okay? Because I don't think Rumble adds strong with the GINX composition. So I think I would have preferred something like the Nar for them, where they have like set up now from the top side for team fights.
Yeah.
Especially with the Karma being able to speed up the Nar into those positions, it's always nice.
BB does play Ornn. BB does play a lot of these tanks. Bruise is also, and Bess is there too. I want to think about when I think of BB, but he's been successful enough on this.
But you've so much set up there, like Ash Arrow, the Seraphine Encore, to then immediately follow in with the Mbessa, and the preemptive Akali basically saying, hang on, we're pretty sure you are going to go for the Orianna.
Ne, zašto bi te pikovali sami sebe.
And you could challenge us a little bit as well. Something like the Yone, the Silas. I mean, Yone slaps here with already having a Rumble. Zinzao.
Baš nema razloga da odu na tu stranu.
When you don't have a hard engaged support. And I think Jackie's, I mean, this is one of his most comfortable champions of all time.
Yeah, I think it gives you a lot of pressure to answer for G2 side lanes, which is nice. As you say, it kind of adds in a tool that can set up team fights, especially along that Rumble equalizer. So, yeah, Giant X, decent topside, good skirmishing, good 1-3-1 to try and match G2. G2, though, have much better pick potential, I feel like, off of the Ashe and the Seraphine that they can try and play around, and also
Ionu Akali.
So we'll see if G2 are able to kind of leverage Hansama the Brav in towards those picks, because we've seen it time and again. Hansama is
Mislim da ne gledaju nužno za lane. Mislim da pokušavaju da kasnije imaju neki poklop sa Rumblom, jer i on Rumble je nešto se jako često pika. Ali to je opet kad ekipa lokinuje jednu ideju i samo ne pravi devijaciju od iste.
He wants to win the game. That's essentially where I'm getting at.
I think most pro players want to win the
game. They want to win the game, yeah. But that's what they're here for, you know? G2, they're not mucking around. Top two, I mean, even first, I should say, the ability to be able to pick who you're going up against for the best of five against
But KC are still undefeated, and they have SK to play.
They almost lost against Shifters yesterday, Doug. You take that back now. I mean, yeah, okay, G2 can only go 7-2, so they're kind of locked.
Yeah.
But Giant X are not, and they could do the most annoying thing as we start with a pause. What is happening in Valorant? Why we got pauses in the Valorant studio?
Valorant aren't even here.
Yeah, no, but it's their studio, it's their fault.
Eto, kriv je Valorant, slažem se. Valorant je kriv za sve.
Is it a mouse problem again?
God only knows.
This weekend, I mean, honestly, I'm going to have a big sip of honey hot water.
While you do that, I'm going to talk about Ashe Seraphine, because production was very kind to tell me they're 6-0 in summer right now as a duo. And I think they are obnoxiously strong. There's very few champions that can really fight back against them. Ezreal Karma is one of the ones that at least can manage it in lane, but it's just how strong they are in both team fights, the ability to find and fish for picks. And even if you do get ahead as Giant X, you always have to be so cautious of just what an Encore and Arsharo into a side lane can do.
Fourth has been resolved. Don't know what it was, but we get on to Summoner's Rift. Ashe and Seraphine 6-0 is a big stat. Will it stay undefeated? Or will Jackie's Yona, that's 25-12 historically, be enough? Versus Caps on Akali. That's the kind of matchup you want to open out this series. We have had some messy series the past couple of days, and now I want to see skill expression as Hansama crests upon 600 games in the LEC. I don't know how many he's at. I don't know what leaderboard he's on, but I mean, he's got to be up there for sure. Like, he's been around since before the Misfits days. I mean, Misfits is when I really got to know him. I remember him and Ignar. That was my favorite bottom lane internationally at the time. With Fervor of Battle Leona. Do you remember that? Hot damn, game 4.
Fervor Leona. To je, da.
Ignar comes out with Fervor of Battle Leona. I will never forget that moment as Exhaust comes down. Jackie's has Q3. Lethal Tempo up. He gets a knockup onto Caps as well. Wants to get the flash out. Lethal Tempo gets the
Jackie's.
kill. Caps didn't expect that little high note to sing him to his grave.
I ovo je Jackie's main. Kao, zna limite svog heroja. Exhaust jeste malo BS, iskreno u produženom fajtu s Little Tempo ne možeš izgubiš na levelu 1.
He's having a day off, I don't know, but the Lethal Tempo, it was that note that just took over. Flacken might be in trouble now as well. Labrov sends it in. The flash already been burned. It's actually the cleanse. Now the flash used. I have to correct myself. The heal was burned, cleanse was held onto, but Flacken still the most important summoner is now down.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about. Hansama and Labrov love when they're able to try and play through these aggressive bottom lanes, but here's the replay as Caps tried to step up to look for the trade, and Jackie's just went, I'm having none of your crap today. Exhaust immediately down, Lethal Tempo.
Inače igra s black boxevima, zato imate ove crne.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think Jackie just thought, I'll get his flash, and that'll be it. And it was not. He got the kill, so he laughed.
Mislim, u suštini, Rago, cijela fora s tim poenima jeste dve stvari. Jedna stvar je da se međusobno timeoutujete jer je fun. I druga stvar je za ljude koji nemaju da uzmu Patreona, da mogu da uzmu Patreona tako što gledaju stream. To je ideja iza tih poena svakako. Mimo toga je bukvalno for fun, ono to luckanje.
That would be poetic.
He's getting some decent trades. Jackie's at least getting some damage back, but the electrocute don't work there.
Is indeed. Level 6 on the highway. Or just hit. Broken Blade. Meanwhile, we come up to top. And Ambessa throws her... I still don't know what those things are. Half Moon. Like, I think of like Maple Story level 12 Zamadars, I think they're called. They're like the triangular.
Sorry, you said
things.
Half Moon and I went to the Jaffa Cake.
Pa to, zato ti kažem,
I
mislim.
feel like we're in different wavelengths.
No, we are. We definitely
A bude for fun.
We are seeing Broken Blade get some good trades. Skumon, great timing here. Jackie still has his flash. Let's see if Jackie's used it. Yes, he does, but he gets electrocuted. Almost dies. If Cap's got that auto and another 5-point strike, that would have been a dead Jackie's.
Yeah, I mean, Caps, even though he did go down, still that was a decent CS lead in the mid lane, and thanks to Skumon getting some nice help, should be able to crash this wave. So that gold lead from the first blood, not exactly working out for Jackie's on the get-go.
And if we look at mid as well, I think Jackie's had to soul unbound. Yeah, he's soul unbound to get the wave because he can't miss it. He doesn't have TP. Cap's got the next wave pushing in. Jackie's still backing. Observers, if we could, I would like to see mid-wave because that is disgustingly large right now.
I mean,
it's not anymore.
Well, it's gone, but it's the place that is taken as well. Cap's now taking over to level 5. These few will disappear as well. So, yeah, you can see like 23 to 42, a gold lead for Caps in the mid lane.
Wrong about it being large, but it's still wave denied. You're right, that Cap's gold lead now comes out of left field on top of the kill. Cap's able to back as well as Jackie's finally resets back on mid-wave. Junglers around the bottom side, but on a ward is Skumon for the time being. So information gathered by Giant X as Isma just starts clearing down.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a focus towards Dragon in the next couple of seconds. G2 just trying to get vision in that pixel brush, or at least deny vision from Giant X in that pixel brush, because it both opens up for, you know, the potential around the Scuttlecrab that's on the bottom lane. The Dragon is there as well. Both junglers, yeah, going to be looking for that 530 smite.
Može, Ivane, samo mi reci, hoćeš da dropamo sad? Jel ima u chatu neko ko nema Patreona, doće Patreona? Ili će dropamo na stream? Ajmo da imamo da li ima nekog u chatu ko želi free Patreona. Evo, ako ima neko se javi u chatu, doće Patreona, da ga nema, dropovat ćemo odmah. A ako ne, onda možemo dropamo. Ima. Evo ljudi. O, ima ljudi. O, pa to recite. To recite, ljudi moji. Čekajte, stanite, ajde. Koliko Stivana uzeo? Jednog. Ali ima baš puno ljudi. Evo, dodat ću ovako. Ovdje imate 3. Evo, dodat ću i ja 2. Što ima brda ljudi. Drago Trosi, ako ćeš Patreona, pišu idem. Ti imaš doživotnog.
The mid lane kill doesn't end up happening. Caps didn't burn an ulti, but he got a really sizable chunk on Jackie's again.
Isma coming into the top side jungle, though, basically saying, hey, I want to try and answer for the Dragon, but now it's setting up for a potential dive from Skumon.
Arrow just came up as well. Hansama has 6, and down someone will go. The beat's going to drop under.
Evo, imate 3 komada, ljudi, imate 3 komada.
And there's a cataclysm. Out of range is Hansama gets the fade away.
Dodao sam ja 2, imate 3, ali bit će još ovih dana, ne, šta se brinete.
Oscar would love to try and get some heavy trades against Broken Blade to see if he can look for maybe an answer in that top side. But all that's happening is that Isma going to try and steal away as many of these.
Ti nisi nago već Patreon.
on the bottom lane. Flakard was already struggling in this matchup, and now you got a near 900 gold.
Samo bitna stvar, kogod je claimovo Patreona, spojite obavezno sa Discordom. Znači, spojite sa Discordom da dobijete roli na Discordu.
Things are really good for the early game of G2. It started with a level 1 solo kill, but look at how it's going now. Remember, early game doesn't matter. As, you know, we're 7 minutes deep. We're still within that early game.
Actually, do we have the data? Is it gold lead at 14, or is it first blood?
Oh, that's deeper, isn't it?
Yeah.
Molecule, hey, paying you the big bucks.
We're giving you more work for the sake of giving you more
That's right.
work.
I want some answers, sir. That guy, I mean, his time zone right now is cooked, by the way, so shout out to him. Now True can flip clean.
Also just shout out in general, Molecule's insane.
All in. Not quite. Ulti held on to.
Yeah, Molecule is the GOAT.
Molecule is the GOAT. This has just become a Molecule glazing stream. There are some people in this world who can absorb stats and numbers. He is one of them.
Vi ste kolektivno reportable, svi samo ću to da vam kažem i ništa drugo. To je sve što ću vam reći.
This is what I love to see with Ash and Seraphine. Is like, hey, we basically guarantee ourselves pushing bot lane. Let me help you in the jungle. If you go and invade, I can always...
Nema veze, volite vi mene trolate, ništa tu nema loše.
Even if Isma tries to contest, well now Jarvan just has a stun target in front of him for ages. Like, I think this is like something that like the top teams do exceptionally well, but we haven't quite been able to see some of the teams that have picked Ash Seraphine thus far. Still going well for them. They're 6-0, so it's not like they have done terribly with the Ash and Seraphine. But I think it's these little things that you can do to really grow it. That Ezreal ult though, pretty crucial. Void Grubs started by Giant X here, and with no Ash there, I honestly, I was about to say, I think Hansama should stop his base and just match the Rumble. There's no point in trying to go back here.
Pročitao sam sve i svi me trolate, ali dobro, nema veze, mislim, bože moj. Sve je to za ljude.
Now Oscar in, is he going to turn or is he going to burn? He's got flash available, the hawk shot just in case. Cataclysm flashed away from Flag and drag up, but there's a Cataclysm dome in the way as Oscar ticks over to Skumont. Get some damage down.
Naviko sam ja.
Away himself. Broken Blade's going to clear this top wave. He won't be dove as an arcane shift to maximize damage. Isma is being...
Kako da znam si dobio? Kad uđete na link imate na Patreonu, možete da vidite. Mogu vam kažem u stvari ja, evo. Sad ću vam reći ko je dobio Patreon. Znači dobio je... Niću mailove da vam doksujem. Dobio je Radule, dobio je BR Lodge i dobio je Dimitrije. Te tri osobe su dobile Patreon. Sad koji Dimitrije neću da doksujem prezime. Volim ja da ne doksujem ljude, mislim da je to lepo.
Lebrov, never mind.
Yeah, did. He's 2-0. Lebrov carry, just the usual. The fact that G2 made a counterplay on the jungle invade from top.
Čekaj, kako reaguje? Ne razumijem.
So the bot 2v2 had to disappear. And tagged it. Oscar and lost smite in the bottom side of the map from Skumont's gang. It's been a great early game.
Invade na server može, ali imaj na umu da ćeš morati da se diskonektuješ pa da se konektuješ da bi ti radilo. Tako da ovo mi je Discord. Ali ako ne povežete i odvežete, neće vam konektovati kako treba, da znate. Čekaj, mravo, kako ti nisi, bro?
You will end up spotting Jun on that top side on that ward as well. So this is now a question of does Kumon just want to look for the
Ma je, pa lurker si, čoveč. Moguće ti samo nije da ti je zabola konekcija s Discordom, ali jesi ti Patreon.
Eclipse damage on Flak at half HP. Now, if Broken Blade ultis here,
that's psychotic.
Brlog, može.
This is quickly going to turn into maybe a dive.
Yeah, this is where I'm saying I think Skewmon needs to move top here. As Broken Blade taking a lot of damage, they will now spot Isma, who's just packing his Q off of that top side.
He's trying, but the arrow is imminent as well. TP, ulti dodged away from Broken Blade, trying to step away as Skewmon comes in for support.
Ja sam rekao Rago Klaraton ove godine, G2 inače stompa ovo hard. Ali ovdje mi se slažemo da Giantsi samo nemaju nikakve šanse, da tu nema šta, mislim. Ovdje je samo pitanje koliko će jako G2 da pobedi.
Defense is the best offense for G2, it seems like. Lebrov defends play one. It's Skewmon and that Ash Arrow beautifully defend the second play. Broken Blade basically trying to use that ultimate to deny the third auto attack from Isma. And then Flakit gets caught, and even with the cleanse, it's so much damage. Oscarinin doesn't have flash because it was burnt in that last passage of play in the bottom side. And with Caps in the roam, Giant X,
ja sam rekao Klaraton, ali fore što mislim da ni Klara neće imati vremena u decembru.
And just the added extra bit from Hansama, I think, helped seal it, helped complete it. Regardless, though, it hit, and that's all I care about as a commentator is Mountain Dragon. Guys, it's been a really long week. It's Mountain Dragon number 2.
Realno, da, to je fair.
Meaning Dragon number 2. They're 4.5k gold up after that power play in top. And Hansama has just been having a field day. In fact, all lanes outside of top and jungle have big CS leads. Caps up 40 CS, Hans up 30. Monstrosity.
Caps is getting traded on by Jackies, but the Mountain Dragon's already been started. And unfortunately, this is like where it gets hard for Flacken and Jun, because you can try and stay underneath your tower, but there's so little vision in that bot side jungle that you have no clue whether G2 are doing Dragon, whether they're trying to dive you, whether they're stealing camps, what the hell is going on that bottom side. So you just have to back away, and the interrupt just going to be a frustration.
Da, ali imaš, Rago, hoću ti kažem da, vidim da na sajtu da si Patreon, na Patreon sajtu si Patreon, zato ti kažem da imaš. Moguće je da nemaš roll, zato što, ti je zabola konekcija sa sajtom, ali kao, garanto, mislim, imaš na Patreon sajtu, pišeš si Patreon, to ću ti kažem.
Still felt out as Oscar walks out. I've been told First Blood is also 6-10 in week 5, the same as a positive.
Možda nemaš rol ako je zabolo, ali to je druga stvar.
G2 trying to break that as Broken Blade's being found out. 3 members of Giant X are here. LeBron needs to help him.
Bi bio živ.
Lay it through nicely as the healing is enough to get Broken Blade out of dodge. Takes the lead. It's free in River right now. As Jackie's going to be the next game. G2 use a Broken Blade, or rather Hex that Gun Blade. Jackie's in trouble. So much damage. He's going to try and clear the wave. He knows he's dead. He gets the cannon, but now the kill's going to be given over, probably over to Caps. As Jackie's
Ako imate Patreon i nemate rol, niste konektovali dobro Discord i Patreon site. Znači odete na Patreon site, connections i to mora se konektuje.
The good news, though, about our stats is G2 are ahead of 14. Giant X got first blood. We will have a decider as to what the real curse is in this.
It's going to change. G2 maybe. I mean, I say that, but 6,000 gold at 14. I don't think I've seen a more dominant early game.
Yeah, it feels good, doesn't it?
It does.
To just see people run away with games when they get leads.
I don't know. I don't trust it. It is G2, but I don't trust it. We're getting towards playoff season, but Herald's up in a second.
Rešit ćemo, mato, mi neke stvari tamo polako. Što se Lana tiče, i dalje dosta stvari ja nisam rekao. Tako da to je još TBD, što bi se reklo. Rago, čitam sve što si rekao, ali opet ponavljam ti. Ti kažeš da Patreona nemaš, ali ja ti kažem da ga imaš. Na sajtu, na listi si Patreon. Kada kažeš ti Patreon nemaš, ti misliš na rol na Discordu.
Great gang, Cap's going to get low though. The flash from Jackie's used, and Isma will shave the kill away for a shutdown. With this turret as well, objective bounties are up. A good objective.
Ako nisam dobro razumeo, objasni mi.
LeBron and Hansam are chasing him down as well. So action in multiple spots. But at least Tower going to be traded for Giant X, and it is a bounty. So a nice bit of gold injected into Jackie's there. And it will be traded by Broken Blade into the top side. But Rift Herald, I imagine, was going to be started by G2, but they're more interested in taking the camps at the moment. Should move over that in just a moment.
I mean, Skumon has just been trying to shift away to stealing a lot of these camps.
Pa dobro, ali kako onda kažeš nemaš? Ne razumem, zbunjuješ. Odlučio si da ne trolaš. Ne trolaš nekog drugog, već i mene.
Yeah, I think Caps doesn't connect with the three-prong strike. The exhaust going to do work as well, yeah.
Kažeš da nemaš Patreon. Kako misliš da ga nemaš? Taj deo mi nije jasan. A, trolaš me, okej. Pošto sam u fazonu... Vredi mi nemaš, zašto znam da imaš? Sam u fazonu očigledno da me trolaš jer nije ni meni jasno. Nije, ali neće Giants je dobiti. Mislim, ne bi trebali Giants da dobiju ovo stvarno. Baš ne bi trebali da... Ne, neko ko ima admina, verovatno. Ja nisam sigurno.
And this one looks firmly in the grasp of G2.
That encore was crazy from Lebrov, catching all three members. Hansama still feeling it though.
Mogu da vidim ko je mu...
He arrows, he gets it. He literally took a blast cone, pressed B, then walked. I mean, that is aura.
Aha.
Yeah, they're kind of farming at this
Gospođo, što sedi pored me.
8k gold lead for Hansama. Flacken and Jun have just not been able to live up to it at all. But we see here, Giant X trying to get on towards Skumond. But G2 already in a position once again to cover. Caps TP's in, they turn on towards Blackout, finish off the Ezreal. No flash, no cleanse from already because of pressure from G2. And then LeBron just over the wall here. Ults through Skewmon, connects onto everyone.
Evo nov link.
And with the Cataclysm to follow.
Evo ti taj drugi će da radi, sad sam ga kreirao.
At least survive for a little bit. They do.
Neka to malo ne radi, tu tako voli Discord kod mene. Da trola.
Final Sundering slams, nicely done from Broken Blade. And look, ready? Last code. No, he just stood still. Oh, sorry, I thought he was either starting to be or he just struck a pose, I guess.
Labrov. Okay.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Great comms. Broken Blade might be in trouble here, but as I say that, Jackie's just gets Q2'd. Ulti, buffered with his own Broken Blade, baby! Hot damn! He's looking for him. Look at the player profile down below.
Bravo, šta ništa mi nije jasno što pričate. Zbunili ste me skroz. Ništa meni ovdje nije jasno, osim će G2 da stompa ovaj game za 20 minuta i mi lagani. To je jedino što ja znam ovdje, ništa drugo. Hvala puno, hvala puno.
As G2 once again keep up the pressure on the map, the Rift Tower going to be placed in the bottom lane. G2 shifting.
Ništa meni više jasno nije.
Crack open this bot lane tier 2. Giant X against Stalno.
They are. And Dagda.
Ma je baguje ljudi, baguje Discord samo ima nekad svoje bubice. To tako vole. Ali G2 neće baciti kao fanatik, nemojte se brineti. G2 će u stvari vinati game.
Yeah, I mean, great job from Jackie's, right? Like, he lands everything incredibly well, but Mbessa gets a good turnaround, and then the buffer, knowing that the Yone is going to be behind, the Caps with the question mark ping as well.
He's looking for it. He's so humble.
Just a little glance like, hey, do you see that? Do you see that? You looking?
The tongue comes out, a little like, you know, I did just do that, yes, I did. I mean, that was clean. Aim's behind him as well, right on the point of the ulti. That was fantastic. So props to Broken Blade. He's missed a few ultis this game, but that one he can always remember as the one he hit.
I mean, G2 are very much in control, man. It's so clean, like it is. It's just
Ništa meni nije jasno šta se danas događa, vama da kažem, današnji dan je samo jedna velika konfuzija i to je okej.
Have as much information as you need. Skewmon, I think, is going to try and solo Oscarina as well.
Hans has stepped up to this. That's a great arrow, but Hans is still in trouble. This is a TV flank. Oh no. Jackie's ult is buffered as Broken Blade does it again, and half HP. Broken Blade's in the middle of it all. An opportunity for Giant X. Caps will get flacked. It's a 1-for-1, but a shutdown. It doesn't.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird one from G2 because Skewmon was moving into.
Vidi, Skew je malkice toksik, što jeste. Ali to je u redu, tako to mora.
You do lose the Ezra at the same time. But yeah, I mean, maybe G2 getting a little cocky, just a little bit, you know.
It's clean. I mean, to be fair, Caps did get flacked, but.
But look, see on the minimap, Skewmon moved into the bottom lane, so the TP was up here. So in a 4v5, Caps does get flacked. Blackout did not stand a chance in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, he's so monstrously fed that Caps guy. As Baron starts, look at where Isma is. As Jun's found out Shuriken flip on the Karma. Caps goes into Fog of War. The equalizer down. True Barrage hits him this time. Caps is dead. Double shutdown to Oscarina and Baron at half HP.
Broken Blade is not here.
Giant X are coming in. Baron is going to stop. And, you know, even G2 are doing it, Dagda. Even G2 are doing it. 7,000 gold. Still coming up. But even G2 are doing it.
What is happening?
We like to throw. But it's not over yet. It's not a full throw until it's a throw, is it? It's not a team fight. They're just little picks.
Yeah. But it's like little windows giving Giant X back into the game, right?
I mean, Oscarina, he's now got a gold lead over Broken Blade. So he just got double shutdown. Broken Blade in this brush. Who's he going to kill?
Himself.
He doesn't put damage onto Isma. He jumps in a 1v2. Smack comes down. Isma's going to look for the knock-up. The arrow saves the day. Flash by
Okay.
Broken Blade's ulti hits. It's recoverable. Okay. It's a good play. It's a good play, Dagda. It's a good play.
They learned. I did think that Broken Blade was about to die, but he's okay.
Ne, fajn, G2 sve pod kontrolom. Ova serija je totalno... Nemate šta se brinete. Ne. G2 je fine, G2 je fine, G2 je fine. G2 pobeđuje ovu partiju, nemate šta se brinete. Sve je okej, sve je u redu. Sve je pod kontrolom. Ne znamo još čijom kontrolom, ali sve je okej. G2 vino ovo.
Baron now there. Soul on the reset, Dagda, you know, I think we're back to cleanliness.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to air it all out, you know?
Get it out.
Get out of the house, open a few windows.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, get the front door open, throw the mat out.
Luft, whatever they call in Germany, where they open all the windows out at the same time, you know?
Yeah.
Gotta get that Luft. So, we got Baron. G2 got Baron. And Dragon's up in 35 seconds.
Ništa G2 ne vina, tebi da kažem.
For G2, that's a cloud soul.
Ništa G2 ne vina. Osim ovog game. Ovaj game G2 vina. Ovaj game G2 vina, sve lagano.
How he dies, well, he doesn't have Seekers, so there's no way. Yep, Broken Blade just tags him on the way out. Caps gets the kill again.
Oskar rikne. Nastavimo dalje. Kao da se ništa nije dogodilo. Imaju Soul za 10 sekundi. To će da uzmu bez problema.
Dragon to save
yeah, and
him,
he didn't escape. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, they needed Shyvana. That was the problem.
They needed Shyvana. That would have done it. One of the best starting to a campaign ever there has been. G2 are going to take Soul. They're 11,000. No, sorry, 8,000 gold up. The reason I said 11, far away from the screen right now.
And that's where they would have been.
That's true, where they would have been. They have Soul. They have Baron.
They have bottom turret in their sights. And Giant X are all up on the top side. So Caps is going to be the port of call here.
It's an Akali. Jumping in onto Flacken. Can he 1v3? All in from Isma. Okay, Caps is dead. Now Caps is dead. Baron is doing work on bot though. Oscarin's coming in. Equalizer. Oh no. Oh no. Isma's got. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yo, Oscar.
Fine. Postaće s Human. Ne može s Human da flanka to. To jest ne može Isma da flanka to, pardon.
Sent off a little bit. Jud gives shielding. Broken Blade's tagged out. Here we go, the all-in. Isma finds a mark, but onto Broken Blade it's not enough. Cataclysm gets there as well. Jackies gets a good hold onto Hard.
Dobro, Hans ne igra, ali nema veze, Oskar je mrtav.
Broken Blade lives. Okay, cheating and nerd. Flacken, running for his life. He's gonna flash. Skewmon, damage not there yet. Broken Blade looking for his quadra kill. He's got a quadra kill. G2 ended. You had a gold lead at the 14-minute mark.
Look at Flacken. That man is nowhere going near G2. He had a little head shake, he had a little smile, he was like, not today, BB, you do not get a book.
You know what, Dagda, I don't care. BB is going to look for it regardless. Flackett's still in range. The spawn's up in 10 seconds. G2 are on the Nexus turrets with an early game.
Očekivano, DSK 25 minuta, ekipa G2-a. G2 je jako lep game. Lep game, nema šta. Samo je nada da će G2 moći prenese ovu formu u playoff pa i na Worlds. Jer je veliko pitanje šta će na Worldsu moći da rade. Ali protiv Giantsa, kaže, ne bi smeli da gube, tako da... Čuli smo, ništa. Pauzica pa se vraćamo na Game 2. Da vidimo da li će G2 da završi ovo. Ili im još da se igra.
Champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh, that's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call it.
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant every request. Thank you. Hot and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rock at the stage. I always rock it, lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. Hot and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to check reality.
Well, what can I say? I guess BB is a different kind of Western top laner. It was nice talking to you ladies. Have a good one. Cheers.
Finn, what was that? Dude, and what are you reading?
Bro, calm down, okay? I'm trying to get the LPL and LCK teams to notice me and G2's impressive champion pool.
They don't even play Rumble and Jace, man. What are you talking about?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. But Gen G and BLG, they banned it at first stand against us, you know? But then we got to MSI and it's like...
Okay, only Top Esports was stupid enough to ban... Okay, only they were dumb enough to ban the Jace. You know, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Bingo.
Okay, so basically we're trying to deceive all these LCK and LPL teams into thinking that we play Rumble and Jace. But why, man? Aren't we like just good enough? Can't we just... Isn't there's like enough niche picks and creative strategies coming out of G2? Surely you don't need to resort to weird stuff like this. Why can't they just be themselves?
Bro, you're totally not getting me, man. You're totally not getting me. Drake, is that really what you think? You think that would work? Yeah, sure. Like the best teams in the world are gonna ban Kled and Warwick and I guess whatever highest win rate top laner is on all analytics that people try to cheese with. No. It's not enough to play the weird picks, okay? It's not enough. You need to play Jace and the Rumble or they won't even look at your way. Do you seriously think that G2 loads in the draft, locks in the Jace, and with good conscience, thinks he's gonna win them the game? Brother, he's got a 1.3 KD average as Jace! Did you not see standing phase versus Rooster? The 0 and 7 shifters top in a Rooster. Bro, we need those bans! Dracos, at Worlds, every single LCK team needs to think that Broken Blade's got those Zeus fingertips when it locks in Jace and Rumble. And hey, what's up? What's up? Even if it means we'll have to watch the rancid laning phase that he presents here every single day in the LEC when he picks those champions. Do you take that deal? I think that's a pretty good deal, Dracos.
Okay, fine. Take the deal. Damn. All right, it's a good point.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
All right, so trying to press LCK and LVO teams. Right. Oh. Hey, T1. Broken Blade, Rumble Jace, pretty good. Chonamnida. Yeah. Okay. No, don't watch the VODs. Guys, don't watch the VODs. Just ban it. It's fine. Just please don't. No, don't watch the VODs.
Thank you so much, Finn, for the exposure of G2's plan. But G2 did expose GX's early game. Now, when it comes to teams and trying to figure out from the early game who's gonna win the game, you look at this crab situation. But if you want to figure out how hard they will win that game, you look at what happens after the crab situation. So let's roll out the clip. G2 find themselves in the bot river. They're doing all the steps properly. They're about to secure the crab, and Isma is gonna look for a cross map on that side of the map. Pause right now. When you are G2 here and you just got visual confirmation that Isma is over here and you're completely exposing the bot lane, well, what do? We are gonna go dive. So let's roll the clip out, because I don't envy GX's position here. Isma really needs to find some way to get back in the game, but you're selling out your bot lane, man. After this, it's just completely explosive gameplay. G2 will take over this game, will run around with all the gold lead on absolutely everyone, and that's what I mean. Your reaction to what happens after the crab is all of it. You really had to just not go for that cross map. You need to cover your bot lane, because two camps are not worth just losing the game like that.
I agree, Odo. Very well put. Some questionable choices, to be sure, across that game for GX. The problem was, once the snowball started rolling, I was just like, what do you even say? Like, what do you even do? This is, of course, important to note, because it's like Hall of Legends, we're celebrating Caps. This is his first game win after being inducted into the Hall of Legends. And it was a pretty convincing game win. He did get solo killed, and I was immediately like, we were making memes. We were like, all right, time to make
it's just a curse.
Like, thinking all the shit posts we can make about how Caps hasn't won a single game. But then he, from that point, completely dominated mid.
Yeah, I mean, the second highest CSD since we started tracking the stat in 2022 in mid lane. I kind of thought that montages were supposed to be like 3 to 4 minutes. I feel like I just watched like a 25, 30-minute montage by G2 in this game. It felt like they were literally playing with their food. And it started with Caps just dominating the laning phase, as you said, Dracos, after getting solo killed. And I have no idea how he did it. Like, usually when you get solo killed, it's a pretty bad thing for your lane. Like, generally, that's not a good thing. But Caps maybe has studied Bowser's good deaths, because he just completely ran the mid laning phase.
This gang from Skimon really did set him up from success. But you already saw in that role, he's getting a lot of good raise.
Look at this, Odo. Oh my god. That is probably the most beautiful encore I've seen.
Something. Oh, I didn't think that Seraphine has the ability to make montages just like that, sleeper montages, but it was like that.
And another one.
And this whole game just became a highlight reel for everyone on G2. Hey, Caps here in the Hall of Legends. What do you? Let me try and get the.
Teleports behind you, nothing personal, kid. Dashes away.
God, he did absolutely hit him with the nothing personal.
Oh, this one I didn't see. Oh, okay, wait.
This was just a sad. This is like Blackout just getting bullied all game by Caps and Broken Blade on these assassins that
after all this time, always.
He just put his headset on. I wanted to yell at him to say he has to say nothing personal, kid, next time. Headset on. This was a Goomba stomp of epic proportions. Like, I think that the play that you broke down, Odo, is one of the only moments in the game where it's like you would go back and review that and talk about it.
It's just a snowball, because past that point, even if you have the tools, you're playing against G2, buddy. If they are good, and they are good because they won so many times, they know how to snowball that lead, because everyone, all of a sudden, on the side of Isma, hey, Isma, make a play, but all of your lanes are bleeding and they all need you at the same time. What can you do? There's just too many wounds.
No. Also, everyone's getting outplayed 1v1 too. So it's like, what can you do? It's too much for any jungler or any player to handle. Obviously, there's still pressure on GX to try to find this win. G2 was always going to be one of their hardest opponents. But after a game like that, a bounce back feels impossible, but it would make it all the more impressive if they can find a way.
I mean, we were joking about how big of a stomp it is, but you gotta like zoom out a little bit. This game is very important for Giant X. They are still at the brink of missing playoffs. Like, sure, they're up against G2, and G2 is the favorites here, but Giant X needs to get every single win they can. And if they don't bounce back here, that road to playoffs is going to be so much steeper.
I think next week they also have Na'Vi and Fnatic, if I'm not mistaken, and even outside of that, you need at least game score. Let's say you lose against G2, but at least, you know, when it comes to all those tiebreakers, they need to really step it up. And it all starts with that early game where the game is just solved and everything is just mad at that point, where you just need to make proper reactions to what enemy is doing. You cannot just drop the ball like that.
Absolutely cannot. And it's so good that you highlighted, Odo. Game score also incredibly important. Even if you cannot take the series, even just taking us to a game 3 would do so much for GX. Let's see if they can bring it back in this game 2 as we send it over to our casters.
It would be a miracle for the series for Giant X. Obviously draft dependent after game 1. There was a lot of solo flair from both teams, but despite Caps getting solo killed level 1 without burning a flash, G2 bounced back in that game incredibly well for how the game state looked after that.
Yeah, they did a phenomenal job. And I think that is kind of the beauty of G2, the way they move around the map, the way they're able to cover the plays. And it makes it very difficult to kind of crack or find that crack in the armor. And Giant X, unfortunately, just fell too far behind. There was a couple of moments where they tried to make plays on side lanes, but unfortunately it was just that little bit too late. So we'll have to see what the game plan is coming into this next draft. As, some of the big picks on the patch, like the Rumble, like the Ezreal are already taken off as well. So we'll see what Giant X are going to be cooking.
Lots already taken, you're right. Olaf, I think, kind of a response. A lot of these teams that are versing top laners with wide pools, really worried about it in the time being. I mean, Olaf also just a strong bit, so I could be talking out of as Finkel of my ASOL. I think we've got Galio banned to follow up because maybe normally we'd have a Rumble top when Galio gets banned. Orianna still there, by the way.
Yeah, so I mean, the Orianna party definitely rising with the Kali taken away. Becomes significantly easier to try and put her in towards the mid lane. Especially if you ban away things like the Vi and those kind of things, you don't have a lot of threat on towards her in the mid lane. So I'd be curious to see if that is going to be the game plan as we get on into it. Because it is Giant X who are first pick here, so they may get their answer.
With that first pick, Jackie's on Ori. Not a bad choice. Outside of that, I'm just kind of looking through what he's been playing this split, and Ryze was looked at last game, not picked in the end, so that is still available. You ban Anivia, you're kind of saying, maybe I want to play Ryze here.
Yeah.
Maybe I want to go Ryze first pick.
So does it get banned?
But Nocturne's also up.
Yeah, okay, Nocturne is the bigger problem for them. So yeah, Ryze definitely on the cards, but Orianna very strong as well. Boom. And it looks like, that is going to be the call. Okay, so huge amount of those picks already gone. Syndra, though, is still up and available, so you can take the Syndra for Caps into it.
Lee would be kind of red hot for G2 for this one too. I guess depends on... I mean, Lee Sin has been like
I evo nas nazad, potencijalno finalni game dana, da vidimo da li ekipa G2 može samo da išutira Giants ili će nešto drugo biti. Caps u fazonu, daj mi loka da nosim sam. Fair. Sve je to moguće.
We don't have Vi, we do have Skarner. Maybe you don't need jungle here.
Ne znam baš kakva je Orianna u to, ali ajde.
To be honest. That's true, actually.
Yeah, I think the Lucian is a good call.
So many pairings left up with it. It can really do anything. So, yeah, Lucian gets locked. Other side, Dagda, what do you feel?
I mean, you probably go with the Yunara Lulu as a response. Lulu Kog'Maw, also another one. Just to try and answer for it. It does mean, though, that you're kind of giving up your jungle pick, which is a bit of a worry when you want to try and pair something that's a little bit
zato i kažem, malo je čudno da, ne znam.
more aggressive and has a lot of attacks, or benefits a lot from
A
the
vidjet ćemo šta će raditi.
And with Xin Zhao gone,
Nema to u lecu. Doduše, ja mislim da šta god da se dogodi, Cavs bi trebao da bude fajn ovdje, ali... Ne, trola. Sad mimuju s ovim Hall of Legendsom, ni ovo neće biti blokovano.
Those are the days, yeah, because they think Broken Blade's going to pick nah.
No, it'd be the Rakan, right? Is that a Rakan for the bot lane? Yeah.
Oskara, brate, mili. Kakav lik. Kakav lik.
Lulu is good in the matchup against the Rakan, but I think Lucian Milio is just going to be fine. You've still got basically everything you need. Ult to disengage from the charm. You got the fire kick to try and keep the Rakan away.
Yep.
No reason not to just lock it in here.
With that slam, no junglers, so get ready for the pinching of junglers part 2. We still have the Skarner, the Lee Sin, the Wukong, Trundle. The Olaf was already banned before, which is a flex. Dagda the Pantheon here as well is something that might just have to be taken off as...
I think
Nema molim te Larsera niko više da dovede ikada. Ja stvarno se nadam da se to samo nikada neće dogoditi. Mislim, gledaj, svakako ja sam i ranije hejtov određene igrače, ali jako retko je moj hejt bio neosnovan. Jer kao dokazano istorijski da u LEC-u imaš mnogo paycheck stealera, mislim, nije to ništa strašno ni loše. To je samo facts. Ne može niko mi kaže da je Promiscu bio LEC kvalitet. Čovjek je bio užasan. I to isto možemo reći za mnogo igrača. Znači nije samo, znaš.
Oh, there's the Wukong. So the Wukong Orianna is still going to be denied. I think with the Vayne ban coming through from Giant X, they're going to open it up for G2. And now it's just a question of do you end up going for that Nara ban? Do you try and look for something
Klara smurfuje s prijavama, samo to želim da kažem naglas. Bravo, Klaro.
So maybe you want to keep that Nara for yourself, but Broken Blade kind of happy to play multiple things into that.
A vidi, na šta je fora? Gle, moje mišljenje je da Adam kada je igrao Garena, Dariusa i Seta, onda je bio LEC kvalitet. On sa tim pikovima je bio LEC materijal. Ali onda kad je Adam počeo da igra Renektona i Xantea i te gluposti, onda jednostavno nije na LEC nivou. Znaš, neki igrači su LEC materijal na određenim herojima ili s određenim stilom igre.
Yeah, do you just pick it away? Is that the call? Okay.
Take it then. Does Oscar pull out something like Camille, Poppy?
Pa mislim da, ali u suštini naš, mislim, Adam specifično, recimo lider je dobar na asasinima, ne nužno jedan asasin. Adam imao tipa 4-5 pikova na kojima je bio dobar. Ali čim su promenili njegov stil igre, odmah je postao prosječan top laner, znaš. Dok recimo Oskar, njemu šta god da daš, on je loš. Mislim, sad ne bude ono jaga hej, ali stvarno, znači čovjek, on je došao u LEC kao gangplank OTP. Znači oni su njega doveli kao GP OTP-a. Probao je 2 puta da odigra GP-a i 2 puta je izgubio i od tad samo igra neke šta god pikove na topu. Ali ako hoćeš da ti neko igra šta god, Oskar nije ta osoba, njega ne uzmeš. A šta Mato, izvini? Pričaš za Rogue, šta, u top 8? Pa, ja ne znam da li se ti sećaš tog, mislim, sećaš se tog Worldsa, verovatno. U suštini Spratel je pobedio MSI kao izmena sa G2-om, tako da... Ko je? Pite ih tamo. Šta se desilo sa Vladom? Da streamu na TV-u si, please. Fox. Jaxplank, znate, vidi, Oskar igrao samo GP, Jaxplank igrao Gangplanka i Jaxa, deš bolje. Deš bolje.
It's kind of a core piece just gone. Because you kind of want Pantheon to be that front line, like try and buy space with the Aegis Assault, the Orianna to support it, the Shockwave, the Rakan, everything is so important, especially with Camille being knocked away, it's useless.
But what do you think about G2's comp in terms of starting a fight? Relied on Meganar, Poppy's, I mean, very built around disengage, around situational engage with walls, like it's not super...
Ja neću nikad zaboraviti taj Worlds. Gdje smo imali ekipu Roga koja je slučajno prošla zašto je Tess izgubio od Gama, ali tako nešto je bilo debilno. Kao samo stvari koje nikad nisu smjele se dogode.
can look for these engages, either through like Poppy, even just like the stun against the wall, the knock up, Nar finding flank positions, right? I think I trust G2 a little bit more with the composition like this.
I mean, that's completely fair. G2, top team in the league, top 2. They win this, they'll just slam themselves into second position. And Giant X on the other side, they need a series win, they need a games win. They talked about it on desk, how vital it is. G2 won an early game. They won through an early game. It's crazy to believe, but they did indeed. Game 1, win through that early game. And now we come to game 2 with a harder to understand and play out comp. Other side, Dagda, GX. I mean, you have Orianna, Camille, Pantheon. I think they want to go in. I think they would like to set up Shockwave. And I think they can pick angles as well. I think it is probably a lot easier to execute if a Giant X played this game out well.
Yeah, I think Giant X, if they can avoid Skewmond, are going to be in a good spot, or if they can very quickly pull the trigger. And I have to see if G2 are going to give them those opportunities to do so. Already though, you can kind of see like Hansama and Lebrov taking this third bush. They really want to get aggressive in these early stages. And if you can try and win out through bot lane, I think it gives you an easy answer into...
Jeste, persjučite, da. Ako Larsen ode u Hollow Ernest, ma idemo svi kolektivno. Idem Dotu da igram. Postaću Dota main. Vole me ovo. Ali kako dođe se na način neka je... Dora jeste. Ima, vidi. Worlds nekad stvarno ima insane trenutke. Iskreno, Worlds stvarno nekad ima insane trenutke.
Nicely done by Hansam and Lebrov. Just understanding the matchup, willing to take that trade, even with all the creeps there. They heavily win the... and they should be able to get full control over this bottom side now. Also nice trade there from Caps.
Yep.
Getting that early level 2.
Just pulls in that Ashen Pursuit. Jackie does get one back though. And that's always going to be the case when it's ranged. Nails, Ashen Pursuit, and the auto attack damage as well. Using that passive well. Clockwork Wind Up though is just as good as Jackie's and Caps. At it again, looking for solo kills back to back as Jackie does again.
Ide Gotarinin. Će solo kilo je BB1 dva puta. Vidjet ćemo šta će biti ove godine na Worldsu. Mislim nas čeka dobar Worlds. Mislim da će biti u malo nezgodno vreme. Mislim nije nezgodno, realno. Super je vreme za ljude s mog streama. Evo ga. Gotarinin, vrać. Gotarinin. Samo je najbolji, vidite. Ja vam kažem da je Oscarinin najbolji top laner na svetu.
Yeah, well, I thought he would just auto-attack, get the movement speed from Hyper, and then be able to avoid the follow-up auto-attack from Oscar in it.
Šta ja gledam?
He was trying to space out. Oscar just didn't relent. TP back in.
Šta ja gledam, ljudi moji?
As Caps is close to dying himself. It is that W that is active that is going to heal him back up in a second, but Jackies has more mana.
Jo da, Varus, onaj bukvalno Worlds je bio gdje Guma kad god baci Q, krade objektiv. Ti unutar jednog game imao tipa 2 stila, ali tako nešto bolesno, sećam se toga. Baš je smurfova na Varusu taj Worlds. Bilo bi lepo, Mato, bilo bi lepo.
But yeah, big mistake from Brokenblade.
Yep. And for Oscar, I mean, very big meeting. Skewmon's coming down for the gank, and the mega fire kick, the W already up. Skewmon has Flacket against the wall. He didn't get the charge, so that's the difference. LeVar almost dies under turret. Dive, not successful, but Caps is coming here to cement the play. There's no response from a jungler as Caps going to come over the wall. Spots out the ward. Flacket's still in trouble. He has no summons. An Ashen Pursuit with a couple of nails, and he'll be nailing in the coffin. Caps misses, but Skewmon does not. Now for the follow through the Ashen Pursuit. Hans takes the kill. Caps really saved the hell out of that play.
Yeah, the fact that they didn't get the initial slam against the wall made that a lot more complicated than it needed to be. Still, Hansam and Lebrov with blinking health bar is going to escape. Caps will cost himself a wave in the mid lane. You can see that the experience and the gold definitely looking a little bit nicer for...
Ne znam, Mato, ja što se toga tiče nisam neki ogroman verenik iskreno, ali vidjet ćemo. Ja bih volio da je to istina. Ja se nadam da je to istina.
Skewmon trying to bail him out. Lethal tempo up. Oscar stepped up already. Where's the nearest wall? Boomerang blade. Does it get the slow? It does indeed. There we go. Hook shot, wall shot. Just before Steadfast Presence gets in range from Skewmon.
Yeah, we're still allowed to push out though on that top side. But we see it here, right? Skewmon tries to get the push against the wall, but doesn't quite set it up. Does at least interrupt the dash from Jun. So gets a little bit of damage off. But it's then on the repeat as Lebrov is completely out. Where Flacket tries to push the wave away, but with Caps here, Skewmon flashes forward, make sure it hits the second time. The Q from Caps does miss, which is a little unfortunate because he would have liked the kill. But still, Hansama able to clear up one in the back end, and now we're fighting over the Raptors.
Jackie's not level 6 though, so he can't do anything to keep Skewmon there. And off the invade, good defensive measures because Jackie's right now, along with Oscar, doing well for the solo laners of Ginex.
Ne, to je brutalno, kažem, ja se nadam da će to da se dogodi.
From Flackett. He does not want to be left alone as this turret's about to hit, but it's fake pressure at the moment. Cap's just kind of still hovering over wards, so Ginex know they're safe.
As soon as that purgatory's up, Caps has the ability.
Generalno je teško dobiti sponzore, da, to je istina, mislim, nema šta.
Skewmon not anywhere nearby, but he is pathing down from his attempt to get up in top lane. And right now, gold is even outside of those solo laners. It is this bot lane of G2 that find themselves in a very good place in the early game. Corpus Warhammer is the damage.
Ne znam da pričaš o legitimnim top lanerima, ali ne mogu da procenim.
Surprised at that. Thought he would like try and slow play it until his smite came back up. But looks like with Jackie's, despite the fact he is the level 6, they don't want to try and play for it. And Oscar in and half pushing top. So Skewmon delays it for a moment.
Gets a stun, good buffer though with the hook shot first. Oscar gets out, and Broken Blade is doing a little bit better. I mean, the wave is going to bounce out, but yeah, the attention from Skewmon has not only saved bot, or at least pushed a winning lane already, Dagda, but has helped Broken Blade mitigate some of the control that Oscar found off the solo kill.
Yeah, I think the next step here for G2 is to try and look towards those dragons. Like, obviously he got focus on top side from Skewmon because he did just take the Skull Crab. He's now going to reset, Krugs...
Ma vidi, mislim, što tiče imena, ja sam siguran mogu dosta imena se nađe. Tipo, možda nađeš ti... Vratiš kill Isanga i Vizičačija nazad igre.
He's incredibly strong right now.
Što opet kažem, zavisi šta ti je tu cilj. Jer ti imaš talenta i kod nas, kad pogledaš, mislim, ono, Stefan Excellent i Thomas lome LFL. Oni su igrali EBL u nekom trenutku.
Hans got it. It'd be so tragic if it was saved, and he misses it anyway. But Hans will hold on. A big gold lead, as we already said about, and you talked about his components, but I mean, once again, Hansama and Labrov, not only have they had great laning phases this split, but they've just been super switched on, being a shining light of G2. When I think, you know, Hansama gets a bad rap. He's always been a top 280 carry, and people go like, oh, well, he's not as flashy or whatever. This split he's been flashy and consistent. You get the best of both, no?
Yeah, I mean, he's had a fantastic split. I think he's been really, really solid. Both the duo, like in laning phase, has been able to consistently get leads, and then he's been exceptional in team fights as well. It really does feel like he stepped up coming into this split, and even like basically after the end of winter into spring, kind of we got to see them really be the consistent part of G2 for what was so.
Da, Stefan igra I dalje za Pirati. I oni su pobedili Solari. I Spookijeva ekipa isto dobila Solari. Zašto bi Vinta? Bibi, chill, Bibi, chill. Polako, sve će biti u redu, Ali da, Stefan lomi, mislim ću možda pogledam. LFL 2026, Summer. Stefan baš lomi tamo po Francuskoj. Summer playoff. Da, Pirati su dobili Solari I onda su...
So Isma that flash, the knockback, and the damage that was done means that Isma should be able to move over towards the Void Grubs. Skewmon should be able to go towards the Dragon if he does want to, though, in a kind of response. Jackie's is moving down to try and protect his bot lane, but doesn't know where Caps is right now.
It's a danger, isn't it? Jackie's caught out in rotation, though. Here comes Cap, sending everything. Purgatory's going to miss, so Jackie's not slowed. Kiting around really nicely, great movement, but Skewmon is going to muck this up for him. The nails fly in once more and waiting for an action.
A Spooky je dole u loseru.
Turns it into an engages, fucking flushes out, survives somehow. The kick from LeBron is not going to be enough as Hansama flushes in on top of Jackie's, he's got no mana. Isma comes in to save the day, the shield bolts.
Sad Pirati čekaju Galionze, a Spooky igra protiv Casey Blue-a. Ne znam kad igraju tačno. Da, sad sam baš pogledao.
Cleaned up at the back, he teleported into a ward that was just outside a dragon pit and was able to clean it up.
And Labrov killed Flackett. I mean, Flackett was out, was fishing for Labrov. I didn't see how the support got the kill.
Oh, he got the kick onto Flackett. I didn't think he'd have enough damage off the Q at the end, but he did. So we'll see it here, right? Caps doesn't get the purgatory which you called out, but Camila just reset.
Jel to znači onda šta? Galionzi i Pirati sigurno EMEA, mada mislim da Galionzi i Solari idu svakako na EMEA Master, ako se ne varam. Nešto, neki poeni, nemam pojma.
So as Hansama picks off at the top of the fight, Camille comes over the wall, finishes off. Actually, I thought he finished off Caps. Doesn't quite finish him. Hansama ends up falling. You get the kill from Lebrov, and then Lebrov must have got that the fire kick to kill Flacket.
Yeah, he did. Like at max range or something. I'm not sure. Jun caught out in front of Dragon. Lebrov does have level 6, a breath of light up. Culling almost back up after Hansama used it last fight. G2 had the health advantage, and you're right. Here comes Broken Blade, about to go into Mega Nah. Jackie slowed down. Has his flash from the last fight. Surprisingly, he'll be stunned up as he holds onto that once more. Shockwave's not up and available, so G2 will use this to mount themselves back into Dragon.
But they all pulled off a Dragon, which is giving Oscar in a lot of free time on top.
Nešto je Riot postovao, ali ne mogu da garantujem, ne znam. Riot je postovao nešto, ali ne znam šta su postovali.
I mean, Skewmon is just everywhere this game.
Skewmon needed to make that play happen because they're going to lose.
Solika pobednici. Da, okej. Da, to ima smisla. Znam da su nešto, čitao sam bukvalno post od EMEA da će Solari i Gallions ići svejedno. To ima smisla.
Oscar might be in trouble, but he's going to away, I think. Isma now spotted on a ward. This counter gang, he knows. Puts up the Aegis. Assault takes the turret shot with it as well. And guess who didn't get out? It's John. Capitalization from Skewmon again. They're just always in the right place to counter.
They're just not ever giving too much of their time to a certain thing, right? We talked about the Dragon where they want to try and set up and take them early, but they understand.
Da, ima smisla. Kažem, znam da sam čitao.
And also we then have to cover for the potential play on Broken Blade. He's very vulnerable with no flash on the top end, so they
tako da, znači svako idu i Spooky i Stefan. Cool, super, imat ćemo za koga da navijamo pored naših. Mislim da je to stvarno super priča.
He's gotten some gold back now. He's been down in CS consistently. Jackie's now threatening a Shockwave Ash in pursuit. But Shockwave not used. The ball just outside of the range of where Caps jump back to as Jackie's looking for individual gold himself. Now hovering around his jungler because GX have control on this top side, but Herald's not up for another 2.5. It is Dragon that is still on the map, yet untouched. That with Hansama's lead, it feels like G2 are positioning towards now.
I think they're just looking for the bot tower. You can see it's one place.
Oscar nosi lagano. Ne bi Solari igra, pa vidi. Mislim da je fora što potencijalno to ne znam, ali trebalo bi valjda sad šampion ovog EMEA, to je šampion ove EMEA, da bude... Mislim da je fora da valjda bude na onom Let's Versusu ako ga opet bude bilo.
Abandoning these side lane turrets, knowing they can't be safe underneath them.
That worrying from Broken Blade opens up, so it's going to be a trade. Again, Dragon.
Mislim da je to neka fora.
Still a bit of gold here, as Oscar Rinnen is 1.1k ahead of the curve over Broken Blade. So, I mean, last game he got shutdowns when G2.
Oscar nosi.
This game.
Tako da mislim da je to neka fora.
Good position fight last time around.
I onda ima smisla da igra Solari i Gallions jer su oni pobedili EMEA-u da ne bude da su igrali kao džabe prva dva splita, kao što je stao, samo bio fazon okej, ono.
Isma's there to punish alongside Flacket.
Oscar Rinnen isn't punished on the top side though. He uses that Hextech ultimatum and the flash to get away from the G2 play. And I think this is where you're going to start to see, like, things like Caps making those mistakes is going to come back and bite them. In a team fight, Hextech Ultimatum with Jackie's ultimate is going to decimate Hansama, and that is incredibly difficult to try and keep them away. But now the TP coming in to help out Skewmon.
Jackie's caught on a side lane, as is Oriana. Big mistake. Hammer Shock slow. And waiting for the keeper's verdict, there's a shockwave. Broken Blade is teleported in as suggested, as Dagda told you. Hammer Shock not going to take the kills. Broken Blade who orders it down, getting goal back. Meanwhile, we look towards mid lane, and Lebrov's caught out. Hansama's up next as well. Oscar made magic happen.
Eto, vidiš sakrene da Oscar nosi, ja kažem. Laki za Capsa.
Blackout just about able to escape away from that one, was right on the brink of it. But again, Giant X finding the counterplays. We are dead even when it comes to the gold. And this is what I was talking about with the Camille. Hansama wants to try and play aggressive on the mid wave because they see many members moving bot, get some good damage onto Flakkid. Isma comes through, the teleport again from Oscarinin on towards the play. And it is not a fun time for Hansama when you're trying to play against the Fed Camille like this. Immediately comes over the wall, sets up for the play, gets the kill. And this isn't even with Jackie's having that shockwave on top of it. It's really going to be tough for G2 to protect this Lucian in these fights.
Now let's talk about Herald because it's the next point at play. Gold is even, and the thing I want to say, Dagger, is there was a lot used on that play, but we have more ultis coming up on G2 first. However,
vidi Oscar, top, Spratel, Hjarnan bot, Larsen mid. Ne znam koji je najveći throw jungler ikada, ali jungle mi fali kao rol u cijelom tom rosteru.
Caps tried to ash and pursuit out, be smart with it, but his ritual nails come through, and the soul ignition is down. Caps needs help, and he gets it from Skewmon again, running away with the Hextech sweep and the culling. I mean,
definitivno mi fali mi neki jungler.
Skewmon, absolute heroics on that play. The fact that not only do you get the kill, but you buy time for Nara on this bottom side to try and trade for the Rift Arrow. It's huge. He may have overstepped here, though.
In trouble, waiting. Shockwave's going to bring him back in. Isma doesn't have the ulti. That's up in 5 seconds, so there's no aerial assault / Grand Starfall to fly through and secure the kill. Herald's going to be used instead. The play's keeping fast here for Giant in the early game as they try and open up this mid lane outer.
Ne znam, LPL ja ne gledam LPL. Iskreno ne gledam LPL.
With Giant X, Oscarinin unfortunately taking a little bit of a step too far. Kind of shuts down a lot of that pressure that he had. And I'm surprised because he played it incredibly well at the start, but just not quite been able to get Caps. The kill on Caps was
legitimno, ne znam.
Giant X's success there.
Oscar gave some gold back over. Again, Skewmon getting praised here because of what he's able to do. Isma's had some great ults as well. I think both junglers have really opened up some of the windows of this game. And it's a close one. It's only 1,000 to G2, but Dragon's up in a minute 15. As Jordan just pops his head in, says, what's up? Ward's going to be placed down. He's got his team behind him, but he can't do anything to steal away these Raptors. He's just getting information around this next neutral spawning.
Yeah, knows that basically Lucian has to show up to collect the wave, so using that small bit of time that he has to try and establish vision. Still though, a minute out until Dragon. You're still having Locke trying to pressure on the top side. Isma did end up using that ultimate to try and get a pick onto Caps in the top side, but didn't quite work out. So maybe that makes G2 a little bit more emboldened to start creating some pressure on the map. Broken Blade did get 3 plates on the bottom tower while we were looking at that play in the top half. So if he can get some alone time, it's definitely going to help out. Like, he was very far behind Oscarinin, but now only sitting 300 gold because he got several waves and those plates in the bottom lane.
A lot of gold back in the pocket. G2 group up. Jun steps forward. Isma now reapproaches an angle. As you said, Dagda, Isma already used his ult to try and find Caps in side lane. Didn't work out. So G2 feeling confident. There's no reposition from Giant X's jungler as Oscar's putting the pressure onto the working lane of top. And Dragon's up in 5. Isma trying to get a position here. He's going to get fucked out by Broken Blade. Jumps in for the stun. Shield Vault now down. AE just assault used for movement speed. Broken Blade about to go mega. Giant X have to pay respect.
Oscarinin still trading that top side. Caps holding down the fort though. And Giant X, they want to try and approach, but without Oscarinin, this one ends a bit dangerous. There's the deep TP though.
He is coming in fast. Broken Blade just runs out of Meganar as well. A good advantage maybe for GX, a steal as well.
Dobro.
Comes in now for the fight. Oscar hook shot, wall shot, comes in for the sweep, the quickness, Jun finds 3, and all bundled up together, a present for Giant X. The cozy campfire keeping Skewmon alive as they run for the hills.
Dobro, ovo je fajn, mislim, mi smo uzeo Drake, oni su okej ovdje. Skupili malo vremena. Definitivno, dosta više close game nego onaj prethodni.
Diving in onto G2 over the wall. They don't spot him. And even afterwards as well, you'll see Skewmon's ultimate ends up getting interrupted. Isma, massive steal. But watch, Jun on a ward, but just pops in, jumps in, immediately sets up, and then here, the Skewmon ultimate gets interrupted by Isma, so can't even reset the play. Giant X, like, that was a massive turnaround for this game.
So smart from Jun. He presses R, he flashes, he doesn't W. Steadfast presence is up. Skewmon's expecting a full-on engage, but he doesn't use the ability. That costs him to get stuck on the outer rim. And as you said, big quickness, big kills going over. And I think we saw Flackett getting a bit of gold back in his corner as well. So for Giant X, a play that also opens up the mid lane turret. And it was a stolen dragon from Isma that keeps them firmly in this game. It is neck and neck. It's only game 2, but again, so much on the line for Giant X when their playoffs bets right now are really hinging on at least 2 of their remaining series being a win. If all 3 of them could be, then we're talking about a Giant X that could crest into that top 4 again.
Yeah, I think though Giant X are just in a fantastic spot. Like Oscarinen is outscaled Nara in the side lane. It's like the mini Nara does not live up to what this Camille can do. Then when you get in towards team fights, the combo of that Hextech Ultimatum and Shockwave makes it really hard to play through G2's strong point, which is Hansama. And Caps just has been invisible on this lock.
Sure.
Like, you don't really have a big carry performance coming through from the G2 mid laner, which makes it way easier for Giant X to try and do plays of their own.
Broken Blade's getting dove here. That turret is mincemeat. Ulti gonna go into the wave. He still gets stunned up with Aegis Assault. And now, speaking of, that shield will come in soon, and it's just easily done. Broken Blade is gonna die a staggered death. Quickness was used by Jun, but the kill goes over. And what's the response play from G2? They find Oscarinen.
Oscar je 3-1. Ne znam ja, on što najjače igra ovaj game.
Oscar does flash away as G2 bring 4 to the top lane show, but mid's now under pressure. Inner turret and bot's now under pressure. G2 do not have the numbers in the lane to defend this.
Now Hansama basically just going to try and stick around and immediately burst down the tower, but as you say, like plates, bot, tower, mid, isn't quite going to fall. I believe Giant X will have to try and back away from this, but actually TP, they're collapsing.
Ko Antoniju što je uradio? Znate za tu priču za Antonija?
Lebrov's gone. Skewan's in trouble. Sephiroth's presence not up, or at least not yet. And Hansama's going to be put into the ultimate dome. A war present. Oscar does die. Hans does a lot of damage, but in a 1-for-1, Skewmon needs to get out of there. I don't think he's going to, though. As Zisman for the chase. Dissonance, the stun negated. That W comes in clutch. But Giant X are on Baron's side of the map, and Hans is down for 30. Will they risk it, or will they look for a pick?
Skewmon still being alive makes it very tough to try and make the call to go for Baron. But the fact that Hansama managed to turn around and kill in that is insane. Great flash play from him to turn it around. Also having the support of Skewmon to deny any follow-up. So even though we were talking about, oh, this is Giant X play, like, you get push on boss, Broken Blade gets some plates in mid, like, they actually get something back off the end of that.
Giant X moving to a gold lead again, probably irrelevant as we look at the play here. They TP'd on this reset.
Yeah, it's so many members of Giant X up here. But still, Hansama with a flash, and then immediately Skewmon getting into range to stop the follow-up, deny the Camille. Hansama with the barrier, one last dash is able to get the kill. And this is a very fast Poppy to escape away from that top lane, having the support and that steadfast presence to keep them alive. This game is nuts.
It's crazy, and I mean, I love it. Again, it's not just one domination into a...
Ovo je samo Fiesta, pa je Fiesta iskreno, što je okej. Realno, daj da vidimo malo grešaka. Što da ne? Što da ne, iskreno?
He got flack for it last time, no pun intended. Storm Surge, Rod of Ages. I mean, we need a third item from him, which maybe could be a Rabadon, maybe could be Shadow Flame, who knows, but yeah, it's an interesting build, while Caps, as you said, has been invisible. Speaking of, Isma looking to make himself very visible to Skewmon. Gets him to the stun, Steadfast Presence comes in again. Giant X threatening. They're on Baron's side of the map, but there is a dragon coming up, and they know that they need to take this.
Locke has teleport, though, and Orianna doesn't, so Caps basically just being a nuisance on the side lane, knowing that he can always join in. Giant X going to move over towards the dragon, but when it's only the second dragon for Giant X 23.5 minutes into the game, it's not exactly like Soul is going to be around the corner anytime soon, so G2 just going to kind of stay out, push out some of these waves, and not look to contest.
Till the next one. Fights have been around getting set up on these objectives, so maybe things are quiet unless we look towards a potential sneaky Baron, as Hans just picked up an Infinity Edge, a little bit ahead of Flackett still. He is the strongest member on G2. Broken Blade got a Sterex, and he is actually slightly ahead of Oscar, as we were talking about. You know, he has been on sideways. BB is almost 50 CS up for a guy that got solo killed early on by Oscarinen and has kind of been sent out of the game a bit. Props to Broken Blade for still remaining relevant in this game. Sterex going to help him team fight better as G2 hold mid down. making sure that Baron isn't free vision.
Ravenous Hydra completed there for Oscar and in on reset. He's going to be quite strong now, especially in those side lane plays. If Broken Blade is in mini-nar form, he's going to be a little tough. Has the level advantage, which is definitely helping him out. As we were talking about, G2 have been positioning him better to catch some of these side waves.
Yep.
But this is definitely where it's starting to turn in favor of the Camille, especially as she gets towards level 16. I feel very nervous for G2 in side lanes. So though, on the map you can look.
Mislim, Poppy tu dosta negira, iskreno. Poppy tu baš dosta negira. Ozbiljno, Matu, pa nice. Kažem ti, biće zanimljivo. Ima baš dosta nabadača koji su se prijavili, a vidim sad i po ovom serveru, serveru za turnir da je dosta ekipa su ono jako high elo traže sa igrače, tako da to mi isto baš drago.
GiantX are actually playing around this bottom side, setting up vision for the Camille, making sure that she's able to push in, as Skewmon will just put out Isma.
Remember, W can go over the blast cone. Isma won't be able to escape. Skewmon's buying time. Isma flashes. He knows that the rest of G2 are on the way.
And G2, again, kind of moving back and forth across this mid. Hansama stepping forward.
And Cullen goes into Flacket, into join the rest. Flacket, here comes Skewmon as well. The feathers go out. Storm down. That is now a flash and an ulti from G2's aggression.
Skewmon had the flash. That flash charge could have been the death of Flacket, but nicely done by Hansama, keeping the pressure up. As
Flacket, what an egregious place to back. He flashes, he's out.
Mata, kako koče svaku ekipu, ne možeš da ne budeš na lanu, zar ne? Mislim, je to legitimna priča skroz.
Caps opening on mid, won't be spotted and may give him position for a flank of GiantX if they contest here.
Isma to fly in and steal, it's up to him. Grand Starfall after that mistake from Flacket. TP from the back end onto a control ward. 4K Oscar in and trying to delay. 3K, he gets in the smite. Isma no steal.
Ništa od stila. I sad bi G2 trebao da bude fine. Mogu samo disengage. Dobar ulti na Poppy.
It gets Jackie's out of the show. He didn't even get shockwave down as Oscar is stunned up. Hop over the wall. Oscar still wants to follow up as Jun as well. Wants his way in the fight, but G2 are getting away. Hands in the air. It's 5 members escaping. Now waiting in the
Twitter. Odeš na Partizan Esport Twitter i tagovali su Chena u nekom trenutku. Verovatno u Evropi, mislim, nemam pojma.
You talked about Skewmon knocking away Jackie's. G2, that was a steal and a half.
That was one mistake from Flackadagda. He backs in the corner of vision of mid-wave. Not respecting G2's going to push that next one. And Baron goes over, away back into this game. And it's not like G2 were out of it, but we were speculating for GiantX, how strong they were. We talked earlier how easy it is to execute. And now G2 have a bit of tempo back in their favor. Broken Blade gets a push out in bot and Dagda. G2 are going to topple over top, or at least try here with the next wave.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to move Broken Blade in towards mid to try and be another point of contact that is at least closer to this top side, but also can still threaten these tier 2 towers. GiantX not in a position to defend right now. This Flacket has to be very careful.
Double auto. Hansama's huge. Caps from over the side. Ashram suit with Purgatory. He has been invisible, but it is one ulti for an execution that under turret will do work. Broken Blade versus Oscarinen. Is it going to happen? Here we go. Jumping in. Broken Blade ambitious. Isma's on the way. Meganar against the wall. Doesn't hit the stun.
Au, Sinovat. Report. Report za Sin.
Finally, it's Purgatory, but only on Isma. It's enough. Finally, we see him. The Hall of Legends, legend himself. It's Caps contributing to this game.
This feels more like hell for GiantX. They've been playing so well, doing the right things, but against G2, it's one mistake, and you end up losing out. G2 cracking open turrets in the center, in the bottom lane. GiantX, they've held on for so long, but maybe they just can't do it once more.
Isma walking up to the plate. Dagger still has.
Da, mislim, Chen, mene ne znam da igra Chen, iskreno. A baš je čudno, iskreno, baš mi je čudno.
Sets it up. This was strictly a 1v1 for a little bit.
Exactly, but Caps had already started to move. No vision to spot out the mid laner for G2 had started to shift over. Isma thinks he has a moment in the mini-nar, but the Sterex gauge doing work. Caps doing a lot of damage alongside that Purgatory, and Skewmon sets up for the kill.
Mora bude Hall of Shame. Ne, moj patetni je Hall of Shame. To želim da vidim.
I had to give credit to Caps because I feel like, you know, he was part of a fight, felt like in the longest time, but it was Skewmon again, wasn't it? 1-1 and 8.
Skewmon's been amazing.
Skewmon's pop, I mean, it's just As much as I'm trying here to give Giant X benefit of the doubt and glaze them, I mean, G2 now 2,000 gold up. Oscar steading in, hookshot, wall shot onto Caps. Maybe it was too early of me. He flashes out, but he gets knocked up. He's dead, Oscar. Great dive, finally using that Grand Starfall. Broken Blade's just run out of Megana. Where's their engage? Hansama holding onto the culling for now as Giant X numbers advantage, 45 seconds. And any pursuance that came through off the Baron buff is now halted as Giant X turn into their own siege.
And someone might just try and culling the wave though, keep people away. Oscar in.
Step up, Oscar going deep, and a wall! Skewmon was waiting for you. 4 versus 4, feathers on the ground, shockwaves a 2-man, great damage. A spear from a Comet. Isma doesn't connect though, as Hans looks for a new angle. And Oscar went a bit too deep.
G2 don't need to overpush for this though. They're interrupting.
Hello. Skewmon, guess who we found again? 2-man keeper's verdict. There's a culling from downrange. Isma's getting low. Hans steps up, flashes over the choke. The feather's there. He's still going in. He's dead. A bit too ambitious. And ambitious really is killing the members of both teams. Jackies comes in, takes out Lebrov with a dissonance. And now for the Aegis, Soul to get movement speed. A Comet Spear dodged. It is only Broken Blade who left standing as Caps comes in. Wait. A perfect locked angle.
Da su ih skemovali, da, dobro,
nema smisla. The ritual nails, 2, no, only 1, onto Jackies. He's got a surge, a W to heal him up, an action pursuit over the wall. Jackies on the chase. There's no objectives up. So G2 are just merely delaying, getting some gold back and finding what they can. But as we go to a replay, Dagda, this was Oscar stepping over? No, the dive on Caps.
Miscalculation was the name of the game here across the board. Cap steps up.
Ne, Oscar je samo got, on je našao ugao.
Pays him one in return.
Da.
Tries to look for the all-in onto Hansama, but Skewmon is right there. The Poppy is ready to slam him into the wall the second he tries to go for it. So Oscar miscalculates once more as G2 then think they see their moment. But Hansama isn't ready for the exhaust that's on Flacket. He tries to go in, keeping range, aware that Jackies is on the side. Broken Blade keeps Jackies out of the fight by using them now.
Nikako. Taman posla, šta više. Šta više, taman posla.
Fail flashes the wall here, which actually means that he can't get onto G2. That could have been 2 more kills, and maybe Giant X finding what they need.
I didn't see that, Dagda. That failed flash. It's such a tense moment. That's rough from Isma. As we got Baron in 30 seconds, this game's still undecided. My favorite game of the week.
A vidi, mislim, sad ovako kao trolla sajdali. Ja mislim da tipa Oscar, Larsen i kompanija skroz su legitimni da igraju EBL. Kap će se smoriti svaki put kad baci ulti, dobije Zaja ulti u glavu. Brat se smorio. I ode i Oscar i G2 game. Dobro.
Every time Hansama has unleashed on Flacket, it has been disastrous for Giant X. They scramble to save him, but it cannot be done. G2 get the Baron.
G2 win this. I know who my MVP vote is. I mean, Hans has been insane, but Skewmon is having another generational performance. And I mean, how many generations is this guy representing at this point?
But again, Hansama sets up like the culling, incredible. Even sidestepping on towards Jun, he tries to go for the setup. And at this stage, it's the teleport that comes in behind that he has to try and avoid. But Skewmon immediately have to close the distance onto Oscar in an easy setup. With the steadfast presence and that hook shot, you're never stepping away.
As you said, damage from Hansama is so huge. Defending their own camps right now is Giant X. It's Isma with GA now picked up. He got bopped away in the keeper's verdict last time. Giant X in trouble. This part of the jungle, very dark, very scary. The siege coming from Broken Blade's Baron buff as G2 move back into gold. They've got 30 seconds where they have to move down to bottom side to take that dragon. And the defense begins as Caps is on his lonesome towards mid with the Sonya's Hourglass holding down his own fort against Oscar.
Use the E to escape away from Oscar In's hookshot, wall shots.
Right.
But Broken Blade still keeping pressure on this top side. There is a vision in that brush just beside Raptors that is giving Giant X a lot of information as to whether G2 are moving across. Oscar Innan now well aware that G2 are hunting for him.
Oscar was seen on the edge of Caps' lens, if only for one tick. His grand escape begins. Isma on the way in while Broken Blade is just going to keep going. He's going to need attention as well. He's going to back away, teleport back in if need be. Dagda, Giant X coming into this?
No. And that's why I think BB was just kind of holding on to the teleport. Doesn't want to invest it unless Giant
Soma i 735. Mislim, malo teži game za G2, ali mislim da bi dalje trebali budu okej.
Sit back, relax, waddle his way back in towards the mid lane. And with a minute left on the Red Bull Baron power play for G2, there's not very much more that they can get done on this push.
Okay.
But they're still one dragon away from Seoul now.
That was a spectator bug, I think. I don't know what that was. Lucian's autos were like behind him, shooting backwards, I think on red buff. And yeah, that has now stopped. But this game, a delivery, if this is how we end our week 5, very happy. We have had ups and downs, many different games through this weekend. This would just be a glorious sight to behold. As Broken Blade 2 levels up, he has been side lane king this game, really absorbing all the XP he can, while Oscarinen has been a playmaker himself. The G2 only have 20 seconds left of this Baron, and then we wait for 3 minutes at least.
Giant want to try and ideally have Oscarinen face off against Caps in the mid lane. Caps isn't strong enough to fight the Camille right now, so if he can be isolated, that could be a way for Giant to find some advantage. But G2, not really giving it to them. Constantly clearing out all the vision. They want to make sure that Giant have no idea where G2 are moving through their jungle.
3 minutes, Baron. It's now expired. G2 clear all the vision that they can. And it will just be about getting the side laning, getting a bit of gold for Caps' 4th item, especially Han Summer with GA. That'll be another big pickup before our next fighting. I think Broken Blade is going Wits End 4th, so the ability to get Emma, do a bit of DPS, and probably deal with Jackie's burst now that he has Rabadon's Death Cap as well.
It's definitely a damage build, right? Like the Triforce, Sterex, and the Wits End.
Yeah.
Like you're going to be doing a lot of work when you're in the Mini-Nar form still as well. As the fights have been a little away from Broken Blade's comfort zone in having Mega Nar for a lot of them.
He's getting whittled down for now. This is about to be a Mega Nar. Giant X have run into this. Jun not going to be sent away, but Broken Blade does it for him. Isman flies on him, but sent out with the Keeper's Verdict as 1-for-1 for now. Broken Blade is dead, but Han Summer flashes forward onto Oscar. Skewmon puts him in his place again. Han Summer back to the wave, dies. Burned down by Flacket. Isman's come back in. He's flashed in for the stun. Cap's in trouble. Flacket flashes back as well. The feathers are truly flying. It calls to him into melee range. Skewmon's going to die. Flacket flew. He bloody flew, Dagda.
Flacket's exhaust completely rinses Han Summer. And with that play
Ja ne mogu da verujem.
Giant X might have...
A koliko je? Exhaust je mnogo broken summoner spell, iskreno. Exhaust je mnogo broken summoner spell. Znači, Exhaust je samo broken van svake pameti, iskreno. Exhaust je samo najbroken summoner spell koji postoji. Pa imamo, znaš šta je fora? Imaš dole sobu baš za LOL. Ako slolaš dole u chat roomu, imaš bukvalno LOL chat room, ali možeš generalno, mislim da kuckaš ovako svakako. A misliš za... Čekaj. Imaš Valorantaši ako misliš za Patreone, sad sam izvalio šta me pitaš. Imaš Valorantaši. S tim da kapiram Lazić, Nina, Sol, ti si on igri u Valo sad. Možda im i treba neko odmah, brate. Ali da, kažem ti, imaš Valorantaši rol. Ne znam samo kako se uzima sad, ali mogu ti dam ako hoćeš. Imaš pinovanu rol da uzmeš, sad sam dobio info. Ništa, pauzice 10 minuta pa se vraćamo nazad za finalni game dana.
And the Bobby was a bit annoying, not gonna lie, but yeah, I mean, I didn't expect it, but and we can still play the comp, I think.
Yeah, thank you so much, Oscar. Congratulations and best of luck in your next game.
Finn, I love hearing about that Camille. Yeah. You boys are excited about it.
I love it. I love Camille.
Finally, she returns to the top lane. They found the win. It was a little bit dicey there in the mid game, but like honestly, credit to GX. They did such a good job of finding those fights, finding good situations, and not letting G2, when they did retake control, just kind of roll over and make it look a lot like Game 1.
Well, you saw the Camille itself lost a little bit of value as game went on because Oscar said it himself, the Poppy was just extremely annoying for her. But the fact that she was just such a big pressure point for up until she got 3 items, 4 items, 35 minutes in the game. That just bought a lot of time for Flaky to become the demon that he was, because he was insane. But onto Oscar, this is where it comes in. Always your level 3 was extremely strong, but he said it himself, the fact that your W is just consistently off cooldown does manage to swing a lot of these matchups, because the way top lane ends up being balanced is around these key cooldowns. W being 17 seconds beforehand matched a lot of the cooldowns that all the other champions the top lane used to have, like the Jaxi or like the Nar 22 seconds right now. But with the fact that they got such a big buff to the W cooldown, just you got to see it in action, where this traditional matchup that used to be extremely Nar favored swung into Camille's side for her to become the demon she was this game.
Yeah, and also a big thing with Camille is that when you watch Camille in pro play, you see a lot of these flashy dives into going in the backline, the hextech ultimating. And W doesn't feel like a big part of her kit when you're watching her in pro play, but in laning phase, it's probably her strongest ability. Yeah. Completely non-committal, and has a heal as well when you hit the sweet spot. And in general, as long as you Q a minion before you W, the movement speed kind of always allows you to hit that sweet spot. And when you have that on a 12-second cooldown, actually pretty oppressive to lane against, constantly getting these cones in your head that just heals her and does damage. If Camille has a strong laning phase, we know how good she is in skirmishes when she can scale up and assassinate backlines or set up team fights with all these globals, like think about Calio, Ziggs, Pantheon. She's just very good if she gets through lane, and that was always the problem, but now laning phase is actually one of her strengths.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrifying to have a champion who can side lane incredibly efficiently and also have that presence in teamfight. It's why when Camille has been good, I feel like she's always been a pro play terror. She's not quite in, I think, that like must pick every game tier, but this is clearly a big improvement for her. Now, we talked about the Poppy being difficult. I do want to look back at this final fight because this was a super close one, but it was also just a big flex from GX. Being able to turn this fight, being able to knock G2 down, looked damn good. Flack the one leading the charge.
Well, this last fight is very odd for me because at some point, everyone just forgets that the Xayah exists, and once, like now they flash on Flackit, but the Xayah, well, if I just stand still, people are just gonna ignore me. Look at Caps. Caps is just going past him, and he's just ignoring him, and he ends up killing everyone.
And I feel like all of G2 forgot that she ulted the Gnar ult in the beginning. Usually when Xayah ult is down, that's kind of your sign to go and dive her, go kill her. But the fact that she started the fight with ulting and was able to go completely untouched is just a big misplay from G2's part in this team fight. Broken Blade gets caught on the side lane, and they all die and lose the game in one fight. It's sad to see.
It's kind of insane, too, because it's like, that's your boy, bro. You guys, like, won trophies with that man. Like, surely you should recognize he's, like, a gajillion item Xayah. Like, I'm just saying, maybe put a little respect on the name, BB. You know, you guys are fighting over who's got the hand sign. I don't remember which one it is.
Well, they did maybe think that Poppy can tank him, because you saw in that replay that Poppy tanked around 50 auto attacks, which honestly no other champion can tank so much, because honestly Poppy, you're a little bit busted. Let's just be real. But yeah, giving them a little morale boost.
That it was. We've talked a little bit about Camille. Obviously, had a lot of changes this patch. I am curious though as we go into Fearless. Game 3. For the first time in a while, I feel like we've gotten a lot of 2-0s. Before we talk about the next game, we can take a look at those patches in specific. Now, it was the W change you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Tactical sweep, cooldown downer at all ranks, effectively.
Yeah.
Are you guys like salesmen for solo queue as well? Is this something that everyone should just be playing?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the win rates, I think she gained like 2 to 3% win rate in Master
Also play
Plus.
rate, a lot of play rate.
Yeah, a lot of play rate. If we can bring the patches up, it would be amazing, because basically what happened is base W cooldown went down from, as you see before, 18
No, from 15 to 12.
Yeah, that's the one, exactly.
That's the one. That's 15 to 12. That's a big change because, again, it swings a lot of the matchups because, again, you are mostly playing around the critical abilities of the enemy, but also on top of that, which doesn't show here, is her mana. She got around 50 or 60 mana, which is pretty much one free W.
And there's one more thing I want you to pay attention to. Look at the passive cooldown reduction. Do you see which levels that goes down? 1, 7, 13, and 19. Only one role can get level 19 right now, so it's specifically designed for top laners to become really high level in those late game team fights to constantly reapply that passive 6 seconds cooldown on that massive shield. Turns out to be quite a lot as longer the game goes on.
Look, this is, for me, as someone who's bad at League of Legends, I hate this. Because this champion, when she gets ahead, it's unplayable, bro. There's literally no counterplay to affect Camille. There's nothing. Poppy. Okay, Poppy's the counterplay.
There's a lot of
I'll shut my stupid mouth. You're right. Okay, Poppy's a pretty good counter.
Jax, Renekton, I mean, the list goes on.
I can't remember the last time I saw a patch note where they just took a flat 3 seconds off of an ability at rank 1.
That's pretty wild.
That's insane. They really do not want supports playing Camille. They're like, your top laner needs to be asking for this pick. It needs to come through. But game 3, final notes before we send it to break, and then of course pick up game 3 on the other side of that break. Expectations, GX did fight back super well. What are the adjustments we expect from both sides? What do you have your eyes on going into game 3?
Ooh, this one is rough. Well, on the side of GX, I really like that they had a little bit more proactivity because they did opt for the Pantheon, so Isma was empowered a little bit more to find that chaos because GX was really lacked in the early game in game 1, and that was for me one of the big differences in game 2.
For me, one thing, Jun on Engage. Night and day. Karma, Rakan, he's so good.
I like it. Jun on Engage, a story that we have told before. Let's see if we get more proactivity going into this game 3. When we return from the break, in the meantime, go to the bathroom, take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
No, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna
last. And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Nice.
Look at that. Nothing. Oh no.
Fine.
Push on the flush. What is it? Push that dead. I'm here by the way. I'm here with my everything. Come Poppy. Poppy no flash. Poppy no flash. Poppy no flash. Oh my god, there's no effect flag. They're coming. Don't push Poppy. I see. Oh my god, you're him. We can end by the way.
Nice.
We can end, yeah.
Nice. Hold up.
Oh my god, fuck it. What the f did you do to them, bro? I don't know. This Lucian is fucking trolling. Oh, good job. Okay, guys, the mood, like...
I mean, we're mega choking, but it's fine.
No, it's not even about that. Like, the tone of the voice of June and Oscar, you guys want to kill yourself, or... It's normal?
Well, it was frustrating.
Just frustration. Welcome back.
Playing Camille against Poppy is pretty sad. That's
in-game, of course.
It is pretty sad in game. I agree. We're about to get into championship select for game 3 here. We're still at the analyst desk, so Finn and Odo are going to be helping me break this one down before we send it over to our casters to guide us through the final game of the weekend. And if there's anything we've learned about our top teams in this league over the last 2 days, is that they cannot be trusted to 2-0.
No.
Or that all of our teams have the potential to make a massive upset happen. It depends.
This league is so damn competitive.
The floor has been raised throughout the entire summer split, and we are seeing the result of just fantastic growth throughout the split. But now we're going to draft for game 3. Keep in mind that Victor is still banned on the patch, so not something you will be seeing, which does throw a wrench in the mid lane champion pool.
Now that a lot of the enchanters are, my big question of this draft is, are we gonna see Lulu? Are we gonna see more enchanters? Are we gonna see a fist fight brewing up?
How about a Tristana mid?
Oh, hey. It's a bit too early. The skin's coming out next week.
Jace is open.
September 10th.
Jace is the power pick right now. Broken Blade. If you wanna keep your performance up.
Broken Blade.
The champion to lock is the Jace right now.
He's reading off the paper. I'm sure the paper will say Jace.
Jace.
No, don't do it.
Nivea Blind is pretty good with the scarcity of really strong control.
I will say it would be a big flex for Broken Blade to play Jace and absolutely dominate it after we made that segment kind of calling it sort of a psyop every time he walks in. But the Nivea, solid pick, is a flex for this team, which isn't true for a lot of teams.
Yeah. And I think Nivea top is a pretty decent blind pick as well. I think you'd agree, Odom, that doesn't really have any horrible matchups. Will be answered by the Caitlyn and Bard, which
this provides a lot of flexibility here. But the Killing Bard, great power pick, because already, even if you decide to go in any of the directions you want to with your team comp, if you want to peel back, if you want to full engage, you can pick a strong bot lane like this and just forget about it.
Yeah, the main answer has been the Jhin into the Caitlyn, but it is pretty scary to play into a Bard as well. Nonghan Sama, he always wants to secure the strongest laning phase possible. Varus could be an answer.
Okay.
Going back to the mages, maybe.
Ziggs is an interesting one. We saw Mel a ton of MSI. Mel was obviously nerfed as kind of the usual really good option into the Caitlyn. Caitlyn never did anything against that champion, but Protoball got nerfed, Mel got nerfed, so Ziggs seems
with Ziggs coming in, I am expecting a little bit more proactivity from the side of G2, because already you have Anivia and Ziggs, you have a lot of zone control, but you really need to start fights or find ways to lock GX down. You cannot go for the enchanter route. I'm expecting the Shen. The Shen did go through this draft. Now I'm really surprised that the Shen power has dropped so much. I guess it came with the support changes, with you losing so much gold and XP if you're not staying in lane, because we saw him wreak havoc on the Rift. But nonetheless, very good combo and pairing for what G2 is having at the moment.
Absolutely. Having a support that doesn't have to be in bot lane, or doesn't really want to be in bot lane when you have the Ziggs, really sets him up a lot. It gives him a lot of freedom to go for early ganks, and especially after level 6, he can just stand united anywhere he wants to go. The Jace we were talking about before is now locked in by Oscarinen, and it's a power pick in the top lane. Not an easy champion to pull off, but is very powerful in this meta.
It's already brewing up to be a big advantage in the drafting department for GX, I would say, because when you have G2, look at them, you have Anivia, Ziggs, Shen, you don't really have engage, you have a lot of zone control, but on the other side of GX, you have so much damn range, you can pretty much start the fight and poke from across the screen.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the range, but I'm also always a little bit worried when I see Jace and Caitlyn on the same team.
Why?
Because Caitlyn really wants to dominate the lane phase. He wants the jungler behind her at all times to just push in that wave. Jace doesn't love being weak sided as well. He kind of likes having a jungler come to his wave. He's a little bit better at playing weak side.
Okay,
but in Europe,
Finn, yes, exactly. I like that you said in Europe, because in Europe, all our top players really want to be the strong side. They want to pick Jace and also get a lot of time in game, but Jace is just such a strong pick by itself that you can afford to leave him weak side if you have someone extremely proficient on the champion. Now, for me, already in this draft would be can Oscar be the weak side Jace and keep funneling more resources into the Caitlyn bar? Because if he pilots the champion expertly, he will still be a huge factor in this game.
I also want to see where Broken Blade takes this top lane matchup, because you have the Shen, you have the guaranteed Stand United to help you on a side lane, so you have the ability to pick something a little bit more volatile, something that could contest the Jace. No, obviously the commit is taken out already. Malphite is not good. I mean, it's fine. It's always fun. I was thinking Aurelia. I'm always going towards Aurelia.
I'm thinking of Yasuo.
Yasuo into Jace can be tricky, just because Jace can go into the hammer from.
You already have the Nivea to set up the random combo for the Yasuo.
That's
a combo. Why did we just said Malphite, Aurelia, Yasuo? What year is it?
Well, so Finn was saying
dream. Let him dream.
Okay. All right, I'm trying to understand.
Whoa. Hey.
Oh,
okay.
Guys,
Hey,
we're going to Cancun.
Is my jungler Canyon or what?
They're addicted to poke, guys.
And they're allergic to CC. Like Jace, Nidalee, Caitlyn.
Now, I like this, even though it's completely random and no one thought of it. The Lee Sin traditional counter to the Nidalee, because even though you do get out tempo.
Oh, baby.
Kled.
Okay, well.
Okay, Nivea mid.
I'm going to say the Kled into Jace matchup is not as easy as many other Kled matchups, because Broken Mid likes to play the Kled into the Bruisers, which is nice, because when you dismount, you can just kind of scrap your way back into the remount. Against Jace, not quite as easy. Keeps you at range, pokes you down.
Hold on, is this a flex?
Is this
Jace going mid?
Gwen is not great in the Kled. I mean, it's
okay,
playable.
also just CC, GX, would you like a little bit? Just a crumb?
Looks like
they would like a crumb.
Okay.
No?
I finalni game dana. Isma dobio svog OTP-a, Skjumon dobio Lee Sina u Nidalee. Tako da ako ništa ovo nam garantuje u suštini agresivan game, će biti zanimljiv za gledanje.
But the setup is not really there.
I struggle to see the value of this Gwen pick, because you have enough damage to kill the Kled once you dismount him, but at the same time when you go into mid game, the only advantage I see for GX is the fact that they can choose to just not interact with the G2 team comp, because the Nidalee will nullify a lot of the poke that Ziggs will be looking to dish out and provide a lot of time for the Jace to create winning situations for their team.
It sounds like there's questions around this GX composition, but I have to know from your perspective, Finn, what do they need to do to win with this composition for GX? What does the early game need to look like?
Needs to be proactive in the early game. Use his winning lanes and put a lot of pressure on Skjumon in his own jungle.
You heard it here first. Casters, take it away. Pressure on that jungle position.
Yes, there is. Isma pulls out the Nidalee. It is an Isma special if you're not familiar with him. He
samo ruke da oprem second.
EMEA Masters, I remember, when he was filling in for KC Blue. He won a game solely off of it. That always sticks with me, because seldom in the LEC have I seen games where it's like, yo, Isma, he's going to take over. Here in this game, he has to, Dagda. He has to get the ball rolling. They went Jace mid. I mean, this is, let's poke, let's throw a lot of projectiles, and G2 are going to be like, you know what? We're going to try and dodge that. Hey, guess what? We're coming for you. We have a Kled.
And they're hoping they're going to push in both bot and mid, that they can try and support this Nidalee, because it's definitely going to be funky if you have a Nidalee and you don't really have pressure on the map. And I believe, there you go, you should end up with it early here.
Šta kažemo ljudi, ko dobija?
Hey, we've got a range support and Ziggs.
Perks je trener, coach G2.
True. Lost chapter, the build towards that, as usual, gets the mana down. I mean, I've talked with Orcs about this a lot. You don't need tier, you just get Lost Chapter. The build's fine. G2 are going to face check this. It's Labrov on the Shen trying to get brush control. He does so, gets some autos down. Shadow dashes backwards as Labrov 200 games. Dude, didn't we get Han Summer 600 games earlier in this series?
Yeah.
So Han has played 3 times more the games than Labrov. But as a duo, I mean, he's been in the LEC obviously in BDS and stuff, but as a duo, you know, a very experienced bottom lane, as Blackad as well. Now, call me crazy, that's Broken Blade's position, his stance.
Look, they were both on G2 together. There was a whole debacle around us.
And I've seen it on stage, and Broken Blade claims it was him first. So, anyway, into this game, jungler's opposite side of the rift. Note where Isma goes is going to be very important on his 14-10 career-wide Nidalee. It's quite a big. I'm curious, what can they do in top lane? Because Broken Blade so far is already heavy pushed out on this pick. Isma obviously being on the other side of the map as he goes for a vertical jungle. Will be matched by Skjumon Dagda trying to cover his bases. Javelin toss thrown up to start, and here we go.
The early ward there to spot out exactly what's happening. You got the reset from Skjumon to pick up the longsword, but Isma should be able to believe to
Ne znam, mislim, ovo će biti fun, kažem. Jer Isma je OTP Nidali. Čilik je baš ono, baš je Nidali igrač. Ali Nidali je takav heroj da nakon nekog vremena samo ne radi ništa. Ne volim Zigza. Zigz je dobar, okej. Zigz je counterpick za Caitlyn, tako da s te strane je okej.
It means that Isma was late moving towards his top side. So Skewmon gets the reset, will be able to collect his bottom side, gets the Scuttle Crab on the bot side of the map as well, and keeps presence here for against Blackout and Jun, which isn't great for them. They really want to be pushing hard in this bottom lane.
Do indeed. Quick trade from Caps as we look towards mid. Caps last game invisible. Caps last fight of last game absolutely turbulent in.
A baš im je lud draft, iskreno. Nije da im treba ade negde drugde uzimaju Jace na midu, iskreno simpatično.
Yeah, Caps is fine, still has the resurrect, so just basically using that to his advantage as Hansama was trying to get some decent damage onto Flacket to see if maybe Skewmon could look for a dive or a bot side play afterwards. Not in a position to do so. Isma though.
Javelin toss going to be dodge, shock blast. The little one still connects. All Isma needs is an auto to get into egg form. Not even a swipe or a pounce. Isma gets out of there because Skewmon's here to cover.
Yeah, Jackie should back away though. Has to be careful. Skewmon will definitely kill him from that damage when he has no flash. So Isma just going to try and cover for his mid laner. But again, Isma slow on the takes. Like, showed up mid, forgone his blue because of it. So still going to be kind of a camp behind the play. Skewmon sitting still in mid here. And is now, I imagine, going back in towards his Raptors, but still kind of just hovering.
Scowl, the cowardly lizard, lives up to his name. He disappears into Fog of War. Someday he will come back. We don't know when. But for now, the wave in a very good spot here for Broken Blade as Oscar has to step up. I don't know if or when Skewmon can get up here.
Potential gank mid though.
Yeah, more important is this lane, isn't it? Waiting for the flash. Frost Jackies has no flash. He's going to step up, clear. The wave goes into hammer form. Now beats back Labrov, but he knows he's dead. It's just about the who. Sonic wave going to be taken. Kill gets taken by Skewmon as well. And it's a good punish of the flashless mid laner.
Nicely done by G2. Labrov, good roam. Skewmon pulling off the camps as well, knowing that this wave was in an awkward spot for Jackie, so they punish effectively. And again, it doesn't really set Skewmon behind because Isma was relatively slow on actually his first clear. So he's going to keep up, go for the reset, be in a decent spot then to still defend his bot side jungle when it spawns.
And Jackie's wave is quite monstrous still pushing into Caps' turret. Yeah, Broken Blade is going to remount here in a second, don't worry. And he'll clear it off the minion and get that 5 extra to get back up. Poke almost lands on the Flacket as we get to a bouncing bomb down in bot lane. And Dagda, I'm already impressed with this game. I'm loving it because we know this is going to be a fast-paced game. This is the third and final game of the week of a very hectic week of League of Legends. And G2 are leading it with a gold lead here in what is going to be, again, fast-paced considering the comps.
Ovo je samo zbog junglera će biti brz tempo, ništa drugo.
Built over Peacemaker, so the poke working well for GX so far.
Yeah, G2, I think, still want to try and just get a push out of this bottom wave and then allow the reset to come through for Hansama for the lost chapter. The other thing of note is that because Jackie's kind of went all in to clear out the wave, which don't get me wrong, I think was the correct call.
Yep.
It does mean that Labrov didn't have to use his flash to try and get like a flash taunt or something like that.
Da, ali mislim da oni čim pikaju Nidali, tebi je manje više jasno što se događa tu. Mislim, oni su uzeli Nidali završi game u 25 minuta. I onda ništa, Nida, Jace, Caitlyn, full poke. I nadaš se najboljem. Gwen splita, bar je tu za engage, disengage i to je to. Caps je ladno preživao zbog pota. I vratio se da bude egovan.
Skewmon coming in looking for a safeguard. Sonic wave, no flash. Remember, Jackie's dead again. Skewmon right where he needs to be. That man's always on time.
Nicely done by Skewmon. And good setup from Caps. More than happy to utilize the fact that he had that revive. And now push on mid. Giant X at least will secure level 6 for Isma. But Skewmon happy to get it off the kill anyway.
Giving up the scuttle. Skewmon gets a kill.
Ali je G2 već Somi 200.000 u svojim kompovima, to je mnogo. Ja nemam to ništa s tim. Ja sam tu da, kao organizator, što se tiče svih tih dijelova, to... To radi neko drugi.
They've got the movement speed thanks to the scuttler, but Sonic Wave doesn't connect, so Jun is going to get out. Everyone is just sending it.
Blackout had to protect his support there, make sure that Hansama couldn't come across for the satchel charge, because that's what G2 were chasing for. But G2 at least get one back. It was nicely set up by Jun, but the fact that you had the Spirit's Refuge to deny the execute auto attack was crucial here for Lebrov. So good call here from Jun, great play. But watch as the Spirit's Refuge comes in. Isma can't actually get the, doesn't even actually throw out the Q in the end. Skimon just gets the kick away. As he comes back there, you get the execute damage. But the damage from Caps, enough to finish him off as flash away from Broken Blade.
Zavisi vrlo koliko bude ekipa, ne? Mislim, iskreno nemam ideje koliko će biti ekipa na kraju. Tako da, mislim ćemo znati tek pred, ali mislim da šansa da bude full popunjeno nije toliko velika. Mislim, ne kažem ja, možda se dogodi, nemam pojma. Ali mislim da je mala šansa će biti 128, verovatno će biti 64. Ja se nadam da će biti što više isto. Ja isto navijam da bude što više ekipa, ali mislim vidjet ćemo, nemam pojma. Jer vidim da sad ogromna količina ljudi traži tim. Tamo na onom serveru turnira što smo napravili, onaj drugi Discord, ne moj, nego onaj drugi isto ima dosta i na mom isto ima igrača. I vidio sam tamo na TikToku i Instagramu isto po komentarima brda ljudi traže tim, tako da koliko sam video baš dosta igrača traži tim.
Isma has not gotten the leads that you want to as in Italy by going for these invades. It's been defended by G2, or he hasn't really been able to sync up the waves properly because G2 consistently attacked mid lane. Cap's in a very strong position on the Nivea.
Giants je možda. Ima neko bi možda dobio Giants, ko će ga znati.
And sure, Flacket has been able to push in on bot side a fair amount, but it's actually Hansama now who's starting to get enough damage in the bouncing bombs to clear our waves and even got a play for himself.
He's got the best item in League of Legends, Lost Chapter there. Also for Caps, by the way, as well. Guarding dodged.
Tako da jako je teško reći koliko će ekipa biti, jer ja sam video da puno igrača traži tim, pa je sad onda pitanje, znaš, koliko se ljudi skapira, koliko brzo se organizuju da naprave tim. Ja sam siguran da će bukvalno do zadnjeg dana, do zadnjeg sata biti prijava. To sam siguran. A sad koliko će biti tačno ekipa, mislim da to niko ne može ni da zna, iskreno. To je...
regarding my calculations. As Sonic Wave started on the Raptors, Isma here to contest.
Tako da ja se nadam što više, ali...
He likes being annoying. For a blind man, he's definitely got his eye on the prize. As Blackout has to be careful where he steps up. Lebrov doesn't have flash, but into range is dangerous.
He kind of needs to stay bot lane for a little bit though. You really want this level 6 for Lebrov.
A realno ima još 5 dana za kvalifikacije, tako da ima tu još da se igra. To jest da se kvalifikuje.
Hansama had no mana, so he had to use his feet.
He was dancing back and forth there,
John. He just used a magical journey. The kick away's not an execution, though. Tempered Fate's flash, Tempest cripple. Skewmon gets a kill regardless. In comes Lebrov. Flash not up, but a shadow dash is. Sonic Wave kited by Isma.
To ćemo vidjeti to isto možda, kad se budu kvalifikovale ekipe, da li će naknadno moći dodaju coacha za LAN. To je jedna stvar koju bi možda ja lično voleo, ali to ajde o tom potom.
A bear trap on a rope. Broken Blade has just said thank you for that, but again, it is Oscar and holding cards in this top lane.
Hansama looking clean on the fancy feet, but it's Skewmon's hands that are getting dirty. 3-0-1 on the Lee Sin now. This Lee Sin is exceptionally accelerated, and I really don't think that Isma can actually turn and fight this Lee Sin if they run into each other, which is devastating for the Nidalee. But we'll see it here. The little tippy taps as Hansama is like, am I going? Am I going? I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. Oh! And G2 absolutely turned the play around.
Pa mislim, vidi.
Great play from Skewmon.
Kažem, u teoriji mislim da nije bilo loša priča. Mislim, pričat ću vam ja to dalje kad budem mogao i sve to, ali pošto će biti stage, meni bi izgledalo bi mnogo lepše da imamo coacheve iza timova na stage-u, dok je draft i sve to. Tako da što se meni tiče, bi volao svaka ekipa ima coacha.
But this mid lane is all about it for Jackie. He's committing a lot just to take Caps down a peg.
I think you're fine still as Caps though. I mean, Jackie's kind of low on mana now. Skewmon waiting in the wings as well. If Caps can land this flash...
Tako je, Mato, zato ti kažem, mora ozbiljna priča da bude.
camps, moving down towards Scuttle Crab once again. You saw Labrov kind of stick around on that top side to deny any sort of like play from the Nidalee that may be a gank. But
oh my god, the
here
damage. Flash Frost already missed. Labrov's coming in with Flash. Sonic Wave, it lands. Skewmond, he wants to do it, but Jun's there, Isma's there. He will not take the Q to certain death. I
don't know if it would have even been certain death, to be honest.
You believe?
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at like Isma's Nidalee is not dealing the damage that you want. And Skewmond is very dangerous at this stage, especially if you can have Labrov move over.
Dobro, ne, mislim, vidi, ne mora niko da ima kuću na kraju dana, nema to ništa, nije to...
You can see Jun's trying to temper fate so that Isma prepares a javelin and then one shots caps there.
Kaže, neće da igra, kaže da bi nokete kao baš ne. Pa ne vidim što, mislim, dobro, što god, ono.
Jun flashes away from it. A bouncing bomb will kill him, so he needs to get out. Loons was just picked up, so the influx of damage.
Mislim, razumem ga i realno je fair. Tako da razumem i njegov ugao što se toga tiče.
Hey, I want easy point and click CC to set up for me, right? Like the Renegade and these kind of things, right? And even then you look at...
Tako da ono, ja sam isto s jedne strane rado bi volio da ga vidim čisto hajpa radi što kažeš, mislim će turnir biti više hajp sa njim. Ali, ono, razumem, to je okej isto, ako nije u tom gasu i misli da će ljudi da ga hejtaju, to je isto... To je isto okej, iskreno, nema šta. Tako da razumem i jedan i drugi ugao, iskreno. Ja bi najviše volio da svi igraju. Da imamo i Testesa, i Double-Aima, i Milicu, i sve. Velju, sve. Čisto kažem, mislim bi više hajp, ali... Ko zna, možda, pogotovo što vidim da dosta igronice isto šalju svoje ekipe i sve to, mislim će se pojaviti možda i neka nova imena koje nismo videli. Što je cool za scenu, da se pojavi i neko nov ko želi da ostane tu, ko želi da igra više turnira i sve to. Ne, pa neće, da. To je fora.
Well, he'd been started by Skewmond, but now the Caps is dead in the mid lane. Doesn't have the help that he needs to actually try and finish it out. Reset's coming through as well for G2 with the AD carry and top laner. He's a Giant X, great pick, and it nets them the Dragon.
Punishing Caps' flash, no Ignivia. No reinforcements from G2. And their first Dragon of the game for GX. Herald's also up, so back-to-back objectives possible. As Labrov getting shadowed here. Damage blocked by Flackett's headshot. Also, Peacemaker not hitting. Isma, he's going to try and throw some spears here. Puts down that bushwhack once again as Jun is just making sure that Labrov gets sectioned out, slowly poked down, and that his vision is clear. There's that Herald.
They are moving over. The response play from G2 is to try and go towards Jackie's in this bottom side, but I believe Skewmond, won't be able to get into position. So it's a nice take here by Giant X. I think Ziggs could take mid lane Terra.
Pa mislim, da, šta znam. Mislim, kažem, meni je to više su mi zanimljive ličnosti, pa zbog toga, ovako kažem, na kraju dana, svakako, vidim da i ko sve traži tim, da ima dosta ono mastera, grandmastera na badača koji će igrati, tako da vidjet ćemo. Inače, ovaj game, pošto malo smo više o turniru pričali, ostaje da G2 ima lead, ali sa ova dva junglera je turbo bitno samo ko vodi na početku, tako da to što G2 ima lead i to što Nidal nije turbo, a Head je već... Ono, potencijalno dovoljno se napravi... Da samo napravi ugodan Nidal i samo neće ništa moći da radi.
Good setup from GX. They're finding multiple picks here with this Bard.
Nice collapse from Giant X. Hansama used the ultimate to try and clear out the wave to very quickly get onto the tower, proc the crystalline, and then get the satchel charge to destroy it. Couldn't do it.
Sam rekao da ti nisi tamo, imam posla. Sam rekao da ih ima dosta. Bar u ovih prvih koliko prijava je došlo, mnogo više nabadača nego što sam ja mislio će biti u startu. Ja sam očekivao će biti... Iskreno sam mislio će biti mnogo više silvera, goldova i tako lower elo timova nego mastera, grandmastera i sve to. Samo nisam očekivao će biti toliko higher elo igrača. Ali mislim, to je kažem, super ekstra, još bolji turnir. Sad samo je pitanje kad se sve to odredi, šta mogu dalje raditi. Ali o tom potom, još malo ću vam sve ispričati.
Blackout kind of low. Isma going to immediately try and move up. Here it comes.
He's dethroned. Needlework comes out. The Shen ulti as well. The flash from Broken Blade. He remounts almost. But a Shadow Dash under Turret Oscar in.
Ne možete na topu praviti pleve, tu je Gutarinin. Ja ne mogu. Ja ne mogu.
Kick from Skumon, Sonic Wave, resonating strike, a Tempest, a Cremble, a couple of legs on this Pussycat, and with a double given back over, it is a 2-for-2 trade.
Skumon manages to rectify the play in the top lane. It was nice from Giant X, BUT Hansama might be caught. Blackout can't get there for the trap.
He can't get out, but he flashes forward, gets the autos in the heal as well, before any reaction comes through from Hans.
Nicely done by Giant X, punishing Hansam as he steps up, and Jun, the temper fates have been on point. You called it out earlier.
A Gutarinin ono njegovo.
Continuing to rain down and rain issues for G2. Skumon at least getting that top tower. Going to be nice for them. But Broken Blade here, so close to getting the remount. The shield comes through, but yeah, just barely enough damage coming through from Oscarinin to finish it out. Like any damage coming through later, and Broken Blade would have survived that.
He remounts, and this becomes probably a 2-for-0. As Skumon did get a 2-for-2 in the end. I mean, comes in to save the day a little bit late, but regardless, he's able to push top turret in live. This game delivering already. Cosmic Binding to the Sun. We come back to even time as Baron will spawn as the third dragon of the game does.
Sorry, it's the battle for the mid lane tower still.
It is.
Everyone is here now. 30 seconds until Dragon, so it is still going to be a focus on Dragon after this in just a moment, but G2 really want to get that mid lane tower down, but Giant X are refusing to let it go easily.
Ne brini, imat ćemo full obezbeđenje. Ništa se ne brini.
Correction while we lull for a couple of seconds. Instead of his 200th game, it's actually his 400th game for LeBron.
That makes more sense.
So yeah, a lot more. I was trying to think of the math before, and I mean, I can't count days as Sonic Wave. Not going to be taken.
Broken Blade's in the area, though. They want to try and collapse on this quickly. Giant X want to poke G2. If they can find that engage with Broken Blade, can stop it.
Cosmic Binding, beautiful from Jun. Damage, Shock Blast. Look at the poke onto Caps, who doesn't have egg. Spear. Blocked by LeBron. Broken Blade has just shown himself without the charge. Magical Journey, Bed Trap on a rope. A Javelin toss. In goes Isma. Maybe not charged. Broken Blade goes through a Magical Journey. That clan is wild. Broken Blade's gonna die, and a Cosmic Binding flashed away from. Out goes Hansama, but Broken Blade just ran into death.
And that leaves Oscarinin with the tier 2 tower in the top lane. G2 fumbled the play.
Ja ne znam što se događa s ovim ekipama, stvarno mi nije jasno. Onako, baš mi pretjerano nije jasno šta se događa ovdje.
Skumon 6-0, they do get one back, but Giant X are about to move and think about this next strike with Broken Blade dead for another 10.
I mean, Giant X are absolutely running rings around G2 on that mid lane play. Jun with some great Cosmic Bindings, now being a little annoying towards Skumon, but...
Samo jako upita razvoj događaja, vama da kažem. Ako ovako budete grifovali na lanu, naći ću ja, Mato. Naći ću ja nekog da zavodi red. Želim da vidim samo najčistiji LOL na lanu. Jesi. Dobro si rekao. Jesi. Šta si? Eto, tako je. Jesi.
Dragon's still up. Giant X didn't actually start this objective. They are still looking mid. We must get mid. Mid must die.
Flackett needs to be careful. Flash on LeBron, though. He'd love if Flackett was to face check this. Jun just hit that blind. That was pretty impressive.
I mean, his Cosmic Bindings have been insane. Gonna miss that one, though. As Blackout could be in trouble. Here's Broken Blade again. Bear Trap on a rope, gonna run out. Sonic Wave, a stun. Skumon will not take it. Hans needs to add his addition of poke in as we continue to A-ramp. Oscar's like, I'm gonna stay side lanes. And on Dragon side of the map as Hans gets poked out. Hang on, Tempered Fate on the blast cone, mid-air, found out. Skumon needs to defend. Isma sends it out, and the poke is gonna land as well. Safeguard gets Skumon through, but G2 have blinking health bars, and what a way to start Drake for GX.
The hits from GX are
Ismen, mislim, našao resurse koje nije smeo da nađe ovaj game. I to ih sad mnogo košta. Da, lan samo full clean i sve okej.
But Giant have done a good job of attacking the side lanes, keeping up the pressure, and especially Oscar now having a 2-level advantage over Broken Blade. It's just drawing so much attention from G2.
Tap's trying to make a lane gank as a kick away. Jackie's been found out. He does have flash, but he goes on the Hans armor instead. Skumon may just killed his AD carry. Oh no! Flacken finds the ulti through the weaving as Skumon gets one himself, but again he keeps picking up all the kills and none for anyone else. 7-0. A 1-for-1. Jackie's for Hans.
Broken Blade is giving up bot lane again though to try and move towards mid lane, and Giant X have traded 1-for-1. This is again G2 just not having the engage that they want to set up this play. And this mid lane tower continues to stand.
Mislim, iz X-Poke je jako inconsistent, to je fora. Luče, mislim da će to naknadno biti objavljeno što se tiče, ako misliš za LAN. To će naknadno biti objavljeno. Mislim, mogu da kažem i sada, ali postoji jedna mala šansa da ću ja failati, tako da rađe ne bi.
Gives G2 a little bit of gold and some breathing room on this map. If he just accepted, hey, look, there's 2 members of G2 down here that have already drawn. We can open up for push on mid, try to, especially with Hans Sam off the map, crack open this mid lane turret. Instead, gives over a kill, and G2 now still under pressure, don't get me wrong, but at least get to push.
Mislim, u svakom slučaju finale jedan dan, tako da sve se završava isti dan. Polufinala, finala i borba za četvrto, to je za treće i četvrto ne postoji. Tako da u suštini dve ekipe koje izgube polufinale, kogod izgube polufinale može manje više odmah kući da ide. Ili možda ostane na Blade gleda do kraja, šta god. A onda ove ekipe što odu u finale, mislim, oni igraju do kraja, nema šta.
John's setup, Oscar's flank, Flackett's damage. Maybe mid will finally now fall down.
This Lee Sin is 10-0, but it doesn't, it's just not
Nosi s randomima.
Oscar stands in, Caps about to be an Agnivia, blocked by Lebrov. Again, he'll save Caps as passive. Giant X get a bit of damage on the inner with Oscar still able to step up.
Yeah, GX actually have their gold shared around multiple people, which is working out great in these fights.
Skumon does not.
But Skumon has every bit of gold for G2, and Lebrov heartbreaking sets up, gives the Cosmic Binding for Jun. Maybe this game is a little bit of Hans Samuel getting grief by his teammates, but G2 tried all in. Giant X are in position, and Skumon is trying his best to take on these fights, but you're at least in. There's only so much you can do solo. And Giant X are consistently being able to push G2 back.
His stuns are crazy. Jackie's, I mean, he's losing his mind a bit, surely. It's a long night for him. On this Jace, he's 1-4. He's had some crazy plays himself, but he's not the one getting resources. I mean, Isma is flourishing. Rabadon's coming up soon. Flackett's doing very well, having absorbed all the mid lane waves. Hansam is down in gold now. Like, he's slowed down a lot. He's been picked out 3 times. And it feels like every time of his death...
Nećemo GP, sve je okej. Igrao on 2-3 puta GP. Bio je beyond useless. Pa mora sub da vam bude tu, čoveče. Ili samo da Pera ode u igronicu, realno gledano, mislim je to najbolji play. Jer očigledno Peri puca internet u najgorim mogućim trenucima, tako da samo za taj dan ode se u igronicu i lagan iđiri. Mislim da je to play.
Just reset early, already established themselves in river, but with the push and the advantage that Giant X has, I think you do just hard shove mid and try and draw G2 out of this little this hobble that they've set up for themselves.
Mislim da je to najbolji ugao. Pjera u igronici, GG.
Charge going to be used and stand united onto Flacket. He can't escape. Shadow Dasher, two-man, the dive from G2 and the kick. Insane. Megan Fernabom dodged away by Isma. G2 have all...
Ne, samo ima obično da mu bandere padaju po kraju.
That's what you need to see from G2. Send it and put the orbs on Broken Blade to teleport in.
They send it past two.
Dobro, da, okej, ako može, ako Sab može, to jest ako Kuč može da igra, to je skroz okej, nema šta. To je legitimno.
But the poke from Giant X is not to be sniffed at.
Isma walks in with the rest. Oscar over the wall. Broken Blade the threat. Caps. He's going to DBS this down quick. Giant X need to pick a fight. No tempered fate available. The poke. Hans Summer at half HP already has to turn and burn onto Jun. He's going to do exactly that. Meanwhile, Oscar and Broken Blade hatch it out. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Hans Summer. He's not dead. It's Lebrov. Satchel charge used. Disengaged. Kick was used by Skumon. Need to work. Two from Oscar in and left to go. Skumon at half HP. Looking for an angle. Baron not deregulated for now. Jackies, did he just flash for that? He's going to turn onto Caps next, but a bit bold. Oscar steps forward into the Hallowing Mist. Baron is stopped. He could have killed Hunt. I mean, to his credit, he had to send it, I guess.
Still, it keeps G2 off of the objective, and Dragon should be going to Giant X in the back, but here it is, the play. Hans Summer gets caught, but at least he still has that ultimate that can come in from a very far way away. As G2 just full send onto Flacket. They have the shield on Broken Blade. They know they got the remount, and the damage from Skumon is enough to finish off the Caitlyn.
This is just an all-sended game. That's who's going to win. Baron's still standing, but Dragon taking Soul Point. Tempered Fate on Skumon. He gets a Sonic Wave, but he's in the middle of everyone. A spear about to connect. Jumps on
Okay, Skew.
Sonic Wave will be taken.
Level 16 Lee Sin.
Where is the damage? Someone has to kill him at half HP. Cosmic Binding. The poke finally, no. He gets over the wall into Flacket. He's in the whole team. Somebody kill him. Flacket seizes him. Now, Giant X, will they continue the fight? A Glacial Storm in the middle. The Articuno sends down the ulti and zones. Skumon didn't give a shutdown? I saw no shutdown on my screen.
I don't think
He's
so.
11 and 1.
Yeah.
Surely there was a shutdown because I saw nothing. Flacket got the kill. He does have a shutdown. The math is...
There's no shutdown.
He was 11 and 0. Okay. Just because I have a shutdown doesn't mean I can't get shutdowns. Okay. Baron is on wards. Dagda, Giant X are going to start it.
This is a little risky, though. Yes, you don't have Lee Sin, but G2 wants you in this one spot where they can try it all in.
Look at Hans Summer, 3K, 2K, Satchel, a steal!
Oh my god!
Hans Summer blows
Ja ne mogu da verujem. Šta je ovaj lec? Šta je ovaj lec? Mislim, dobra je full AP opet, ali ne bi smio da gubiš to ni od čega, ja mislim. Neverovatno.
Yeah, they pull off. It's too low to just pull off at that stage.
Baron's coded as a turret now.
Šta?
Oh no. Oh my god, go hold it, settle.
Yeah, you leave that so low. You cannot be doing that, and especially for Giant X. This win will be so important for them for playoffs, for their positioning, to try and see if they could get to that top 4. Beating G2 would be amazing.
They're not even
but that might have just stopped it.
They've got 3 series to go. They're not in yet.
I know, but this is their toughest series, right?
Yeah. It's been a wild one. 23 kills, 30 minutes. Baron on G2 on 4 out of 5 members. Skumon the only one who wasn't alive. His team did the work for him. As the 11 and 1 leads in with 4 items now crests the
Da ne poveruje čovjek, iskreno.
Hans needs to get nearby. Look how far back this is.
Znate, tamo ni gleda isti screen da koča obe ekipe, to je samo iko 1000. Ne moraš gledaš dva odvojena gima, nego samo kočaš obe ekipe koje skrimuju jedna protiv druge. Ako to nije Stonks, ja ne znam šta jeste.
So if he can just spread Baron to another wave, well, Giant X have to respond. It means that poke that Giant X are trying to play around is less valuable. So G2, they get one Terror, and they will just back it up. They don't want to overextend here.
Isn's doing big damage. You can see Broken Blade. I don't know if that was a Bushwhacker's trap or...
There's a spear.
A spear, yeah. I mean, either way, like DPS from the W, from the traps Nidalee puts down, also big damage. I mean, there's just a Nidalee with 3.5 items who has Rabadons and Seekers in case the all-in happens again.
Yeah, the problem is, though, I think Like, Broken Blade just kind of shrugs it off at this stage, right? Because he's got so much innate health and then has the remount.
Yeah.
And Lebrov is massive. Like, he has a full maw at this stage.
Isma, Protobelt, crystallized down the storm, the flash, he gets out. Here's a charge. It might find John. Instead of finds Isma again, he wasn't fully on out. Broken Blade just sends it in. He's going to dismount for now, but he needs to get back on the bicycle. No opportunity with the network slicing through Skewmon for the kick, the disengage, but he too is dead. A double back over to Flackhead. Nothing up for a minute, but G2 getting too cozy that deep in the jungle.
John's stun ends up landing onto Broken Blade and locking him in place with Skewmon. There is no remount, there is no chance, and with 55 seconds until Soul, Giant X can set up around this objective easily.
Well, I've just been told with the
Sorry, morao sam se iskijem ko čovek.
Giant X has been confirmed after math has been done because of the last series. They will lock playoffs.
If they win here, playoffs on the cards. Oscarinin though needs to get away.
Hans, Satchel.
Gogo, Legendo, Dugdan, pa onako, solidno. Druga serija je malo duža nego što sam očekivao da će biti, ali dobro. Chillamo malo gledamo leca, ja iskreno evo na traci malo hodam. Gledam sad koji dan mogu da se vratim u teretanu, malo sam napravio pauzicu od treninga pa treba mi to da vratim, sutra EBL playoff. Video sam za Ali G-a, video sam da je na Twitteru nešto poslao ili šta god. Au, Kevin Canceller, ban, report.
Spear connects as well. Everything, all the poke into Agnivia. Caps us down, at least for the time being. He's going to go fully down to the ground. Flacket's damage, a combo with Jackie's and the spears. They're doing so much work. Oscarinin, he flushes into Hans some of the needles. Oh, working! Jun will take the kill, but two in the ground. G2 have 50 seconds to survive.
I don't know if they can, though. Giant X are running down this bot side. They have so much damage. G2
Ode Mata da ih trola. Klasičan Mata. I Giants, ja ne mogu da verujem da će oni dobiti. Ja stvarno ne znam u kom mi paralelnom univerzumu živimo, stvarno. Stvarno mi nije jasno. Ma kakvi, oni su out, nema šta. Vidi, Ziggs je dobar u Caitlyn, nije loš, ali Skewmon je 11-3, izgubili su game. Neverovatno. Iskreno neverovatno.
I doubted that Giant X would be able to pull off a composition like this, but the gentlemen handshake each other after that one. An incredibly impressive performance to lock playoffs.
I want more of that. That comp was on an edge the whole time. GX had to keep sending it. They couldn't take their finger off the pulse. They couldn't take their finger off the trigger, rather. And Oscar and Flacket or Jung could be your key player of the series. All you have to do is vote.
Show. Iskreno show.
Decent Camille game. Bloody great Gwen game, I think. It's fair to say. But hot damn, Flacket today. That Zaya was incredible in the last...
I mean, Jung's part was crazy.
Gle, iskreno, ako ništa, giga fun game. Iskreno, giga fun game. Mislim, giga fun serija. Tako da ne možemo se žalimo što se toga tiče. Bilo kako bilo, za danas smo gotovi. Sutra, ljudi moji, nema leca. Očigledno sutra je utorak, sutra kreće EBL playoff. Sutra, preko strana, nakon sutra, to je utorak, seda četvrtak. Po jedan best of 5. Tako da gledat ćemo i EBL playoff. Da vidimo ko će tu da bude najbolji, ko će da ode na EMEA Master. A večera svako se družimo na streamu. Oko nekih 11 palim live, klikćemo malo solokija, sprdamo se. Tako da to nam je plan, ljudi moji, vidimo se nekih sat i po vremena otprilike na streamu. Ja se nadam ste uživali u lecu. I vidimo se na live-u za sat i po vremena.
Bro, you won. I'm not gonna say it was clean, but it was...
I mean, I think Gwen is Thanos.
No, Gwen is Thanos pick for sure, but I was just nervous. Like, that's a really hard comp to play, but you guys did incredibly well. I feel like you were catching people left and right. You got a lot out of it. What were your thoughts going into game after that draft? Was there something that you guys were playing towards specifically? Because basically all we said was Isma has to, like, you guys are going to get winning lanes. Isma just has to gank. But the early game was rough. How did you bring it back?
Well, I think the early game was rough only on mid. No, I think I didn't play the matchup never. Let's be honest, like Jace and Evia on mid is not really happening anywhere. But yeah, I mean, the problem is I'm not a Korean Jace, right? And then I'm a Czech Jace, so that's probably like worst of the worst. But yeah, I think the early game was a bit hard because of that, but I think my team did well. And yeah, from that point, I think our comp is just 50x theirs, in my opinion. Like, we just stand off, and what can they do? They can't do anything, so yeah.
So how was the comms like in draft? Did Oscarina just say, give me counter pick top, I'm going to carry the game, you can take the Jace mid? Or did you offer it up to him?
I did offer more is like, I offered it to him. Actually, I think this draft, I offered the Nidalee too. I was really keen on going the Nidalee, because I felt like, no, jungle. I was saying to Isma to pick Nidalee because it was not really our plan, but I felt like Ziggs, wait, what did I play? Ziggs, Anivia, Shen, 1, 2, 3.
I think
this should be somehow punished, and I think this was our way of punishing it, so yeah.
Yep. Damn, respect for you to be like, yo, I see this insane top lane angle, or like, get your counter pick. I'm gonna play Jason to Nivea mid, a matchup that you yourself said like you don't play. It's like not real.
I didn't tell him to go Gwen. I just said this guy can just bind Kled. No way, no. And he said I was thinking we might even go. I mean, it's not really a secret, but I was thinking about going Sion mid this game too. I feel like having something like this R5 had to win the game, and it did. So I'm happy.
Damn, yeah, it looked good. We were nervous for you at one point because it really looked like you guys full control, were winning, comp was looking fresh. There was a moment around Baron.
Oh my god!
I mean, tell me about what happened here.
I think it's the first time I ever said in competitive, like we scale, like it's fine we scale unironically. So this game we legit mega outscale. So I was like, I think for the first time in my career I said, don't worry guys, we outscale. Even though, you know, I mean, it's sad that we lose the Nash. But I mean, yeah, I think this game we can only lose it if I run it down, or like someone like really runs it down. But even then, I think our dub was just too OP.
Too OP, bro.
So why do you think outscales are? Just they have no damage to kill anyone?
I mean, in my opinion, they have no damage. This Gwen, you can't stop her from scaling.
No.
Also, easiest exit of his life, like he's playing to Ziggs Anivia. So, plus they have no engage too. I mean, they have a Kled, but that's like a fake engage. I feel like we have so much mobility too. So, in my opinion, they just have nothing. They have zone control while getting outranged and losing side with Shen. So, I think there's like a big problem there, and unlucky perks, I guess, yeah.
Damn. The draft gap.
I'm saying it because he trash talked me after game 1, so I have to like say.
This is personal,
bro. Yeah, if it's personal, it's personal. I'm not here to come in between, but I'm just here to capture those moments, man. I'm not here to judge. Although it's not very gentlemanly of you, I will say. You're still doing the handshakes. You're still being mostly very gentlemanly. I will say.
I will be a gentleman, you know. But if someone's being rude when he doesn't have to be, then like I will be. You know, I was after game 2, and now I'll be after game 3, and that's how it goes. He took off his sunglasses, I think. So. That's an achievement for us.
There you go.
Yeah, so nice.
He had to bring out his final form. Still wasn't enough. Race for playoff scenario updates. You guys are locked in playoffs.
We're locked in playoffs?
Yeah.
Oh, so tomorrow we do content.
Yeah.
Nice. This is so good.
Nice. Yeah, you're locked in playoffs. How does it feel? Obviously, the ambitions for this team are sky high, right? You guys made these changes. Flacked, you're a part of these changes to bring this team even higher than they were before. But I think it's not just you guys. Pretty much for every team in the league, it's been a super messy regular season. So is it kind of like a sigh of relief to get playoffs? How are you guys feeling?
I mean, it's for sure a relief to like get it like this, right? Because I think, like, I mean, obviously we came into the fact that like we can win. We were not dumb enough to say that we will lose no matter what. But let's be honest, beating G2 and now not having to go into the pressure matches against Navi and Fnatic will always feel good, right? But more, I'm happy about the fact that we can fight top 4 now, I think, with like kind of confidently. So yeah, I'm more happy about the top 4 because I feel like I want to go to Madrid. So
So how was the bounce back from yesterday? Because yesterday's games against Team Heretics, they were quite messy. And now you come in here and you win against
G2. I wiped that out of my brain. This was literally yesterday. Oh yeah, that's so true.
I mean, I think games against Heretics, I mean, like not to throw like any shade or anything, but I just think they kind of like didn't do anything. So kind of like our mistakes didn't really get punished, because like both teams were kind of just NPC, and we were like a little bit more proactive and like more decisive in some like situations. But yeah, I mean, today was really rough. I mean, I think I'm really disgusted with my performance. I don't know about my mid laner,
But yeah, I mean, I think the series against Heretics were really free, I would say. We really did, it was kind of like just take the win. Just don't do anything stupid, just take the win. Be like a bit just disciplined, bit consistent, and you're gonna win. And yeah, I mean, today was really rough.
Yeah, I feel like honestly, like you get the win today, that's the one that matters. Like the fact that you got the win yesterday, the win is all that matters. Like, you just need to win one column. It's just about the race for playoffs. Like now you have time to adjust, to adapt. Hopefully before Madrid and top 4. One of the teams fighting for you in that top 4 will be Navi. Earlier today, Relech did get player of the series for the 14th time this year.
Wow.
Quick shout out to Relech. We missed him earlier in the day, so he's getting the quick shout out here.
No big deal. No biggie.
Yeah.
Biggie
What do you?
Oh
wait, now we're.
Oh my god, okay, but we're putting it like here or?
No, they're putting. Wait, oh no, we mixed it up. Spoiler,
yeah, but this was probably highlight. No, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you can't escape Village game.
Oh, okay, this was here. I saw this.
The series, he still gets it. This is Baron Steel. Were you guys aware he was there looking for it?
So we are not from Fnatic.
Oh, I thought that was the 6th Baron Steel.
No,
it's
bro.
Really, I mean, honestly,
it's fine, bro. It's been a long weekend.
I was backstage and I saw him there. So I kind of felt like it's coming. And then I was laughing at Razork that he didn't smite with Pantheon, right? Should be really easy, but honestly he got inted by his team there, so I will allow him. I will allow him.
What do you guys think about the league being so messy? Like I feel like the League of Legends right now it is so swingy. The games are so volatile.
Yep.
What do you guys think are the main
culprits?
Like what does this happen? Culprits?
I mean, in my head it's like the game state, as in like League of Legends on its own. I feel like items are really strong.
Yep.
So even if you're like a worse team or a bad team, I feel like if you have okay, let's say this game we played, Gwen. This guy gets 4 items and that is literally doesn't matter who's against him unless it's like BLG, Bin.
Yeah.
But I feel like this Gwen can go against anyone in the world, low-key, and if he plays good, he can 1v3. So I think that's also like why I feel like so many items are strong right now, and champs with like spikes, like okay, even on ADC. I feel like any ADC in the game right now gets 4 items before the other one.